This story began its loud development in the main square of the city, where a very noisy event was taking place. The common people gathered at the scene in great surprise, since such scandals rarely occurred in their lives. The heroine tried in vain to prove that she had done nothing wrong, but for every word, the knight kicked her with his metal boot. The emperor stood near the girl and looked at her reproachfully, because he believed that he had been cruelly betrayed. And the knights completely shared the opinion of their master, so they did not feel at all sorry for the lady who was not a princess. The judge declared that a miss named Philomel deserved the most severe punishment for all her crimes, of which there were many. The real princess timidly pressed herself against her father and did not understand what was happening at all and why the girl was being judged. Meanwhile, the common people began to shout loudly that it was absolutely necessary to kill Philomel, who was pretending to be an aristocrat. The heroine could barely hold back her tears as she lay on the ground, as she was very sad that she was being unfairly accused. Only now did she realize that she could do nothing to be happy, and that her whole life was meaningless. The girl put her hand to her chest and tried to explain that she really didn't know that she was born into a different family. But the emperor had absolutely no intention of hearing all these words, which he initially considered to be lies. Philomel froze in horror when the ruler asked him to bring a needle and thread and sew her mouth completely shut. Meanwhile, the people around approved of this decision, since they were no less angry at the girl than the emperor. The heroine sadly lowered her head, as she realized that she should not have expected to be believed. But the lady could no longer hold back her tears, so they dripped onto her hands, which she clenched in unbearable pain. Ruler Eustace did not even blink an eye as he watched the suffering of the girl he had mistakenly considered his daughter all his life. But Alencia felt awkward about the situation, but she was too indecisive to try to change anything. Philomele suddenly asked loudly, with tears in her eyes, whether the emperor had ever considered her his beloved daughter. But before the man could answer, the fair-haired lady suddenly gently pulled him by the clothes and kindly asked him to leave. In response, the ruler nodded reservedly and actually listened to the princess, since he himself was tired of everything, and the heroine was left only to watch in horror at how cold-bloodedly her adoptive father gave the order to kill her. She considered her future to be extremely cruel and wrong, but she could not resist the fact that she was now being executed in front of everyone. Although the girl died painfully at the hands of the executioner, no one around her even slightly pitied her because of her difficult and sad fate. Finally, the lady whispered that her father could at least have told her before he died how exactly he had treated her all this time. After reading this whole story, the little girl threw the cruel book on the floor in complete shock because she didn't want to know. She was terrified of what she had to endure in the body of a person who, according to this story, was destined to die. She screamed loudly and declared that no one had the right to kill Philomel, no matter what stupidity she had committed in her life. And now the heroine was very angry because she turned out to be a fake, and in general, the daughter of another poor and unknown person. The little girl's first thought was to tell everything to the emperor so that he would punish the man who invented this story. But after a few minutes, the lady calmed down completely and decided that with such a book, one should act more judiciously. She did not want to show the material to anyone, but instead wanted to hide the book even from the nanny so that she would not scold her. Therefore, the heroine took the book into her hands very carefully, since she had not yet had time to think of where to put it. The heroine held the paper product at arm's length because she didn't know how safe it was for her. According to history, the real princess had the same blonde hair as the empress and her father's blue eyes. So Philomel in the book was just a villain who took the place of the blonde lady, for which she later paid. And the little girl was sad because she turned out to be not Eustace's real daughter, although she didn't even suspect it. Miss didn't even want to think about the fact that she had no place in this world because she didn't even know her real parents. From time to time, even the maids would whisper angrily about Philomel because they had no respect for her at all. The girl tried her best to reach her father, but for some reason, the nanny only pulled her away, since the man did not want to meet. Every time, Eustace was extremely cold-blooded towards his own daughter, including because he had a lot of things to do. So he briefly demanded that the assistants take the baby from his office, since he had no time to talk. The lady looked at the mirror in confusion, mentally asking herself if she didn't look at least a little like the girl in the story. After which, Miss confidently concluded that they simply had the same names, but this did not mean anything at all. The little girl, most of all, did not believe that she could become a real villain, because she very rarely got angry at the servants. So the heroine once again calmed herself down with the words that some stupid person had simply made up this story. Then the girl suddenly heard a knock on the door, because the nanny had arrived, which frightened her greatly because of the book in her hands. Philomel tried to hide the book as quickly as possible because she didn't want anyone else to know about the plot. But the old woman had a grumpy nature, so she did not wait for the lady to allow her to enter the room. As a result, Miss barely managed to hide the publication and pretend that she had not done anything like that, but was simply relaxing. The woman first scolded Philomel because she was doing strange things in her free time instead of studying. The nanny sincerely did not understand when the girl would begin to grow up, because this is exactly what she constantly demanded of her. The heroine sadly lowered her head, not wanting to argue with her assistant, and promised that she would behave more seriously. The old woman tried to scare her ward that the emperor would keep a close eye on her, but the heroine did not believe these words. Philomel remembered very well that the man never kept his promises towards her, so she was not worried. Just recently, Eustace gave the girl another cold look, despite her hard work during her training. Therefore, the heroine was not very worried about her father's opinion, although the nanny herself could not help but think about this important point. The lady asked if she looked like the empress, and the old woman immediately answered in the negative, since she had no intention of lying. In fact, Miss was not very surprised by this, since such information was reported in the book about her. Instead, the heroine decided to focus on preparing for the upcoming festival, which would be on Founders' Day. It was known that the city was already in full swing preparing for this important event, so the lady could not miss it. According to legend, many years ago, on this very day, the empire received a blessing from the goddess, which it remembered forever. As a result, the celebration of this event is given such a big role that its beginning is announced by the chief priest. Only this time, Philomel froze in surprise, looking at the rainy sky, because the weather was announced to be sunny. The maids anxiously asked the girl not to get wet, but she was too upset to pay attention to their words. The lady did not want the celebration to be postponed at all, because she had been waiting impatiently for a long time for it to finally begin. Here she saw her father nearby, who was listening to an assistant's proposal to hold the event on another day. The emperor was displeased that on such an important day, the weather forecasters had made such a big mistake in their weather forecast. However, the ruler had no choice but to set another date for the event, which he asked his assistant to help with. Hearing this, the heroine was very scared, because it was with this event that the plot of the book about her, which she had recently read, began. The first pages of the story were dedicated to a real princess who asked her mother for permission to go to the party. But the girl was unlucky, because suddenly it started raining all day, so she had to stay home again. Finally, Philomel returned to her room and once again carefully studied the contents of the book she had accidentally found. She picked it up in the garden and decided to read it, because she had nothing else to do. But now she was becoming increasingly worried about what was written. At the very beginning, Miss did not attach any importance to her find, but just in case, she took the book with her. But the heroine was afraid that this whole story would actually turn out to be true, so she ran to her father, despite the maid's objections. Philomela begged her father imploringly not to postpone the celebration, because she was very afraid of it. But the man only looked angrily at his own daughter, because he was not going to take her opinion into account in this matter. The assistant desperately tried to hold the lady back, but she kept shouting that they had to have the party today. At the end of her speech, Philomel looked at the ruler even more sadly, because she realized that he had not listened to her. And indeed, the man just silently turned around and walked away, as he had no intention of interacting with the child in any way. Eustace was angry that Miss had behaved like a very capricious girl, daring to distract him from important matters. The heroine could not understand what she would need to do to make the ruler listen to her. She remained standing there for some time with her head down, as she experienced great humiliation. At the same time, a boy was watching the girl from the side, who actually cared about her emotional state. The maid once again reminded the little lady that it was time for them to go, because she could catch a bad cold. The duke's son, named Nazar, wanted to approach his friend to try to console her in this situation. But suddenly, his father put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him from taking any further action, as he believed that it was not the time. Philomel did not notice this at all, because she was deeply immersed in heavy thoughts about her future. Since the boy had no right to contradict his father, he looked sadly for the last time at the acquaintance whom he wanted to help. As a result, when the lady returned to her room, the nanny whipped her legs with a broom for such bad behavior. The woman sternly stated that she could not allow the little girl to continue to behave so terribly. The maids, who had no right to object to her, only watched with sympathy the strict methods of their chief assistant. What upset the old woman most was that the girl never admitted her mistakes, despite the fact that she had been punished. And the heroine herself thought that her heart hurt many times more than from the nanny's demonstrative blows. As soon as the formidable woman left, the maids immediately informed the emperor's daughter that they had prepared medicine for her. One of the girls slowly spread the ointment over her fingers, then applied it to the princess's bruised feet. She asked with concern why the little girl didn't admit her guilt, because then she would have gotten much less punishment from the nanny. But at the moment, Philomel had no desire to discuss what had happened, so she remained silent. The assistants didn't know how to help the little lady, but they wanted to at least support her a little. So one of them said with a sweet smile that the old lady could be very angry, but she would still love Miss. But the heroine reacted only when she heard that the holiday would be only in a week, since it seemed to her that it was too late. But the maids could not fix this situation, so they advised the lady to try not to get upset. Then, one of the girls suddenly started talking about divine blessing, but the other forbade her to raise this topic. Since Miss had read the book, she roughly understood what it was about, but that didn't make things any easier for her. As soon as the assistants left, she again took out the book, which somehow described her entire future life. Only now did Philomel realize that she had a real prophecy in her hands, but she did not want it to come true. So the girl approached with the book in her hands, hoping that if she burned it, history would definitely change. The next morning, the little girl woke up because the nanny suddenly opened the curtains and began to wake her up. But the heroine couldn't even open her eyes properly because she suddenly started to feel unwell. She was breathing heavily, but still barely managed to convey to her assistant that she was not even able to get up right now. But the old woman did not believe the lady's words at all and demanded that she stop feigning ill health. The nanny kept insisting until the very end that Miss should not have missed lessons under any circumstances, so she would have to get up anyway. But, approaching the princess's bed, the woman noticed that the baby's body temperature had indeed risen sharply, and the heroine, in her sleepy delirium, saw her death, which she read about in the book and could not wake up from it. Only when the nightmare was completely over did the little girl finally open her eyes in horror, not understanding what was happening. She jumped up in bed, only realizing a few minutes later that she had still been alive. As she had dreamed everything, the girl did not immediately notice the food on the table, which had already cooled down, since she had slept for quite a long time. She managed to remember that the nanny had grumbled and left the plate behind and asked the lady to go to bed because she had caught a cold. Now Philomel had no idea what to do, since due to illness she accidentally missed an important meeting with the emperor. Since the princess could no longer fix anything, she lay down on the bed again, thinking about the festival. Miss knew that her father would not worry about her condition at all, which only made the heroine sadder. Remembering her terrible dream, the girl did not understand how it happened that she was unable to establish relations with the ruler. The princess was not happy with the fact that if her life really went as in the book, she would eventually die. The little girl was very afraid that her father would really hate her so much that he wouldn't even look at her at the very end. The lady curled up in bed because she really wanted to change her future, but she didn't know how to do it. With trembling hands, Miss barely managed to push the blanket away from herself, since she did not want to stay in bed any longer. She decided to try to take action right now, because she really didn't want to die in a few years. The little girl confidently headed towards her father's office, although she still felt very dizzy. Suddenly, she heard quiet voices right down the corridor and became interested in what people were saying there. So the lady went straight to the door that led into the maid's room and stopped to listen. Imagine the princess's surprise when she heard that the maids were very unhappy with serving her. Even the knight rudely stated that his salary would definitely be cut because of the emperor's daughter, although he was not guilty of anything. The girl could not understand why all these people felt so much hatred towards her, although she had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, even her assistant Martin was against it, although he always smiled in the lady's face and promised to help in everything. Moreover, these two maids had also always been nice to the little girl, but now they were scolding her behavior and manners. The heroine felt hurt and sad, because all these people who helped her admitted that they sincerely hated her. Philomel almost burst into tears when it came to the fact that she did not have the divine powers of the imperial family. She didn't believe that she really was as bad a person as the servants were describing to her right now. In the end, the heroine couldn't take it anymore and ran as fast as she could to her father, since he was the only adult who could help her. The lady understood perfectly well that from now on, her whole life was in the hands of the emperor, and that is why she wanted to talk to him. And at that moment, the ruler's faithful assistant was in his office, who could clearly see the master's mood. Eustace became increasingly irritated by Pauline's ability to be so quick-witted and resourceful at the wrong times. However, the advisor still insisted that his master should visit his sick daughter, as it would be right. But the emperor said irritably that he did not care about the girl's condition, because she was probably faking again. The assistant realized that no words of his could convince the ruler of his opinion now. He reminded her that Philomel was a princess, but Eustace suddenly said that he never considered her his daughter. As soon as Pollen mentioned the death of the empress during the birth of her daughter, the ruler sternly ordered him to remain silent. The advisor realized that he had gone too far in his instructions, so he obediently bowed and asked for forgiveness. Only a few minutes later, the emperor admitted that he had indeed previously blamed his daughter for his wife's death, but now he didn't think so. He said that he treated the girl so badly only because she consistently showed terrible results and did not try. The assistant delicately reminded that the miss was only 9 years old, so she still couldn't do many things due to her age. Pollen admitted that His Majesty was incredible from a young age, but that did not mean that the miss had to be the same. Listening to his words, the emperor poured himself a glass of wine, since he had not been able to do without alcohol for many years. Unable to bear it, the advisor carefully asked whether the ruler really was not at all attached to his daughter, and Eustace would have nodded confidently and said that he wanted the girl to not cause him any problems at all. Ideally, for the ruler, it would be if the aristocrats simply forgot about her existence, and he along with them. It so happened that Philomel heard these words of her father, so she silently returned to her room and became sad again. Miss didn't know for sure whether the emperor would spare her in the future if she started behaving well and studying diligently right now. The saddest thing for the girl was that all the important people were on the ruler's side, and she could not talk to anyone. The heroine was horrified that Eustace had never considered her his daughter, because she had never given him any reason to think so. The girl couldn't stand such heavy thoughts and burst into tears, since she couldn't do anything else now. Only when the little girl had completely calmed down did she take out the book with her future again and began to look for some clues in it. The lady hoped to find something in this story that would help her change such a terrible death that she did not want for herself. In the book's plot, Philomel did not die immediately, only because the real Princess Elencia began to beg her father for it. However, according to history, the false daughter was never able to overcome her hatred and malice, so in the end, she was still cruelly executed. The heroine realized that in the book, she died only for the second time, only because she began to behave badly. After thinking a little more, the lady suddenly came to a rather obvious conclusion for herself, which she had not seen right away. Miss guessed that she just needed to run away before Princess Elencia appeared, and then everything would be fine. Even though the girl's whole situation looked hopeless, she was not going to give up so easily. Philomel knew that in her family, there was a special ring of recognition that was passed down from generation to generation, and with its help, the wearer could use various kinds of illusion magic, which could help the lady escape. But most of all, the baby was attracted by the ability to teleport, which she really needed to escape. Since Miss had no magic from birth, only such a ring could save her in this sad situation. But as soon as the girl tried to get up, she fell to the floor again, as her strength finally left her. Only now did the lady realize how bad she really was, and she had been ignoring her condition all this time. But especially now, the little girl couldn't allow herself to be sick, so she clenched her fists and decided to get to her feet. Philomel swore to herself that she would do everything to become the mistress of her own life. That night, Eustace could not resist and came to his daughter's room. Although he doubted the correctness of this decision, the maid wanted to wake the lady for such a significant event, but the man ordered not to do this. In the end, the nanny had no choice but to obey, although she was unhappy with what was happening. At this point, the heroine still felt unwell, even despite being asleep, since her temperature had risen again. At the sight of the little girl, the emperor was again surprised at what he was doing at this time of day, when he could have been sleeping. The ruler understood perfectly well that if Pollen had not followed him around all day with this proposal, he would not have come here. But, looking at the princess, the emperor concluded that this time she was not pretending, but was truly seriously ill. Suddenly, before he had time to touch the girl, she began to whisper with tears in her eyes that she was a good person. Eustace did not expect that the lady would suddenly ask him not to kill her even in her sleep, since he had no such thoughts. And the miss grabbed the man's finger and continued to beg him in her sleep, because she again saw a nightmare about her future. He stood frozen in place, completely bewildered, watching the little girl, who was muttering anxiously in her sleep. Unexpectedly for himself, the man remembered his own childhood with exactly the same disturbing thoughts and fears. This only made it worse for Eustace, as he was confronted for the first time with someone who had experienced the same thing he had once experienced. Philomel had no idea that her sad feelings were so noticeable now to her father, who had always been cruel to her. In her sleep, the girl only squeezed the Emperor's fingers tighter, as she really needed at least some kind of support. Eustace remembered that he had gone through something similar as a child, but it had been so long ago that the man had forgotten. Only now did the Emperor begin to think that the miss might not have been as capricious as he had thought all this time. Stroking his daughter on the cheek, the ruler realized that all this time the lady had not lived happily at all, although she was a princess. The man felt sad that the little girl so desperately wanted his attention and love, and he didn't even look at her. The Emperor sadly admitted that all this time he had been greatly mistaken about Philomela, which urgently needed to be corrected. As a result, when the heroine received a gift from her father the next morning, she was very surprised because of this. The nanny immediately warned the girl that this fruit was incredibly expensive, so she should be careful with it. The old woman could not believe that the ruler had suddenly, out of the blue, given his daughter such an incredible gift. But the little girl herself did not know about Eustace's night visit, so she was no less confused than her assistant at that moment. After examining the gift for a while, Philomel realized that it really was a real fruit of the world tree, and all the fruits that grew on this tree had miraculous energy that could heal almost anything. Although the lady had heard that these fruits were supplied to the palace every day just in case, she did not even hope to receive them too. As a result, the princess assumed that this fruit could have been sent to her by Pollen on behalf of the Emperor, since he was trying to take care of her. In any case, Miss asked the nanny to put the fruit aside for now, so that she could take it a little later, along with the rest of the medicine. The little girl handed her father's gift to the old woman, but for some reason she was unhappy, which the girl could no longer understand. Finally, the assistant took the fruit and said that Mr. Averden would like to meet the lady soon. Philomel didn't expect that her friend would be so eager to help her that he would decide to ask for a meeting, even despite her illness. But now she wasn't sure she wanted to see him, so she just lowered her head and said nothing in response. However, this afternoon, the princess still had to go to this meeting, since the nanny strictly insisted on it. The maids prepared the little girl properly, and she was not at all worried that Nazar might not like her. Even as she approached the room where the boy was waiting, the lady heard the stern voice of his father, who was teaching the child manners. This made the miss embarrassed, and she stood for a moment in front of the door, before opening it and seeing the faces of her guests. As soon as she entered, the Duke and his son simultaneously turned to the door and fell silent, interrupting their unpleasant and long conversation. The heroine bowed politely to her acquaintances and greeted them, although she still felt unwell. The man was the first to ask about the girl's well-being, since in the future she was supposed to become his son's bride. Nazar honestly admitted that he could not help but visit the miss, because the news of her illness greatly alarmed him. The princess thanked her friend with a smile for his concern, and said that she had almost completely recovered. The Duke left the boy and girl alone, and for some time they drank tea peacefully and chatted briefly. Before leaving, the man hinted that he would not forgive his son if he allowed the lady to get bored in his presence. The younger Averden was very tense from such an instruction, but promised his father that he would do everything in the best possible way. Philomel wasn't sure how she should communicate with her friend now, since she had read too many things about him in the book. Since the miss had been looking at the boy's face in silence for a long time, he became embarrassed and asked her if everything was all right. But the heroine came to her senses and smiled sweetly, trying to convince the child that she had simply been daydreaming for a while during their conversation. After which, to change the subject, the lady invited her friend to go on a picnic with her when she was fully recovered soon. Nazar immediately smiled happily and immediately agreed to Mrs. proposal, since they had not gone for a walk before. He said that he didn't care where he went, as long as he could spend time with the princess, which made the girl sigh. Finally, Philomel said that she would think about what they would do, since the weather had not been very good lately. Averden nodded in agreement, because he himself believed that precipitation in the form of rain was not at all suitable for a walk in nature. Then, the heroine suggested recreating the atmosphere of a picnic by bringing the food to a room that they would choose in advance. And again, Averden only agreed with everything the girl said, but for some reason did not dare to offer his own ideas. Therefore, the heroine began to feel more and more like she was talking to herself, since the boy only echoed her. Philomel knew that in the novel, Nazar was constantly offering ideas for leisure, but not to her, but to Elencia, who appeared a little later. For this reason, it seemed to Miss that the boy did not actually feel her emotions, and could not fully understand her. So the heroine suddenly stood up from her seat and asked Nazar to imagine that this conversation between them had never happened. Finally, the little girl also said that the boy did not need to come to her house often to talk. Averden did not expect at all that the princess would suddenly judge in such a way, so he jumped up from his seat in confusion. The duke's son tried to ask the lady for forgiveness, in case she was angry with him for something now. But Philomel only smiled wider and explained that she did not experience any negative emotions, so her friend did not have to worry. The boy did not understand why Miss suddenly advised him to make some other friends besides her, since he did not want that. But Nazar did not dare to argue with the girl, so he only sadly lowered his head and nodded in response to everything she said. And the heroine turned around and walked away, wishing her friend good luck in any of his future endeavors and studies. As a result, the boy was left standing in the room with nothing, not understanding at all what had just happened with the princess's behavior. The girl decided to be friendly to everyone, but not to give her heart to anyone, so that it would not hurt later. But inside, she only felt sadder about this decision, although the lady tried not to pay attention to it. When Miss returned to her room, she began to focus on her studies, which surprised the teacher at her reading speed. But the princess said that she read very carefully and could answer any question about the contents of the textbook. This fact struck the teacher even more, as she remembered how she had previously been unable to get the lady to read even a paragraph. But what amazed the woman most was that the little girl was actually able to answer all her questions, as she had promised earlier. As a result, although Philomel did not try at all for this, rumors spread throughout the palace that she had changed greatly. Everyone around noticed that Miss began to behave much better, and for a long time they could not believe it, because people rarely improved. And the heroine treated absolutely everyone with equal kindness, so she tried not to limit Nazar. But the boy still couldn't get rid of the feeling of awkwardness in the company of a girl who was simply reading. Since the duke's son did not bring any additional activities with him this time, he had to watch silently. Suddenly, the princess looked up from her book and asked the child to remind her when exactly one war broke out. Philomel was only able to remember this fact when Averden prompted it, for which the lady warmly thanked her friend. But Nazar didn't feel any better when the emperor's daughter unexpectedly called him an incredibly smart man. On the contrary, it seemed to the boy more and more that the little girl was angry with him for something, but for some reason did not want to tell him. For this reason, Averden increasingly felt some kind of bad feeling inside himself, but he could not share it with anyone around him. The heroine's next morning began with her suddenly hearing the sound of a crystal cup of tea breaking on the floor. The girl did not expect such a sudden disruption of the surrounding silence, so she shuddered in fright from a slight startle. The horrified maid began to ask the princess for forgiveness for breaking her property, because she had no right to do so. She tried to collect the broken pieces, because she remembered that this mug had been given to the lady by the little Duke Averden himself. Suddenly, Philomel asked her assistant in a stern voice what she was doing, collecting sharp fragments all over the floor. The maid closed her eyes in fear, because she decided that the lady would definitely give her a real death sentence for the violation. Imagine the assistant's surprise when Miss simply asked her to quickly remove the tea from the carpet and try not to get hurt. The girl had been working in the palace for a long time, but had never noticed any of the aristocrats treating her so well. And the heroine, with a sweet smile on her face, asked the maid not to rush, saying that her health was much more important than the mug. As a result, when the assistant shared this situation with others, no one was ready to believe her words. The maids had never heard anything like it in their lives, especially from a small and harmful mistress who only complicated their worries. One of the girls confidently stated that the princess would soon return to her normal state, and things would only get worse for all of them. But the knight was pleased that the palace would at least become a little quieter and calmer for a while, so that they could rest. However, contrary to the maid's predictions, rumors that Philomel was getting better only grew stronger with each passing day. Even the gardener saw the situation when the emperor's daughter fell, but for some reason did not start to swear about it, as was always the case. But the cook, almost with tears in his eyes, told us that the little girl was now happy with every dish he made, which hadn't happened before. As a result, all the servants seriously thought about whether the eternally capricious and harmful lady could finally, for some reason, grow up. The nanny in this whole situation did not miss the opportunity to boast that it was her upbringing that brought such results. But in fact, the heroine made all the changes herself, so she was surprised when the old woman began to attribute her merits to herself. But seeing how the other maids praised the nanny, the lady only sighed heavily, since she was not going to prove anything to anyone. However, Now the girl had no desire to pass by this crowd, so she decided to go back along the corridor. But before the miss had time to go towards her room, the nanny suddenly noticed her and called her to her. Since there was important business, the princess froze in confusion and asked the old woman to explain why she had been looking for her for so long throughout the palace. Imagine Philomele's surprise when her assistant informed her that the emperor would like to see his daughter at dinner that night. Since the lady had no right to refuse, she dressed up with the help of the maids and even arrived a little early. But the miss did not at all believe that the ruler had called her only for dinner, since she thought that he must have some reason. Unexpectedly, Eustace spoke first and said that he was pleased with his daughter's progress in her studies, which had been focused on her lately. The little girl didn't expect her father to praise her so directly, so she froze in place in surprise, staring at him. However, the miss quickly came to her senses and thanked the emperor for his kind words, saying that she still had a lot to learn. In response, the ruler admitted that the teachers still did not stop praising the girl, which she did not know, so she fell silent in shock. The lady said it was because of the good teachers, and her father didn't like that she was too polite to him, and the miss herself immediately noticed for some reason the atmosphere between them had changed, but she didn't understand anything, so she awkwardly fell silent. Suddenly, Eustace admitted that his daughter had become much more mature since their last meeting, which he really liked. He asked how the girl was feeling, and she, with a gentle smile, thanked him for the gift of medicine, which helped a lot. Then the emperor said that his wife had always had poor health too, so he knew how to help in such situations. But, accidentally remembering Isabella, the ruler's face darkened, since these thoughts were still painful for him. When the ruler said that the miss could choose anything as a reward, she shuddered with fear all over her body. The heroine did not expect at all that the emperor would offer her what she wanted so early, although he always tried to reward her for her merits. So she said she didn't want anything for the time being, to which Eustace replied that a lady didn't have to be so modest in her wishes. Hearing these words, Philomele began to think that she could really stop being so self-important, since she had permission to do so. So the girl collected her thoughts and finally admitted that she really did have one request for her father, which she had kept silent about. All this time, the nanny was on duty at the door, because she wanted to be the first to ask the princess about her conversation with His Majesty. But the old lady was very surprised when, instead of the miss, advisor Pollen came out to her, because he had his own business to attend to. Suddenly, the man cleared his throat and announced that the emperor had ordered the woman to leave her duties and retire. The old woman did not expect this turn of events at all, because she thought that she would continue to take care of Philomele. Even despite the promise of a large payment, the nanny began to complain, since she did not want to leave the palace. At that moment, the heroine looked out from behind the advisor, behind whom she had not been visible all this time due to her small size. She smiled kindly at the woman and thanked her for helping her with her studies, saying that now she could finally rest. Pollen also recalled that the nanny often complained of back pain due to the heavy workload, so the ruler listened to her. But the old woman tried to explain that her health was actually in perfect order, although it had begun to fail her sometimes. Philomele hid behind the advisor's back again and laughed quietly, because she knew that the emperor would not reverse his decision. Suddenly, she heard anxious whispers from the corridor, as the maids did not know how they would cope without a nanny. The assistants discussed the fact that most of the responsibilities were on the old lady's shoulders, and now they would have to deal with it. The girl thought contentedly that now all she had to do was drive out these evil girls, and she would be able to live in peace. So, despite the loud objections from the servants, the lady was not going to change her mind and ask her father for something else. Miss went to the window and thought contentedly that she had managed to change at least something, so the future no longer seemed so scary. The heroine hoped that a good start had been made for her prosperous life in the future, so that she would cope with the rest. A few days later, Pollen knocked loudly on the little lady's chambers and asked her permission to enter. Philomele was prepared to meet the advisor, so she calmly let him in. Although she did not expect the man to be alone, it turned out that they had brought to her a very good aristocrat named Delis, who would now have to take complete care of her. The countess introduced herself with restraint and said that the lady could ask her for anything if something complicated needed to be done urgently. The heroine knew that this woman was a good person, so she greeted her kindly, because she was sincerely glad to see her. Looking closely at her new acquaintance, the princess hoped that with her plans would definitely come true. In fact, the countess did not expect at all that she would be asked to take on the responsibility for the life of the emperor's daughter. Dels remembered that the girl was considered a capricious child, so she was not sure about taking on this case. But the princess turned out to be very sweet and pleasant, although for some reason, there were still bad and terrible rumors about her. The countess assumed that many aristocrats had deliberately spread such rumors about the little girl, which had misled her as well. But the woman couldn't understand why high society needed to chat about something like this, which didn't concern them at all. Suddenly, Miss started the conversation and said that she had heard that Dels was very knowledgeable about the latest fashion trends. For this reason, the girl kindly asked her teacher to look at her wardrobe, which contained many beautiful dresses. The countess found no reason to refuse such a request, so she offered to sort out the lady's clothes right away. The princess jumped up and down happily because she thought that her assistant would not agree to help her with this question so quickly. So Philomel happily grabbed the countess by the hand and promised that she would be very surprised when she saw her entire wardrobe. At the same time, the little girl laughed loudly on purpose, pretending that she was actually a real child deep inside herself. And Dels noticed that the girl had not yet fully grown up. Despite the strict training from the emperor, the heroine didn't just lead the countess to her wardrobe, because she knew that it was far from being in the best condition. However, Miss pretended not to notice any problems and noisily told her assistant about her favorite dresses. The aristocrat could not help but admit the fact that many of the outfits were really good and fashionable because they belonged to Miss. But the woman was horrified by the chaos that reigned in the girl's wardrobe because the dresses were not sorted by season. And Dels could not believe that the maids had made such a serious mistake and ruined the princess's outfits so much. However, the countess only told Philomel that her dresses were indeed very beautiful because she did not want to upset the little girl. The maids yawned languidly at this point, as they had no idea that the new assistant was actually that angry with them. But the heroine noticed the glances the aristocrat cast at the girls and guessed that she would soon replace them with others. As a result, after some time, all of the princess's maids were indeed fired, and completely different ones took their places. The reason for this was the news that these employees not only did not help the emperor's daughter well, but also stole money from the budget. However, each of them, including the nanny, tried to convince everyone around them until the very end that someone had simply seriously set them up. As a result, almost all of the old woman's property was taken away, because it turned out that she had taken the most money during her entire time of work. The new maids didn't feel sorry for the old ones at all, and chatted loudly about how they were being kicked out, which Dels eventually forbade. The countess was only worried that the princess might have a hard time dealing with parting with all her assistants. But in fact, the little mistress didn't even think about it, since she initially wanted other maids for herself. So Philomel honestly admitted that she was completely fine, because she believed that the girls themselves were to blame for their dismissal. No one expected such logical reasoning from the little girl, so the maid and the countess froze in confusion. In the end, the countess delicately changed the subject so as not to embarrass the princess, and said that she had already prepared her bed for sleep. Philomel thanked Delis for her help, but she replied that it was her job, so there was no need to say anything. In the end, the assistant, with a smile, volunteered to accompany the little lady to her bed so that she could get to sleep quickly. The princess was glad that the countess was smart enough to take into account almost all of her needs, and this decent and self-confident woman had to help Alencia, which meant that the heroine changed the plot. But even despite this, the girl was afraid to relax, because she believed that there was still a lot to do. She consoled herself with the thought that another day had gone smoothly enough that she could breathe a sigh of relief for a while. However, the Miss's future still remained a mystery to her, because she could still very well die at the hands of the emperor. The next morning, Dels, at Philomel's request, brought her a glass of herbs, although she did not know where the Miss was going to use it. And the girl explained with a smile that she wanted to add these healthy ingredients to her tea and then treat her father to it. The countess was very surprised when she heard such a plan, since she knew that the ruler did not particularly like tea drinks. But the little girl herself had no doubt that His Majesty would approve of her idea, since he liked to drink. Dels had heard that certain herbs could help with hangovers, but she wasn't sure how well the idea would work. However, the woman did not forbid the princess to at least try, which made the heroine genuinely delighted. She asked the countess to help her prepare everything necessary to make a special tea for the emperor. And literally in a few minutes, the lady was able to start mixing all the necessary ingredients. True, Miss herself could not get used to the terrible smell that came from the herbs that were required to be used. However, the lady had already figured out how to deal with the bitter taste of the herbs, since she still had the sweet nectar of the fruit of the world tree. She was not going to spare this remedy, because she had received it from the emperor anyway. And besides, it was too much for her. The girl was sure that if she mixed herbs and nectar, she would get a tasty and healing tea, which is what she wanted to achieve. According to the book, it was Alencia who discovered this drink, so Philomel asked her for forgiveness. The heroine felt a little sad that she had so brazenly used someone else's recipe, but there was no other way out. Here, Della's reported that she had managed to prepare everything that the little girl had asked for which the lady sincerely thanked her. The heroine remembered that a real princess was ready to treat even a tired, unfamiliar knight with such a rare drink. But the lady herself was not at all so kind, so she used tea to try to please the emperor. After trying the tea, Miss was very pleased with it, because she liked the taste and the feeling after it, so everything was fine. So now the girl had no choice but to take everything to the ruler without any problems, so that he would feel better during his severe hangover. Eustace was extremely annoyed that the advisor had made such a noise, so he grumbled and sat up in bed, demanding silence. Since the man had once again drunk too much the night before, he felt very bad this morning. Here the ruler saw Philomele, who awkwardly approached him with a tray in her hands, but did not dare to speak first. However, the little girl overcame herself and asked how His Majesty felt, because she guessed that he was not feeling well. In response, Eustace asked with extreme displeasure to explain what his daughter had forgotten in the room at such an early hour in the morning. The heroine did not lose her composure and said that she had brought healing tea to ease the emperor's condition after yesterday. The man looked at the mountain herbal drink with distrust, because he didn't believe at all that it could help him. Pollen, meanwhile, said with a smile that the lady had taken the trouble to prepare the drink herself, especially for her father. The miss confirmed this, and added that, although the smell was not very pleasant, she was confident in the taste of the potion. But as soon as the princess approached the emperor, she could not help but turn away because of the smell of alcohol that reeked from him. She looked around and was horrified to discover the huge number of bottles of wine that had been drunk just yesterday. The man guessed that his daughter felt sick from the aroma that emanated from him, so he ordered her to move away. But then he noticed that the princess could barely hold the tray of tea in her hands, as it weighed too much for her. The lady didn't have time to say anything when the emperor suddenly snatched the tray from her hands, which surprised the little girl greatly. Although the man was not entirely sure that he should drink this tea, he had no other choice now that he had already taken the mug. So, under the watchful eyes of all present, Eustace drank in one gulp the cup that Miss had so patiently prepared. In fact, the emperor expected the drink to be much worse, so he was surprised when he liked the taste. The ruler honestly admitted this, and the heroine smiled happily, since she was very worried about the possible outcome. Philomel could not resist, and began to proudly tell how exactly she managed to neutralize the bitterness of the herbs. The emperor did not expect that the little girl would decide to use the juice of the world tree he gave her to add to his drink. But to this, the princess stated that she had already fully recovered, but her father often suffered from a hangover, so the lady wanted to help. Pollen immediately said that His Majesty should indulge in alcohol less often, but Eustace irritably asked him to shut up. The advisor tried to insist on his own, but the ruler absolutely did not want to listen to such words, even from an assistant. Miss only now realized that the emperor had indeed been drinking too much wine lately, although he himself had not noticed it. This problem began for him from the moment Isabella died, having given birth to a girl, after which her paintings were hung all over the palace. But the heroine tried not to think about the fact that she was not a real princess, because it threatened to ruin her mood. Suddenly, the ruler reported that his mind had cleared up thanks to his daughter's efforts, so he was ready to do something for her. The little girl did not expect that once again, she would be able to achieve the opportunity to fulfill another request much earlier. But the lady had too many wishes, so she thought about what to ask her father for this time. Eustace was serious, as he always tried to reward hard-working people according to their merits, so he listened to his daughter. And today, the miss asked the man to walk with her in the garden, and as a result, she was the first to arrive at the meeting, which did not upset her at all. The girl was going to do everything in her power to prove to the emperor that she was a worthy heir to his power. But before the lady had time to wait for her father, she suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice that brazenly called out to her. Philomel was surprised to hear that only members of the imperial family were allowed to be in this place. It turned out that some aristocratic boy had appeared next to the miss and decided that she was walking illegally in the garden. The heroine wondered if this stranger could belong to a collateral branch of the emperor's family, since he walked freely around this place. Meanwhile, the child stated that it was forbidden to sneak into this territory, so the girl would be punished. But all the boy's threatening words only irritated Philomel even more, since she knew that he would not do anything to her anyway. Just in case, the lady began to speak politely and asked the stranger to speak more quietly because he was shouting too loudly. But the child ordered the lady to shut up and was greatly surprised when she suddenly lost her temper and responded to him with the same rudeness. Philomel finally managed to remember the boy's name, so Miss demanded that Liam Elos be more polite to her. But these words had no effect on the child, so he just screamed that the little girl had no idea who he really was. The lady then asked irritably if Liam knew who she was, as the boy continued to be rude and shout. In the end, Elos couldn't stand it any longer and said that he would simply complain about the impudent stranger to his mother, and she would definitely deal with her. And at exactly that moment, an important aristocrat appeared next to her son along with his older brother, because she heard a loud conversation. The emperor's daughter did not expect at all that Marquise Elos would actually appear in this place so quickly, and she would not even have to be called. But the lady was even more surprised when the woman immediately called her by name, since she had heard about the ruler's family. This aristocrat was Eustace's half-sister, who married and took a completely different path to gaining power. However, the emperor did not do anything with her, since the woman almost immediately cunningly took his side at the right moment. During the marriage, Madame gave birth to 2 sons, and many predicted that the eldest Logan would have a place on the throne when he grew up. The heroine guessed that this family could treat her with disdain only because of her lack of strength. Since Liam was still too young, he had never met the princess, so he was unable to recognize her face when they met. The girl realized that the marquise had said a lot of bad things about her to her sons when Madame shut her youngest son's mouth. This fact greatly angered Philomel, although she still could not change anything in this situation, because the woman was smart. Suddenly, Logan stepped forward and apologized to the lady for the fact that his brother had started to communicate with her so brazenly, after which the boy, with an impassive face, announced that it was time for them to go, since today was only a family walk. The heroine had nothing to say in response, since she had no intention of quarreling with people so close to the emperor. Suddenly, Liam asked his older brother to make a playground for him in this place when he finally becomes the ruler. But the boy asked the younger one not to shout so loudly about his desires, since his intentions could not be told. Philomel sighed heavily and decided that it would be best for her to pretend that she had not heard anything. In the end, the entire Elos family turned around and walked away, and only Logan politely said goodbye to the princess. The lady knew that she should not have conflicted with these people, but she could not calmly tolerate the fact that she was not respected. So she called loudly to the madam and her sons before they had time to go far enough for the girl to catch up with them. The aristocrat did not expect that the emperor's daughter would dare to speak to her, because she believed that the miss was nothing special. And the girl said that the woman should have greeted her in the right way, because she was a princess. The lady turned around and looked closely at the little girl, who suddenly began to make impudent demands of her. But at this moment, Miss was not going to retreat, because she believed that she needed to defend herself in front of everyone around her. Madame only sighed with a laugh when the lady reminded her that for some reason, the Elos family treated her too informally. In the end, the aristocrat said with a smile that it would not be difficult for her to do something similar, since the princess wanted it. She made a semblance of a slight bow and said all the necessary words, although in her heart she considered the girl a very stupid child. Imagine Madame's surprise when Philomel was not satisfied with this, but demanded that they kneel down. But the little girl once again reminded us that in secular circles, this was exactly how the heir to the throne had to be greeted. These words made the aristocrat very angry, because she really did not have an ounce of respect for the emperor's daughter. But the woman remembered that once she herself had been a princess, and at that time, everyone had obediently knelt before her when greeting her. So the marquise understood that she had absolutely nothing to say to the child, although she herself did not want to show good manners to her. And Philomel finally realized for herself that she did not want such an unpleasant life while she was still the emperor's daughter. Suddenly, Liam could not stand it and shouted loudly that the lady would never become an heir in her life, because his brother would be the ruler. Miss asked if the younger Elos understood what he had just said, but the boy was not going to back down from his impudent words. The child became so angry that he decided to humiliate the princess in any way, despite the fact that her status was many times higher. The heroine was already thinking about what she should say in response, when suddenly she heard a familiar male voice right behind her. It turned out that at exactly that moment, Eustace finally came to the imperial garden and saw all this incomprehensible commotion. For the first few seconds, the girl looked at her father in surprise. And then it dawned on her that he could help her in this situation. So the little girl loudly complained to the emperor that the elder Elos was going to brazenly take his place in the future by any means necessary. After which, the lady asked whether anyone from the collateral branch could challenge her right to inherit the throne. The marquise immediately stated that there had been no such conversation between them, and her sons, just in case, confidently confirmed her words. In response, the man asked quite calmly whether it really meant that his daughter had been lying about this whole situation with the throne. Philomel didn't expect the woman to suddenly say that children like her could often lie to attract unnecessary attention. The aristocrat smiled slyly and asked her stepbrother not to punish the lady too much, because lying was normal for children. The heroine froze in shock, although she was not lying at all, but for some reason at that moment, she could not even protect herself from these people. The miss became even more embarrassed when the emperor suddenly looked at her menacingly because she was afraid that he would never believe her. However, the little girl still whispered in confusion that she really wasn't lying, although she thought that it wouldn't help her anyway. Philomel did not at all want to lose her father's favor again, which she had won with such difficulty because of the antics of her illegitimate family. So the girl even had tears in her eyes from resentment and sadness, although the lady tried her best to hold them back until the very end. But the emotions turned out to be much stronger than restraint, so the miss could not stand it and internally shrank from fear. Imagine the heroine's surprise when her father sat down next to her and said that the lady would never lie in such a situation. The man calmly said that if the girl really was a liar, then he was ready to take responsibility for his own daughter. Madame shuddered in fear when the emperor admitted that he himself had perfectly heard the entire conversation between the Elos family and the princess. As a result, Logan was the first to react, falling to his knees before the ruler and his daughter, begging them to spare his family. But Liam didn't immediately realize what a mistake he had made, because he was too proud to admit it. Hearing that the younger one continued to be insolent to the ruler, the older one turned angrily to him and ordered him to quickly shut up. Philomel watched this cruel family scene in silence, for she realized that these people were not worthy of her attention. Logan ended up hitting Liam because he still wouldn't listen to him, and the boy started crying loudly, but didn't speak anymore. The marquise tried to explain that her youngest son simply had a rich imagination, and so he came up with the story about the throne. The lady wiped away her tears in displeasure after the recent situation, as she still didn't like the fact that they were trying to make her out to be a liar. And Eustace suddenly said that he never thought that anyone would ever dare to plot right before his eyes. After which, the man angrily ordered his stepsister to take her children away and never appear before him again. The woman realized that her relationship with the ruler was now forever ruined, but she silently accepted this unpleasant fact. As a result, the entire Elos family disappeared from the Imperial Garden, since they no longer had the right to walk freely in it. Miss knew that these people would soon be expelled from the family tree, but she was not at all worried, because they were not good. However, the little girl couldn't help but think that her father was a terrible person who so easily abandoned his relatives. The heroine could not even imagine what would happen when Eustace found out that she was not a real princess if he was so strict. Suddenly, the emperor called his daughter to follow him and reminded her that they had come to the garden to take a quiet stroll through it together. The little girl did not dare to contradict her father, since she herself asked for it, so she quickly tried to catch up with him. She ran closer and began to chat happily about all sorts of trivial things, because she liked spending time like this with the emperor. As a result, they both did not notice how time flew by, when suddenly the ruler noticed that it had become sharply colder. Philomel asked in confusion if His Majesty had not enjoyed the walk, since he had noticed that it was getting dark. In response, Eustace honestly said that he was tired of having to brush off insects, because he rarely walked. However, when the lady asked if they could continue to go for walks occasionally, the man for some reason did not refuse right away. Instead, the emperor turned to his daughter and asked if the miss really wanted to go for a walk with him, to which she replied in the affirmative. The heroine was truly only glad to spend time with her father, although the ruler himself considered it to be rather boring. As a result, the little girl noticed that Eustace was seriously thinking about her offer, although he could have refused it long ago. Philomel had no idea what other arguments she could give her father to make him agree to go for walks with her sometimes. When the man finally gave his approval, the lady could not contain herself with joy and screamed loudly, jumping up and down. But almost immediately, the little girl remembered that aristocrats were not allowed to behave like that, so she awkwardly froze right in the air. As a result, the heroine could think of nothing better to do than turn away from her father and cough delicately to hide her embarrassment. After which, having collected her thoughts, Philomel politely thanked the emperor for listening to her request. Although the ruler took a long and attentive look at the girl, for some reason he did not comment on her recent behavior. Imagine the lady's surprise when her father suddenly allowed her to never again restrain her emotions in his presence. But the man turned around abruptly and added that the miss really could do what she really wanted. The heroine froze in confusion because she did not remember the emperor from the book ever saying such words. For some reason, the ruler himself no longer turned to his daughter, although she did not notice that he was angry or irritated. Since the strategy had already been worked out, the next morning, Philomel, together with Dels and Pollen, showed up at her father's. The man had drunk too much alcohol again last night, so he didn't plan to get up until lunchtime. Since the lady had foreseen such behavior of the emperor, she prepared a special healing tea for him today. The advisor had the role of waking up the ruler, because he alone could do nothing, no matter how angry he became. So the assistant shouted good morning so loudly that Eustace even jumped in bed from surprise. And as a result, no matter how much the ruler resisted, he had to get up in bed, since he would not be left alone. The lady smiled kindly at His Majesty, and, more calmly, wished him good morning, since she was glad to help. Since the advisor had long wanted to deal with the emperor's drunkenness, he tried to help the girl in everything when she carried tea. And every time, although the ruler looked at Pollen with extreme displeasure, he still obediently drank the tea prepared by the princess. Since the man felt noticeably better from the drink, he was ready to listen to various requests from the girl. And today, Miss asked shyly if her father would go for a walk with her, since she really enjoyed walking around the garden with him. The assistant immediately reported that His Majesty had free time until noon, since he had gotten up earlier today. Miss also knew about this, since she had agreed in advance with the advisor to help fulfill her small wish. Eustace guessed this, but still agreed with a sigh to take a little walk with his daughter, because she helped him with his health. The heroine was incredibly pleased with herself because she had so easily managed to drag her father out for another morning walk. Despite everything, the lady liked to talk to the emperor like this from time to time, without thinking about her future. What pleased the girl most was that the teacher praised her for her recent achievements, since this did not happen very often. And today, the ruler suddenly said that the assistant taught him too, so the lady really did a good job. In fact, the miss had deliberately provoked the ruler into praising her, but that didn't make her any less pleased when he commented. Suddenly, the heroine got tangled up in her own feet, because she accidentally got too lost in her thoughts. As a result, the girl could not resist and flew forward, although she absolutely did not want to disgrace herself in front of her father in this way. So, although she fell painfully to her knees, she tried not to cry, because she was afraid of the emperor's reaction. However, tears treacherously came to her face, even though the princess desperately tried to collect her thoughts. As a result, the lady managed to jump to her feet and tell the ruler that she was completely fine, so he need not worry. But Eustace did not believe her words at all, because he saw that in reality, the miss was barely holding back the tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, the lady carefully covered the wound on her leg and convinced herself that she could walk slowly. Suddenly, the miss noticed that the emperor was for some reason gradually approaching her, although she had not asked for this at all. And the ruler followed, still silently, and lifted Philomel into his arms, which the little girl did not expect at all, so she was noticeably surprised. The girl twitched in confusion in the air and said that the man could very well put her down on the floor, since she would walk on her own. But the ruler had a completely different opinion on this matter, as he sternly ordered the lady not to even move in his arms, after which Eustace easily and casually threw the baby over his shoulder, since it would be easier for him to carry her that way. But literally, a few seconds later, he reported that something was wrong, so he tried to change his position. The heroine guessed that Eustace had never carried someone small in his arms before, which was why he was so confused now. Suddenly, the emperor explained that no one but him could help Philomela in this garden, so they had no choice. Besides, the ruler said that it was not difficult for him at all, so the princess should not worry about such trifles. As a result, Miss resigned herself to the fact that she would have to be in her father's arms for some time, even though it was too awkward. The heroine felt unusual also, because almost the entire man's body was rigid due to constant physical training. But for some reason, Philomel suddenly calmed down, even though she herself had initially been tense in this situation. The emperor did not immediately notice that the baby simply pressed herself against his chest and calmly froze, something she had never done before. But Eustace still didn't understand what emotions he felt towards the girl who communicated with him so carefully. Delas met the ruler in the palace and extended her arms to take the princess, who successfully fell asleep right on top of him. The Countess tried to create a good impression of the lady, since she remembered that the Emperor had a difficult character. She added cautiously that Isabella had once enjoyed walking in the garden like this, and that Philomel was similar to her in this regard. But the heroine herself did not hear all these conversations at all, since she was really fast asleep in her father's arms. The assistant suddenly reported that the girl worked hard every day to be with the ruler, at least a little bit afterwards. Eustace himself noticed that Miss had been changing for the better more and more rapidly lately, although no one scolded her for her past laziness. Suddenly, the Emperor said in a reserved manner that his wife always looked only to the sides, which was very different from him. This is all because the man himself tried to remember in every detail the people close to him who were nearby at that moment. So the ruler stroked the princess affectionately and said that she was more like him, because she also tried for the sake of others. These words greatly surprised the Countess, since she had never thought like this before. So she did not expect to hear something like this. However, in the end, the aristocrat could not help but agree with this opinion, so she smiled kindly and nodded reservedly. From that moment on, it seemed like a bright streak had arrived in Philomel's life, since the sun shone brightly outside the window every day. For the heroine, time flew by very quickly, and now she has already grown a year, but still yearns to read new books. Little had changed in the little girl's surroundings either, in part because she was focused only on her studies. Meanwhile, Nazar, for some reason, suddenly decided that the lady hated him, and this time he directly asked the girl about her emotions. But the princess herself was very surprised when she heard this assumption, and asked who had told the boy such a thing. Then Averden admitted that he himself noticed boredom in Mrs. behavior during those moments when she was forced to play with him. Philomel really did try her best to distance herself from the Duke's son, so she didn't know what to say to him in response. Suddenly, the child jumped up from his seat and loudly slammed his palms on the table, which visibly frightened the Emperor's little daughter. But Nazar did not pay attention to this, and knelt down before the lady, asking for forgiveness for his earlier unworthy behavior. The little girl felt very awkward about this, and asked her friend to get up, but he didn't even want to listen to her. Averden stated in all seriousness that he would remain in this position until Philomel completely forgave him. But the princess quickly explained that the child had no reason to ask forgiveness, since she had never in her life been offended by him. However, the boy was so worried and upset that he could not simply back down from the decision he had already made. The heroine sighed heavily, because she realized that she had found herself in an extremely difficult situation, although she herself did not want it. She looked with alarm at the Duke's son, who stubbornly did not rise from his knees and did not know how to talk to him properly. Philomel actually remembered very well that day, when she was eagerly rushing to meet her future groom. Then she saw Nazar for the first time in her life, and immediately thought that it was impossible to be so handsome, although the boy was real. While the girl fell in love with him at first sight, Averden himself only smiled reservedly at the princess, so the little girl could hardly speak from embarrassment at that meeting, because she loved her future groom with all her heart. From that moment on, Philomel constantly tried to remain in the company of the Duke's son as long as possible, because she liked it. But Nazar often answered with restraint that he could not help but leave, since he needed to hurry to class before his father got angry. However, even in such a situation, Averden managed to find a compromise and stay for a short time for the sake of the princess, and Miss sincerely liked the kindness that the Duke's son bestowed upon her, because she received it almost nowhere else. So for some time the girl was very happy, because she had such a good and handsome groom. But Philomel couldn't even imagine that Nazar's attitude towards her was not genuine, but she still wasn't angry with him. The heroine did not believe that a person could be forced to love someone, so she was not going to be offended by the handsome boy. But Nazar stubbornly stated that he still had to learn to control his emotions, because otherwise it would be wrong. The princess sighed heavily, because she could not even imagine how much the Duke scolded his son for his behavior and mistakes. Miss had heard that the elder Averden was ruthless when it came to education, but she had not encountered him personally. And the younger Averden suddenly bowed his head even lower before Philomel and asked her to tell him which of his features she did not like at all. Nazar promised that he would definitely correct anything in himself, since he was born to protect the princess. These words greatly surprised the heroine, and she reminded him that the boy needed to think only about his own life. But the heir of the Averden family heard curses from his father so often that such a thought never even entered his head. Philomel only now realized that the Duke had ordered Nazar to live only for her, which was why he was now so confused. The heroine briefly thought about what would happen when her friend found out that she was not actually a real princess. The lady could not leave the child with such thoughts, so she stubbornly pulled him by the hand, forcing him to get up from his seat. Only when he had fulfilled all her demands did Philomel begin to deliver the speech she had prepared in advance for the Duke's son. The miss came close to the boy's face and seriously asked him to say that he was a valuable person to himself. This strange request surprised Nazar greatly, since he had never thought of anything like this before. When he repeated this, she made him also say that the boy was not anyone's property and therefore should behave freely. Avreden felt very sad from such statements, since the Duke's son always heard completely different words from his father. Philomel reminded the child that he could live the way he wanted, because he was personally responsible for his actions. For the first time in his life, Nazar felt real support, so he repeated the words after the princess, realizing how much easier it had become for him. At the end of her speech, the girl asked her friend to promise that they would both follow these words, so everything would be okay. And the boy smiled joyfully and thanked the emperor's daughter for worrying about him, since she never thought about herself. The heroine knew that in the future, Elencia would appear near the Duke's son, and he would forget about her, but she tried not to be upset about this. As a result, at dinner today, Nazar spoke openly for the first time about what dishes he actually liked. However, the lady did not stop there and reminded that the boy should have his own plans and dreams for the future. Eventually, Avreden admitted that he had always wanted to be a knight, although his father had severely scolded him for such a stupid desire. The princess had no idea that everything in Nazar's life was so strict, but she tried to support him as best she could. The heroine decided for herself that it would be great if she could at least remain on good terms with her friend in the future. But the lady still couldn't allow herself to communicate with her friend as before, because she was afraid of separation. As evening approached, Nazar, with a sad smile, informed the princess that it was time for him to return to his father's estate. The carriage was already fully prepared, so the boy only had to say goodbye to the girl and get into it. But the lady noticed that Avreden's face had somehow changed, although he himself suddenly began to deny the fact that he wanted to tell her something. Then the heroine asked her friend to ignore the Duke if he again said something bad to his son, for the sake of his upbringing. Nazar promised that he would never forget the words that the princess had said to him today, as they were very important to him. Philomel responded by asking Nazar to tell her if something was wrong, since she would boldly scold the Duke. As a result, the younger Avreden laughed merrily, and once again thanked the girl for her concern and help to him. The princess didn't expect to ever see such a sincere reaction from the boy, so she froze in place. But in the end, Miss couldn't stand it and smiled tenderly back at him, even though she knew how sad their future would be. That evening, as soon as the lady returned to her room, she again approached the fireplace, as she had done several years ago. In her hands, the heroine held the very book describing her life, which she had managed to completely learn over all this time. Finally, Philomel was ready to burn the paper edition, because she was worried that someone else would find it. Without thinking twice, the princess threw the book straight into the fireplace, as she knew that she could keep it for herself after all. As soon as the book fell into the fire, the flame obediently surrounded it, because it did not care what it burned on. Philomel was genuinely worried at that moment, because she couldn't get used to the idea that she wouldn't have any more clues. Only when she didn't find the book in the fireplace did the girl breathe a sigh of relief, since she could now freely move forward with the plot. Imagine the heroine's surprise when a bright glow suddenly appeared around her entire body, although she did not possess magic. Immediately after this, the little girl discovered on the floor of the room the very book that she had just unsuccessfully tried to burn. Not wanting to just leave this whole story like that, in the morning, the lady hurried to a good court magician named Humphrey. The guy greeted the princess kindly and politely poured her some tea, only after that asking what exactly the girl was interested in. The lady asked anxiously if the magician knew his business well, and he said that he certainly could not know absolutely everything. However, the guy was confident that he was not inferior in his knowledge to anyone in the palace, so he would like to try to help the little girl. Philomel was delighted when she heard that the guy even once worked in the well-known and powerful Tower of Magicians. The little girl said that she had heard that in that place, they studied the most outlandish spells that were not found anywhere else. Humphrey confirmed that this had indeed happened, although it was unlikely that the tower had considered the tales that the lady was thinking about. The princess agreed that the work of the magicians was carried out rather with more useful and practically applicable magical theories, after which she hinted that it would be nice if wizards created a book that could tell about the future. Since the magician was interested in her words, the miss asked whether such book prophecies actually existed. But the guy explained that even the most powerful wizard would hardly have such a book, since they were only in legends. The heroine was upset when the magician added that the existence of such books was in fact absolutely impossible. The man explained that although there were spells that could predict the future, they required enormous expenditures from the wizards. He said that even the predictions of the priests were not always ultimately true, since the future was constantly changing. Philomel refused to believe until the very end that such a prophetic book could not possibly have been created in reality. However, the magician was convinced that this did not work, which only made the lady sadder because she could not find an explanation for her questions. Humphrey had no doubt that no matter how strong any wizard was, he would not be able to cope with such a task. But the guy didn't expect at all that the princess would suddenly ask if the Lord of the Tower of Magicians could create such a prophetic book. Miss couldn't understand why the wizard suddenly began to shake noticeably when she mentioned the creator of the magic community. However, the princess hoped that she could find an answer to where she got the book with her future, so she did not back down. Humphrey still said nervously that the man was definitely a very powerful wizard, but the lady knew that without him. However, the guy was unable to say anything else, as he began to shake even more from fear and stress. Therefore, the magician asked the princess for forgiveness and ran away, as he was unable to maintain this conversation with her. The heroine followed the magician in surprise, who for some reason pretended not to have heard all her last questions. As a result, the lady was unable to find out anything about the book, so she returned to her room and fell tiredly onto her bed. The little girl was upset because no one in the palace wanted to talk in detail about the Tower of the Magicians and the Lord who created it. She remembered that somewhere in the book there was information about this man, because in reality, nothing was known about him until now. Therefore, the girl immersed herself in reading and searching for at least some information, because now absolutely any news would be useful to her. Quite quickly, the princess was able to find out that the great lord of the Tower of Magicians was called Lequeen, and few commoners had ever interacted with him in person. According to the story, this man was Philomel's biological father, and she fled to his tower when the real princess was found. And at that moment, Lequeen did not abandon his daughter in flight, so for a time he hid among the other wizards of the tower. However, according to the book, the villainess did not stop there, and tried to take revenge through her father, which is why he refused her. Since the story was written from the perspective of Princess Elencia, nothing else about the heroine could be found in this book. The lady sighed heavily and once again came to the conclusion that she would have to figure everything out on her own. Although it was difficult, she fell back onto the bed and hoped that Lequeen really loved her, since he was trying to help her with the plot of the story. Turning to face the book, Miss sadly asked her why this thing was in her hands at all, and how it got into the garden that day. The girl didn't know if she was doing everything right in her life, but in the following days she tried to behave very well. So 2 more years passed, and one fine morning the heroine decided to visit her father, who was already working hard. The little girl noticed that the man had hardly touched alcohol lately, which made her happy. She asked how much work the emperor had, but he said that he had done everything, although there were still many papers on his desk. With a sigh, the emperor admitted that all these documents were connected with the upcoming celebration in honor of the founding of the state. The heroine remembered that several years ago she really wanted to attend this event, but ended up becoming seriously ill. For this reason, Philomel only wanted to go to the festival even more, which she now honestly admitted to the ruler. But for some reason, after these words of hers, Eustace noticeably darkened, which surprised the princess, because she had not said anything bad. The girl tried to change the subject and asked if there would be fireworks this year, since she really liked this spectacle. The man unexpectedly promised to include fireworks in the holiday program, although this was not originally planned. The lady guessed that the emperor had decided to do this only for her sake, so she quickly said that the salute was not at all necessary. In a conversation with her father on this topic, the heroine carefully tried to choose her words, because she was afraid of accidentally angering him. She happily said that she really loved the emperor's opening speeches at the festival and wanted to deliver them just as wisely in the future. But in reality, the lady said all these words only because she was trying to play the role of the ideal heir to the ruler. Imagine the princess's surprise when Eustace suddenly suggested that she perform in front of the crowd this time. At first, the girl thought that her father was just joking, but from the man's face, she realized that he was completely serious. The heroine was very confused, because she did not want to achieve such consequences, because she simply wanted to praise the ruler for his efforts. And Eustace stated that there were no documents anywhere that prohibited anyone other than the emperor from giving the opening speech. As a result, the lady smiled happily and said that she really wanted to try, because it would be a great honor and experience for her. Although Philomel was angry with herself for talking too much this time, which meant that she would now have to perform in front of people. However, the lady could not afford to disgrace herself, so she decided to prepare properly for her next performance. Just in case, the lady told herself that she should think positively, because this speech was not the most important event in her life. Miss knew that outside the palace, everyone considered her an immature princess, so she could change their opinion of herself. Besides, the heroine hoped to finally ask the emperor for a difficult request if she handled the speech very well. So the little girl only began to prepare her speech more actively, because now a lot depended on her. However, a few days later, Miss was still tense, because many more people came than she initially thought. Nazar was one of the first to notice the princess's condition, so he anxiously asked if she was really okay. Philomel honestly admitted to her friend that she was simply nervous before such an important event, but she felt good. Averden was wondering what he should say to support the emperor's daughter when suddenly an assistant announced her exit. So the miss didn't even have time to listen to the boy, who had already mentally prepared a whole supportive speech for her. Before leaving, the heroine quickly thanked her friend for wanting to help her, although Nazar did not have time to say anything. In response, Averden, nevertheless, said that he was confident that the girl would cope perfectly with all the responsibility placed upon her. The princess nodded briefly in response, although she herself was far from confident in her success at this important event. However, Miss could not afford to perform poorly in front of her father, who so easily agreed to entrust her with this role. From the outside, it was clear to people how nervous the little girl was, although she tried her best to hide it. However, the princess collected her thoughts and began to speak her text loudly when she suddenly noticed that for some reason her voice could not be heard. Philomel realized too late that the loudspeaker, tuned specifically to her, had for some reason refused to work. The girl panicked because she was completely unprepared for this situation and did not know what she should do now. Averden asked if there were other loudspeakers for the princess, but the assistant confusedly reported that they had only made one. The boy could not understand how he could help the girl, who was now in such a difficult situation, and the heroine realized that her idea to take on such responsibility failed at the most inopportune moment. Imagine Philomel's surprise when her father picked her up in his arms right in front of everyone, even though the lady had not asked for it. But the emperor himself was not at all embarrassed, as he calmly handed the miss his loudspeaker so that she could make a speech. However, the little girl was only more confused by this attitude, because she did not want to appear to people as a little child. At this point, Eustace asked if the princess was not going to say anything, even though he had created all the conditions for her. Although Philomel was still awkward, she tried to calm down and said that she would now congratulate everyone on the holiday. As soon as the lady began to speak, the aristocrats noted with surprise that the rumors about the baby differed from her good behavior. So, observing the emperor and his heir, people assumed that the bad opinion about the princess was just a rumor. A little later, the heroine went for a walk with the ruler, and he surprised her by asking if she would like to spend time with a friend instead. But the lady reassured the ruler that she would still like to have dinner with him today, so she did not make arrangements with Nazar. Then Eustace reported with a smile that the little girl had done well with today's speech, despite all the difficulties that had accompanied it. The heroine was pleased with her father's praise and admitted that she would like to receive something for her persistent efforts. When the emperor allowed the miss to express her wish, she joyfully asked him for just a ring of recognition, but the ruler said that it was still too early, which made Philomel noticeably upset, since she had not expected this. However, the man reassured the princess, telling her that she should not rush things, which gave the lady hope. Eustace admitted that the ring was putting too much strain on its owner's body, so he was worried about his daughter. But the heroine was afraid that when she grew up, it would be too late, because a real princess would appear in the palace. The emperor noticed that the girl was unhappy with his refusal, so he asked why she was in such a hurry to get the ring. In the end, Philomel could not stand it any longer, and loudly declared that, apart from this thing, she did not need anything else in this life. Immediately after her scream, there was silence at the table for a while, as the ruler was in no hurry to comment on the lady's behavior. In the end, the heroine asked her father for forgiveness, because she concluded that she had indeed been too impatient. However, upon returning to her room, Miss fell into despair, because without the ring of recognition, she would not be able to carry out her plan. Dels noticed that the girl seemed sad for some reason, so she approached her and tried to find out what was wrong. But Philomel at first only yawned in response, since she did not want to talk about her emotions, even to her close assistant. Then the Countess announced that the Emperor had sent a gift for his daughter, which surprised the girl so much that she jumped up on the spot. However, the lady still asked the woman to convey that she would not come to the meeting with her father, which puzzled the faithful aristocrat. The heroine was very surprised when Madame said that Eustace promised to come to his daughter himself if she refused to appear before him. The little girl did not expect that their conversation with the ruler yesterday would be so important not only for her alone. But right now, Philomel couldn't smile happily at her father because she was too tense and irritated. So the heroine fell onto the soft sofa and asked to tell the Emperor that she was asleep if he still came to her room. Deleuze did not comment on the little girl's behavior in any way because she understood that the princess was still a child. And the girl was grateful to Madame for not forcing her to go out to meet the ruler unwillingly. As a result, the lady was left completely alone, which is what she wanted from the very beginning of this morning, when she had to perform in front of a huge number of people. The heroine felt so tired that she didn't even have the strength to lie down on the bed, although it would have been easier to rest that way. As a result, the miss fell asleep and woke up only because the Emperor cautiously called out to her since he still wanted to talk. But Philomel pretended to the last that she was still asleep because she did not know what she should say to her father now. While the man spoke, the girl tried to understand how angry he was at her for her recent request to receive a confession ring. Hearing that her father suddenly promised to give her this thing for her 15th birthday, the little girl couldn't resist and jumped up on the spot. The Emperor was not particularly pleased with the strain the ring would put on Mrs. Body, so he asked her not to use it often. But Philomel did not listen to his words, because in her joy, she rushed at the man and hugged him tightly in gratitude. The ruler did not expect that his daughter would react so vividly to such a gift, so he stood awkwardly frozen in place by her actions. Only after a few seconds did the heroine realize that she shouldn't have behaved like that, so she awkwardly moved away. Jumping back, the little girl repeated once again that she was very glad that the ruler decided to take into account her most important wish. Eustace rubbed his neck in confusion, because he didn't know that the princess needed this ordinary imperial ring with magic so much. Philomel was delighted, since Alencia would not be arriving by then, so she would have time to escape. The girl had already calculated for herself that when she turned 15, she would even be able to walk completely alone without suspicion. At that moment, the Emperor was watching the lively little girl, and was sincerely glad that he was able to please the lady so much. These few years passed incredibly quickly for the miss, and now Deleuze is already calling her to meet with the ruler, who was already ready. The woman could not believe that her protégé was about to appear at her important debut, because she remembered her as a little girl. Philomel was already completely ready, thanks to the efforts of the maids, and felt wonderful today. The lady admitted that she was scared that her outfit might seem too pretentious, but everything seemed to be in perfect order. But the Countess reassured the princess by saying that she now looked like a truly noble and beautiful lady. The heroine smiled kindly at the aristocrat and thanked her assistant for complimenting her and reassuring her. In fact, Miss was burdened by heavy thoughts, because now she had to take the place of the Marquise Elos, who had disappeared from the Emperor's family. Deleuze said with a smile that Philomel would only have to endure this outfit for one day, as she didn't like the style. The heroine nodded in agreement and headed towards the exit, since she didn't want to make the ruler wait for her too long. Meanwhile, all the aristocrats had already gathered in the main hall. They could not miss such an important event under any circumstances. Nazar also dressed beautifully, since he had finally obtained permission from his father to become a knight, although the Duke was terribly displeased. Young ladies constantly surrounded Averdin in crowds and complimented him, to which the guy paid no attention. But he still tried to answer everyone around him politely, although he had become quite tired of the fact that girls liked his appearance. Nazar himself did not even consider himself from the point of view of beauty, since he was always more concerned with other issues. But the aristocrats could not help but praise the guy who was simply lucky to be born with such a beautiful face. But then Averdin heard that the first dance partner at the princess's debut would have to become her fiancé in the future. This greatly interested the Duke's son, since he had long had romantic feelings for the lady who had little contact with him. Here the assistant announced to the whole hall that the hero of the occasion had finally arrived, and that she looked better than the others today. When he saw the girl, the guy was so struck by her beauty that he froze in place with his mouth slightly open, forgetting about everything else. The heroine almost immediately noticed her friend, who was standing not far from her, but was not yet able to greet him. Philomel turned to her father and announced that she was going to perform her first dance with Mr. Oridon. Instead of answering, the emperor's face suddenly changed, since he did not want to give his daughter in marriage at the moment. So he reminded the lady that this old legend about the dance and the groom was just a myth, so the miss could choose for herself. As a result, the heroine laughed and thanked her father for his concern, because she understood what exactly he was not happy with. After which the girl approached Nazar, who managed to blush noticeably due to the fact that she had nevertheless chosen him. The aristocrats around immediately began to whisper that these two people were very well suited to each other, although they were still young. Philomel was the first to extend her hand to Avreden and ask if he would agree to be her partner in this first dance at the debut. Nazar blushed even more, since it had never even crossed his mind to refuse a lady at such a crucial moment. But for some reason, in the end, he couldn't squeeze a word out of himself, despite the fact that the proposal from Miss had already been voiced. The princess asked in confusion if the duke's son, who for some reason remained silent, was feeling well. Then Avreden admitted that he was simply thinking, which the girl did not really believe, since she thought that he was tired. But the guy awkwardly looked away and tried to convince the lady that he had really had a good rest. After which Nazar confidently asked if he could invite Philomel to dance, in order to observe all the traditions. The princess was only glad that the guy took this moment so seriously, so she agreed. During the dance, the heroine tried to sincerely enjoy it, because she knew that soon her future would change dramatically. Philomel praised Nazar for his dancing skills, as the boy moved very easily and naturally. In response, Avreden admitted with an embarrassed smile that he had trained a lot in his movements for today. For this reason, the duke's son asked the princess to trust him completely, since he was confident that he could lead the dance. And the girl smiled happily in response, although in reality she considered herself only a temporary replacement for the emperor's real daughter. After her grand debut, the lady's workload did not diminish at all, because she had to study a lot for her role as heir. And the girl tried her best, because until now, she was afraid more than anything in the world of upsetting the emperor with her skills. In the meantime, Miss even learned to collect various information about the world of aristocrats, because she was interested in gossip. And from time to time, the princess would definitely report particularly important news to the ruler, so that he would also be aware of all the affairs. So time once again flew by for the heroine unnoticed. And now the box, with the long-awaited ring of recognition, was in front of her. Philomel was delighted that the emperor had finally given her such an important gift, which was necessary for her escape. The man admitted that he imbued the ring with his holy powers, because the lady had not received them at all. After which, he put the ring on his daughter's finger and said that from now on, she should no longer worry about the right of inheritance. But the heroine knew that she was not a real princess, and therefore could not even think about a place on the throne. As a result, that same night, the girl reread the entire plot of the book again, but still could not find the location of Valencia. This upset the miss a little, because she would like to find the emperor's daughter before she received the ring of recognition. Miss could only assume that the princess lived near the lake, which was mentioned several times in the book. But there were too many villages in the vicinity for the heroine to be able to choose a specific one, so Philomel seriously considered escaping from the imperial palace before it was too late. But the lady knew that if she left the emperor before Valencia arrived, he would definitely look for her everywhere. And most of all, the heroine was saddened by the fact that her biological mother would die in any case because of the ruler's rage. The girl didn't know for sure whether Catherine ever thought about how her real daughter felt, or whether she only loved the princess. But then she suddenly jumped up in bed, because she realized that she would be thinking about sad things instead of sleeping peacefully. Philomel tried to push away all unnecessary thoughts in order to concentrate on what she could do now. The lady decided to find the real princess herself, and only then secretly escape from the imperial palace. Since the heroine's goal from the very beginning was to survive, she was not going to give up so easily due to lack of information. A few days later, Miss again had to attend one of the balls, where the aristocrats politely greeted her. The girl tried to communicate with other ladies according to all the rules and norms of etiquette, since at the moment she had the status of a princess. She even helped some noble ladies with their treatment, for which they expressed their gratitude to Miss. But Philomel didn't take into account that because of this, the aristocrats would start constantly trying to communicate with her without leaving her alone. Nazar watched from the sidelines as the emperor's daughter interacted with other girls, because he did not dare approach her personally. He did not hear what exactly the ladies were talking about, but he saw that the princess sometimes smiled happily in response to some statements. Suddenly, a good and old friend of Avreden's ran up to him, having specially secretly crept up on the thoughtful son of the Duke. The guy wasn't very happy that Kenny had approached him so unexpectedly, but he didn't say anything to his good friend. The red-haired guy hugged Nazar and asked with a grin who he had been watching so intently all this time. But Avriden did not even confess his feelings to his friend, so he simply threw his hand off his shoulders. However, the aristocrat had no doubt that the Duke's son was head over heels in love with someone, but preferred to hide it. Suddenly, Kenny became much more serious and asked if Nazar really liked some lady so much that he didn't even dare approach her. In response, Nazar only nodded briefly, as he guessed that he would not be able to hide his emotions from his friend anyway, after which he reminded that Kenny had also danced with a princess not long ago, although the guy himself did not even attach any importance to it. Realizing that Avriden still couldn't calm down, the red-haired man approached him and informed him that he could begin to act. At that moment, Philomel suddenly looked up and met the gaze of Nazar, with whom they had not yet spoken. The girl smiled lightly at her friend and waved her hand in greeting, as she was too busy to approach. Avriden suddenly declared abruptly that he had simply danced with Miss at her debut, but this meant nothing to anyone. Kenny just laughed in response and said that the guy looked like he was lying on purpose so that no one would suspect it. And indeed, Nazar was very jealous and even blushed because Philomel was communicating with everyone except him today. The red-haired man asked if his friend was really angry because the princess danced with more than just him at the ball, after which he admitted that he did not understand his friend's concerns, because everything in his life had been certain since birth. In response, Avriden only sighed, since he himself did not think that everything was really so simple and easy. For a while, the boys stood silently next to each other, because no one else wanted to continue the recent topic. Suddenly, they noticed that the crowd around them had turned towards the exit, as the assistant announced His Majesty's arrival at the ball. Philomel did not immediately notice her father, because the aristocrats quickly surrounded such an influential man. Nevertheless, the girl was sincerely glad that the ruler was able to find time and also attend this banquet, where many had gathered. His Majesty approached his daughter and said that he had finished all his business for today so that they could be together. Philomel herself wanted this, so she delicately said goodbye to the aristocrats who did not want to end the conversation with her. The girls could not say anything against the ruler's daughter, because they understood that she was much busier than they were. Kenya was surprised when Nazar suddenly said that it was time for him to go too, although he had not said before that he would be busy after the ball. The red-haired guy reminded that the banquet had just begun, and the Duke's son could very well stay, since they hadn't talked much. But Avriden only responded by saying that his friend could take his glass, since he had never even touched it. The boy quietly muttered under his breath that he was leaving because he no longer had a reason to stay in this place. Meanwhile, Philomel told her father what she had managed to learn from the world of aristocrats, although there was not much information at all. The man listened carefully to the girl and drew conclusions for himself about which part of secular society he should help. The heroine diligently fulfilled her role of collecting information, since she herself liked to be aware of events. Finally, the emperor praised the lady, saying that she had done a good job, which made the lady smile contentedly. Philomel suddenly realized that she had already become completely accustomed to her life, so it would be difficult for her to refuse. Suddenly, Eustace reminded Miss that her birthday was coming up soon, for which he had personally been preparing in advance. But when the ruler asked what to give the girl, she said that the ring of recognition was enough for her that year. But the emperor immediately and seriously asked the lady to stop refusing his gifts out of politeness. Then the heroine thought a little and asked her father to fulfill one important request for her instead of a gift. The princess began to talk about a temporary palace, and Eustace immediately decided that he would definitely give it to his daughter. But the lady did not mean this at all, so she refused the offer and asked to be heard, after which the girl nevertheless admitted that she would just like to spend the entire spring weekend there with the ruler. In fact, the heroine also wanted to visit that place, because near it she could finally find the real princess. Eustace was so surprised by the lady's request that he asked again in confusion, instead of giving her an answer at once. Since His Majesty could well bring something like this to life, he delighted his daughter by saying that they would definitely have a rest. The only thing the emperor was concerned about was that he already had a political meeting scheduled on Mrs. birthday. But Philomel remembered that the empress had died that same day, so it would be difficult for Eustace to leave the imperial palace. For this reason, the heroine said that state affairs were more important, although the ruler himself did not agree with this. So he became noticeably thoughtful, because he did not know how to solve such an important dilemma, because he wanted to congratulate his daughter. So the man said that he would quickly negotiate and then walked away from the aristocrats, since they would not be able to object. Philomel was pleased that her father took the matter of her birthday so seriously, even though it was unnecessary. Since the girl saw how stubborn Eustace was in his desire, she decided not to interfere with him in any way. So the lady agreed with a smile to do as her father had decided, although she did not understand why he insisted so strongly on his own. In any case, the heroine was already pleased, because she managed to agree with the ruler about a trip to another estate. When Philomel returned to her room after her shower, she felt much better than before. But the lady remembered too late that she had not yet managed to finish all her business, so she could not go to bed. In the end, the girl sat down tiredly on the sofa, because she still had a lot to do to change her future. Miss remembered that her character from the book lived too idle and constantly spent money, while she tried not to do that. For some reason, right now, the girl remembered the old words of her father, who would like her to live extremely quietly. The day Philomele heard these words, she decided that she would do only what the emperor told her. The heroine hid in her room in the hope that the aristocrats themselves would erase her existence from their memory. At that moment, the girl had no idea that she would ever be able to reach such a state when her plan was almost complete. However, Philomel was still not sure that the emperor would not kill her, even though she had behaved well. For this reason, the lady carefully hid from the maids the key in her room, which opened the safe with the accumulated money. In this same place, Miss kept the book with the prophecy and periodically opened the safe to check if everything was in place. The heroine had already clearly decided for herself that while the ruler was conducting negotiations, she would try to bring Elencia to him. The lady dusted off the book containing her future, trying not to think about how difficult it would be for her to escape. Ever since she was a child, Philomel remembered that she had too many reasons not to stay in the imperial palace any longer. Reading the prophecy also helped the lady understand that all the people around her were hiding some important story for them. The one who suffered most before the eyes of the girl was the emperor, who madly loved his wife, who died so early. Besides, the heroine was no longer sure that Elencia had lived happily, being in her place as a commoner. As a result, the miss came to the conclusion that the princess was no happier than her, despite the fact that she was not afraid of the ruler's wrath. Philomel didn't know if she could have made her future better if she had revealed the whole truth about herself much earlier. But now it was too late to regret actions that had never been done in the past. For this reason, the heroine collected her thoughts and decided to put everything back in place so as not to worry about anything anymore. She stroked the pages of the book and promised herself that she would definitely return Eustace, his real daughter, with whom he would be happy. At the same time, for some reason, the lady was not happy that she would soon become free, although she had been preparing for this moment for a long time. In a few days, the time has come when it will soon be possible to celebrate Philomel's birthday. The girl walked absent-mindedly through the garden because she didn't know what to do before leaving, so she decided to just unwind. Unexpectedly, Nazar approached her and greeted the princess affectionately because they had not seen each other for quite some time. But Miss wasn't sure that she would be able to talk normally to the guy now because she was worried about the upcoming escape. However, the heroine decided not to arouse her friend's suspicions and asked for what purpose he found her in his free time. Averden admitted that he did not want to interfere with Mrs. Walk, but the desire to have a cup of tea with her eventually overcame him. Only in response, Philomel said that she had just recently finished drinking tea with the emperor, so she was not hungry. Besides, the girl was tense because aristocrats followed Nazar everywhere, and she wanted to be in silence. The noble ladies noticed that the emperor's daughter and the duke's son had paid attention to them, so they abruptly turned away. The heroine saw that the guy's expression became sad because he was worried that he had played the role of the groom poorly. But she wasn't worried about it at all, because very soon she was going to bring a real princess to him. For this reason, the lady said goodbye to her friend, hoping that he would quickly forget her and fall in love with Elencia. Philomel was very sad to leave Avreden like this, who had been sincerely devoted and faithful to her all his life. However, the girl could not allow herself to ruin her plan just because of sympathy for a friend who would not even love her. But Miss didn't even suspect that Nazar really had feelings for her and was affectionate not only because of his spiritual kindness. That same evening, the ruler was already waiting for Philomel for another tea party, as he wanted to talk to her personally. He asked the maids to prepare various sweets in advance, because he did not know what exactly the girl would ultimately choose. The heroine was shocked by the amount of food prepared, since she had already managed to eat a lot and even drank tea several times. However, the lady did not dare to refuse, because she felt sorry for her father's efforts, who had prepared so much for her. However, Miss could not understand why the man simply silently watched her instead of talking about work. As a result, the entire initiative regarding the conversation fell on the girl's shoulders. Although she did not want to start the conversation first, imagine the lady's surprise when Eustace suddenly handed her a gift, under the pretext that he would be very busy tomorrow. The heroine guessed that the ruler had not said anything all this time, only because he was very nervous before handing over the box. But Miss didn't expect that inside there would be a small and neat model of the ship, which repeated the real model. The emperor suddenly added that it was only a miniature, since the ship itself was still under active construction. But Philomel was so surprised by her father's gift that she was not even upset by this nuance. It so happened that, for the first time, a man accidentally gave a lady a gift exactly on her birthday, although he did not even plan it. The whole point was that Eustace considered Philomel his real daughter, and therefore congratulated her on Alencia's birthday, while in fact, the girl was a day older than the princess, which only her biological mother knew. But the heroine knew that the emperor could not find out this information in any way, so all this was just a coincidence, and the ruler himself, clearly a little embarrassed, said that the girl could put this miniature in her room for now. He also added that Pauline is making every effort to speed up the construction of the real ship. Then Eustace, although in advance, nevertheless congratulated his daughter on her birthday, since he was worried that he would not see her tomorrow. Philomel was surprised by this, because before the man did not pay as much attention to this day as now. As a result, the lady became embarrassed, and therefore, with a slightly trembling voice, thanked her father, because she was very pleased. The next day, the heroine went to the necessary lake as early as possible to try to find it as quickly as possible. Deleuze went with the girl and did not take it very well, that she did not even plan to rest that day. But the miss said that she wanted to go for a walk very much, because she liked the weather today, so she did not want to sit in the palace. The countess noted with pleasure that the princess was doing the right thing by trying to observe the lives of common people. Philomel did not upset the woman by telling her that she would soon no longer occupy this position. Soon the assistant announced that they had arrived at the right place, which most closely resembled her verbal description. Although the servants were not entirely sure that they had found everything correctly, the heroine herself was shocked by how similar this place was. Since the carriage could not go any further, the lady said that she would not mind taking a walk on her own. Imagine the girl's surprise when she saw Martin's joyful face as soon as she got out of the carriage. Philomel could not understand what this man was so happy about, but she did not ask him more about his emotions. In fact, the miss had asked the emperor many times to change her knight, but he insisted that Martin was the best of them all. So the girl only thanked her assistant for faithfully protecting her from childhood, despite all the difficulties. In response, the man stated even more joyfully that he was glad to help her in everything, although the miss wanted to run away from him as far as possible. While they were talking, a girl suddenly quietly approached them, curious to see the newcomers. Philomel didn't notice her at first, as she was still trying to figure out how to get alone. But as soon as the lady saw the stranger, the description of Princess Alencia from the book she had read many times immediately came to mind. The whole point was that the emperor's real daughter was exactly like the Empress Isabella, who died at birth. For this reason, the heroine had no doubt that she had finally found the princess hidden from everyone. The girl herself knew nothing about her family tree, and approached the carriage only because she was curious. Miss was the first to greet Alencia, to which she shuddered in embarrassment, because she had to bow herself. However, instead, the fair-haired lady began to talk a lot of unnecessary things, but Philomel was not at all angry about this. The princess was very surprised when the stranger from the carriage unexpectedly asked permission to visit her small house. The heroine was hoping to finally meet her mother, as she was interested in how she would react. In the end, the confused girl agreed to show the place where she lived, although she considered it unsuitable for aristocrats. Miss asked her assistants to wait for her near the carriage, because she wanted to personally talk to Catherine about what happened in the past. Dels immediately objected that it was very dangerous for the emperor's daughter to go somewhere in an unfamiliar place without protection. But Philomel just smiled in response and promised that she would be back very soon, so they shouldn't worry about her. At this moment, Catherine was so busy with housework that she didn't even turn around right away when she heard her daughter approaching. However, in response, the girl said quite calmly that she would like to introduce her mother to their unexpected guest. When she saw Philomel, Catherine couldn't contain her emotions, so she accidentally dropped the ladle with food from her hands. Without explaining a word to anyone, The woman lowered her head and demanded that the stranger immediately leave her house. Elencia asked her mother in confusion why she had reacted so strangely, since this had never happened before. But Philomel was not at all taken aback and suggested that they talk in private, as she was sure that her mother had definitely recognized her. Overwhelmed with emotion, the woman eventually fell to her knees, as she was very afraid that her secret would become known to everyone. The blonde lady ran to her mother in a panic and asked if she was okay, and if there was anything she could do to help. She didn't expect that Catherine would suddenly ask her to just go upstairs, but she didn't argue with her mother at that moment. It was only when Elencia had left that the commoner tried to collect her thoughts and slowly rose from the floor, although it was difficult. Meanwhile, Philomel greeted the woman and calmly told her name as she watched her reaction. The heroine had been preparing for this moment for many years, so she felt almost no emotion when she saw her mother's excitement. In the end, Catherine, in a trembling voice, asked the girl to go back to the emperor and not come here again. But the lady reminded the woman that she should have known better than anyone where her daughter's place really was. Miss knew that this madam took out all her anger on Elencia, since she herself could not become the emperor's favorite. However, in the end, the kindness of Isabella's daughter was able to overcome Catherine's cruelty, and she loved her with all her heart. The heroine remembered that if she had waited another year, the woman herself would have confessed her mistake to the ruler, which would have caused them both to die. Catherine could hardly hold back tears of fear and despair, since she did not understand at all why the lady came to her now. Philomel suddenly announced that she was going to take Elencia to the emperor, since he recognized her as his daughter. The woman did not want to part with the girl she had raised all her life, so she shouted at the miss not to dare do this. Hearing that the commoner considered the princess her daughter, the heroine smiled because she knew that this was not true. She looked around and realized that Elencia lived happily in this place because she was loved by her fake parents. And Catherine suddenly screamed again that she considered the princess her daughter because it had been difficult for her to raise her all this time. She didn't expect Philomel to say that she was resisting to the last in vain, so she even fell silent out of surprise. And the heroine said with regret that Catherine apparently never even wanted to know how her real daughter lived all this time. In response, the woman said in confusion that her biological daughter should have been bathing in the luxury of the imperial palace. But, hearing that the lady was advising her to run away from here as long as possible, Catherine could not bear it and finally burst into tears in front of her. After this difficult conversation, Philomel silently took Elencia with her, as she was going to show her to the emperor. The blonde lady was desperately trying to figure out where exactly they were all going together, as she was very worried about the unknown. She didn't even really remember the name of her new acquaintance, which made her even more embarrassed. But Philomel calmly gave her name. Then Elencia happily noted that they were both named after flowers that grew only within the empire. But, unlike the fair-haired miss, the heroine knew perfectly well that their names were not coincidences at all, because they were chosen specially. Suddenly, the emperor's real daughter confusedly announced that her new acquaintance had the same name as the princess. Dels watched her charge with confusion, not knowing why she wouldn't confess anything to Elencia. But the countess also could not get rid of the thought that this girl incredibly strongly reminded her of the deceased empress. Here, the emperor's daughter asked her guest to remain silent because she could not yet answer any of her questions. These words visibly tensed Elencia, so she put her hands on her knees and suddenly fell silent. The heroine did not expect that after her rude request, the situation would become so unpleasant, because there was nothing like that on the way here. The girl guessed that the blonde lady was confused because she was taken from her home without being told a word. But for some reason, it seemed to Philomel that in her silent state, the real princess was a different person. However, Elencia herself had not changed in any way in appearance, and everything else did not bother Miss, since they had almost arrived. It so happened that one of the servants went out to the gate early, although he did not know exactly what time the emperor's daughter would return from her walk. The first thing he did was politely ask if the emperor's daughter had enjoyed the trip, since he had to report. Philomel nodded briefly, and then asked where the ruler was now, while Elencia peered out of the carriage curiously. Noticing that the assistant was interested in the fair-haired miss, the emperor's daughter explained that she was her guest, after which she abruptly grabbed the girl by the hand before she began to chat carelessly with everyone around her. As a result, Elencia had no choice but to follow her friend in confusion. Dels, who was silently watching everything from the side, could not understand what exactly her ward was up to. Meanwhile, Philomel was telling absolutely everyone on her way that she urgently needed to meet with her father. Since the assistants had no right to argue with the lady, although the negotiations were not yet over, they still let her through to her father. Eustace gave the girl permission to enter, because he was sure that she would not simply distract him from public affairs. In response, the lady said that she would like to introduce the emperor to a man she had just met at the lake. Alencia still had a poor understanding of what was happening and why she had been brought here, but she tried not to say anything for now. When the ruler heard that Philomel had called this lady with her because she resembled Isabella, his face changed greatly. The aristocrats around did not remain on the sidelines, and also noted that the guest was the spitting image of the deceased empress. Pollen immediately noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed for the worse, so he prepared to urgently end this meeting. He tried to call out to the master, but Eustace was now in such a state of shock that he didn't even respond. The advisor then took charge and personally informed the people that they were finished for the day. Both girls calmly waited for His Majesty to finally pay attention to them, so they stood in silence. The heroine was sure that the emperor had already recognized Alencia as his real daughter, so she didn't explain anything to her. At this point, Pollen told Philomel that she, too, needed to leave the premises until he could prepare a meeting room. But the girl was not at all upset and said that she would just change her clothes, and they would have to take care of Alencia. The first thing Philomel did in her room was take out a book because she wanted to hide it before her escape from the palace. She prepared a simple maid's costume for herself in advance, so that it would be much easier for her to get lost in the huge crowd. Hearing that Mrs. Dells was trying to enter the room, the lady temporarily sent her away for a glass of water, because she did not want to tell anything. Although the woman was sincerely worried about Philomel, she did not dare to contradict her, and only asked her to wait a little. Meanwhile, the heroine carefully looked around the entire room in search of something she might have accidentally forgotten here. The lady's gaze fell on the miniature ship that the emperor had recently given her for her birthday, and she had placed it on the table. The girl took the boat in her hands and wondered whether anything in her life would have changed if the ruler had been kind from the start. However, the lady had no opportunity to check this right now, so she carefully hurried into the garden area. Philomel had hoped that there would be many servants around who would be frightened by Alencia's appearance, and she was right in her assumptions. At the same time, Miss had to listen to various theories from assistants while she secretly and quietly walked through their crush. From the servants' conversations, the false princess concluded that she should hurry before someone noticed. Imagine Philomele's surprise when she heard Nazar's voice right behind her, asking if it was she. The girl, in a panic, tried not to freeze in place and pretend that she actually belonged to the common people. Suddenly, the father approached his son and told him not to touch the maids, because things would be difficult for them now. As a result, the heroine breathed a sigh of relief when the guy pretended that he had simply made a mistake. Since the elder Averden told the younger that they needed to discuss something, Nazar promised that he would come now. At the same time, he took one last look at that suspicious girl, but still could not understand anything else for himself. As soon as her friend left, the lady ran away, but other close acquaintances who always helped came to mind. Even the father periodically praised his daughter, despite the fact that everyone around him considered him an extremely harsh and cruel ruler. But most of all, it was Averden who always said nice things to Miss, and she felt she didn't deserve them. However, Philomel tried to throw all these disturbing thoughts out of her head, since survival was more important to her, so she clutched the knapsack she had originally packed for herself tighter and tried to run faster. As soon as the girl reached the forest, she was able to rest a little, since no one would definitely find her here. The heroine hoped that the emperor would not be able to sense from such a distance that she had used the ring with his powers. Thanks to the book she had read, Miss knew how to activate this thing correctly, so she had no doubts about her own success. However, Philomel still tried to concentrate as best as she could on the right spot, so that her body would not be accidentally damaged. In the end, everything worked out great for the girl, and she was able to teleport, leaving behind only a light haze. At this moment, the ruler still could not accept the fact that a girl appeared in front of him who strongly reminded him of his wife. Alencia still stood silently before His Majesty, since she did not really know what she should do in such a situation. However, she was able to calmly introduce herself to the ruler when he confusedly asked her to state her name just in case. The fair-haired lady admitted that she knew nothing about her father, but her mother's name was Catherine Heesum, and they lived together in the village. Pollen immediately thought about it, since the name was familiar to him, although he could not remember such a person in the gentleman's circle. Eustace himself was so slowed down at the moment by his worries about what was happening that he said nothing. At this point, Alencia could not stand it any longer and turned to His Majesty herself, although she understood that by doing so, she was violating social rules. However, the fair-haired lady asked, somewhat confused, whether the emperor was her lost father. In response, both the advisor and the ruler froze for a moment, as they were afraid to allow such a proposal. Then the real princess explained that her mother's descriptions of her father reminded her very much of His Majesty's appearance. Eustace still could not understand how it could have happened that all this time his real daughter lived in another place. Suddenly, the ruler was distracted as he suddenly felt that his power, contained within the ring, had just been used. Immediately after this, Dels burst into the room, barely able to speak due to running too fast. Although the advisor had not yet had time to understand what exactly had happened, the emperor immediately prepared for the worst-case scenario. Only the fair-haired girl did not react in any way to the countess's sudden appearance, since she did not know her at all. Hearing from the aristocrat that Philomel had suddenly disappeared, Eustace looked at her in complete shock, not wanting to believe it. Without a moment's delay, the emperor burst into his daughter's chambers, because he wanted to see for himself that she was not there. And Philomel's room was indeed empty, although even the countess could not tell how this happened. The woman said that she left the lady to go get a glass of water, and when she returned, no one was there. She then handed over to the ruler the letter she had found in the empty room. Since it belonged to Philomela, Pollen immediately realized that if the lady had used the ring to disappear, there could be a very serious problem. Dels, too, was worried that they would have to search the entire empire before they could find her charge. Meanwhile, Eustace was reading a letter from Philomel, who said that she had accidentally met Alencia during her trip. The heroine admitted that Catherine told her the whole truth about how she was never the ruler's real daughter. Eustace was hurt by the fact that the girl could not look him in the eye, and so she decided that the best thing for her to do would be to run away. Although Dels and Pollen did not know the contents of the letter, they could tell from the gentleman's face that there was nothing pleasant in it, so they flinched in fear when Eustace suddenly began to give orders in a voice trembling with anger. And the man demanded that they immediately call up all the troops and raise all possible manpower to search for Philomela. Unable to contain his rage, Eustace shouted for his daughter to be found for him as soon as possible, no matter what she herself said. The advisor and the countess did not dare to say anything to the emperor in this state, so they quickly and politely bowed to him. Alencia watched everything that was happening from the sidelines, but she also had a desire to help these people in their search for the second girl. At this moment, the heroine was successfully hiding in one of the small villages in the north of the empire, where she had recently teleported. She enjoyed at least observing a little the quiet life of the common people who were trying to sell their goods, when suddenly the lady heard one of the women suddenly call out to her, causing the mist to turn towards her in surprise. The commoner offered a discount on the headdress if she bought it right now, and the heroine couldn't believe that she saw it. Philomel looked at the ring in confusion, as she believed that its magic would hide her presence from everyone around her. But then the girl noticed that the saleswoman had not called her at all, and the lady immediately felt better, because everything was in order with the magic of stealth. Since the heroine did not know exactly how quickly the magic in the ring would end, she decided to quickly cross the border of the empire. True, until now, Miss had only rough plans regarding how she should act next, so she thought about it. The first thing the heroine would like to do is get to the Tower of Magicians, where her father lives, who may well help with the escape. Suddenly, right on her way, Philomel saw a store with cute hats, which were also sold there at a discount. A kind voice in the lady's head immediately reminded her that, in fact, she had no time at all for such joys of life right now. While the evil voice said that Miss had been living locked up all this time anyway, so she could have bought something for herself. As a result, Philomel only became even more confused about what she wanted, so she froze in the middle of the street for a while. However, after a few minutes, the girl decided that she needed a hat that would additionally hide her face. For about another week, the entire imperial palace was in a state of despondency, since the escaped Philomele was never found. Advisor Pollen tried to pretend that he felt calm, because he understood that this was necessary for the ruler. Suddenly, Nazar approached him, and it was clear that he had not slept at all, waiting for at least some news. The boy sadly reported that he thought that with all the forces of the Imperial Guard, they would be able to quickly find the princess. The assistant smiled comfortingly and advised Everyden to at least rest a little to get himself in order. Pollen tried to convince the boy that no one would benefit if he suddenly collapsed from severe overexertion. The advisor was surprised when the Duke's son suddenly asked if there were already such people, since the guy accidentally hit the nail on the head. Exactly 3 years ago, the emperor announced to the entire country that the princess had disappeared and asked people for help in finding her. As a result, portraits of Philomel were hung even in the most remote parts of the empire, and a large reward was promised for her. Even Duke Oridon's son personally volunteered to find it. However, even despite all the efforts of Nazar and the advisor, no one has yet been able to find the girl who escaped from the palace. Meanwhile, rumors that a lady who looked very much like the empress had been brought to the emperor began to spread quickly. And Paulin wasn't exactly sure how he was supposed to answer the constant questions from the curious and angry aristocrats. The assistant was very worried, because for some reason, everyone around him began to consider Philomel a fake daughter of the ruler. But what worried him most was the condition of His Majesty, who this time also did not react in any way to the request to enter the office. And, having entered the room, Paulin found the ruler on the floor, as he had lost consciousness due to overwork. He immediately ran up to the man and tried to bring him to his senses, to which the emperor himself did not react very well. Eustace admitted that he fell unconscious to the floor, only because he had been using too much force lately. The advisor guessed that His Majesty had tried to find Philomel in this way, but this too had not yielded any positive results. Paulin was also worried by the fact that since the death of the empress, this was the first time he had seen his master in such a bad condition. The assistant did not believe that the ruler was so carefully and persistently looking for the runaway princess in order to punish her later. As soon as the advisor left the ruler to rest, he ran into the restless son of Duke Everdene in the corridor. Paulin didn't immediately realize that the guy was addressing him specifically, because he was thinking too hard about current affairs. Nazar realized that the assistant himself was not in the best condition, since he could barely answer his questions. Therefore, he felt sorry for the advisor, who was so busy with his own affairs that he also had no time to rest. So Nazar simply said that he would like to travel around different villages again to try to find traces of the lady there. He knew perfectly well that Philomel, with the help of the ring, could only go to places where she had already been before. Everdene had no idea where exactly Miss ended up after the teleportation, but he didn't want to give up so easily, because he wanted to find her. Paulin wished the guy luck, although he didn't really believe he would succeed, since the girl was well hidden. The assistant realized that he also needed to rest, since he almost told about the emperor's condition. There, in time, the nanny returned to the palace to help Elencia with everything, and was delighted with her appearance. The old woman carefully reminded the emperor how much the found girl resembled the deceased empress. But the fair-haired lady herself still could not believe that she was indeed the real daughter of His Majesty. Eustace didn't expect to hear from Elencia that she would be incredibly happy to see her father, about whom she had known nothing all her life. Suddenly, the ruler asked the nanny to say when she was removed from Philomel, and she confidently said that the lady was 9. In response, the emperor admitted that he was surprised that the old woman so quickly accepted the fact that his real daughter was elsewhere. Elencia and her assistant froze awkwardly after these words, because they had absolutely no idea how they could help His Majesty. The nanny realized that she urgently needed to somehow justify the fact that she had so easily gotten used to her other charge. Suddenly, the servants loudly opened the entrance doors and brought into the room a woman, whom Eustace also ordered to be caught. It was Catherine, and she was pushed forward so hard by the guards that she could not bear it and fell to her knees, and Elencia rushed towards her. The girl asked anxiously if her mother was okay, because for some reason, she didn't even try to get up after the fall. But before Catherine could say a word, Eustace himself slowly approached her, as he was incredibly angry at this commoner. The woman was incredibly scared, because she knew that the man would not leave her long-standing misdeed unpunished. But the fair-haired lady defended her mother to the last, although she had long since realized that she was not her real parent. Meanwhile, Eustace held a sword to Catherine's throat and demanded to know if she had really switched the girls at birth. As a result, Madame had no choice but to admit her crime, which she committed deliberately. The advisor did not expect such words from the woman at all, since he hoped that she was, in fact, simply mistaken. And the emperor himself reacted incredibly cruelly, as he suddenly pierced the commoner's hand with his sword. In the end, so that the gentleman would not accidentally harm the lady in a fit of emotion, the advisor pulled her back with him. He felt sincerely sorry for the princess, who was so unexpectedly brought to the palace and was now deprived of her beloved mother. The assistant did not want the lady to see Catherine die, so he covered her eyes, although he himself had to watch. Meanwhile, Eustace was trying to figure out why the woman had treated Isabella, who loved her, so cruelly and viciously. A memory of a kind empress who had really wanted to name her daughter Elencia came into Carton's mind. She explained this by the fact that she loved the flowers that grew in the empire and knew that her husband would also like such a name. And this made the commoner feel even more offended by the fact that the ruler had once completely ignored all her feelings. The man did not expect at all that Catherine would suddenly blame him for everything that happened, because he thought otherwise. And Madame herself continued to shout that Isabella's death could have been avoided if not for the actions of the ruler. Unable to bear such an accusation, Eustace raised a sharp sword over Catherine, since his desire was to cause her the same pain. The commoner lowered her head obediently, for she had nothing more to say, so she was ready to accept death. Elencia, even with her eyes closed, screamed until the very end for her father to spare her fake mother. Imagine the woman's surprise when, instead of the sword piercing her, she heard the sound of it falling to the floor. The princess, in great surprise, tore herself away from the advisor's hands and looked at her mother, who for some reason remained alive. With sadness and pain in his voice, the emperor suddenly said that he had been stupid since he had not realized earlier how similar the old friends were. At that moment, Catherine was shaking all over because she could not believe that the ruler would not kill her, despite his desire. And Eustace threw away the blood-stained sword and ordered that the woman be sent to prison, never to be seen again. Just in case, Paulin sent the princess and the nanny away to deal with everything that had happened on their own. The old woman took advantage of this and proudly declared that no one but her could properly take care of Elencia. But for some reason, the fair-haired lady herself was in no hurry to confirm these statements of the assistant she had chosen herself. The nanny called out to the real princess in confusion, and she immediately agreed with everything that was said. Although she had not heard anything, the advisor noticed that the old woman was now planning to stay in the palace, using concern for Elencia as a pretext for doing so. Since he couldn't say anything at the moment, he pleased the impudent woman by saying that he would prepare a room for her. Meanwhile, the emperor's daughter was still so immersed in her thoughts that she even accidentally began to bite her fingers. The assistant could not understand why the lady was behaving this way, but he did not dare ask her anything at that moment. Then suddenly, Elencia asked Paulin on her own whether her father was really not happy about her return home. The man immediately and hastily explained that the ruler simply needed a little more time to accept the girl. But the princess could not calm down even after Paulin's words, because she was worried that her father would never love her. However, the advisor tried his best to convince the fair-haired lady that she had nothing to worry about and could go and rest. As a result, Miss walked quickly towards her room, and out of worry, she did not even look at the nanny next to her. Elencia would have liked things to have turned out a little differently, but at the moment, there was nothing she could do to change it. At the same time, Philomel was still successfully hiding in one of the small villages in the north of the empire, where rumors had already spread. Somehow, even the common people of these parts learned that the emperor's first daughter was not actually his relative. The heroine carefully hid her face under her hat, although she knew that none of the locals would be able to recognize her because of the magic. In fact, the lady expected that there would not be many rumors about her, because she did not want to be the center of attention. So the lady sincerely did not understand whether people really hated her so much because of an accident. Suddenly, the waitress called out to the girl, as she had come to offer a cup of tea, and at the same time did not recognize the princess at all. Philomel declined the offer, but said that she would stay at this good hotel again that night. Then the woman asked with a friendly smile if the guest also wanted to see the magicians from the magic tower not far from here. The heroine did not expect such a question, since she did not know that most tourists come to this village for this reason. And the waitress explained that guests often take a lot of money with them so that they can buy some magic scrolls and potions. Philomel was a little scared when her assistant asked her to be careful on the city streets, because she could get robbed. However, literally the next morning, she hurried to come to the Tower of the Magicians, as she was very interested in what she could find there. The lady was genuinely amazed by the size of the building, around which a huge crowd had managed to gather in a short time. Miss could not help but note with delight that this architectural structure was more reminiscent of a real and majestic castle. In fact, Philomel had expected to meet her father, who was the lord of the tower, but there were too many people around. But although he was portrayed as a good man in the book, the heroine was not sure that Lecoin would want to meet her. Here the lady was called out by a stranger, who told her that she needed to keep to the right in order to keep her place in the crowd. But what scared the girl most was that she might not get into the tower today, and the gates would only open in a week. Suddenly, the stranger hinted to the miss that her situation was not entirely hopeless, because he could very well help with the solution of this problem. He said that he had acquaintances but the man refused to help the girl in this important matter for no reason. The heroine guessed that this man was a kind of assistant for a small fee, who made appointments with magicians. Since Philomel had no other options, she reached out for money to get the man to help her. But the lady was too careless in showing off her purse, which contained a huge amount of coins. As a result, before the miss had time to do anything, the man deftly snatched the money from her hands and ran away as quickly as possible. Philomel screamed in panic for him to stop, but it had no effect because the thief was too brazen. With a grin, the assistant shouted that the girl should be glad that she helped him not to die of hunger. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she saw that some stranger unexpectedly tripped this man. The guy in the cloak grumbled discontentedly that he hated such liars who deceitfully steal money from honest residents of the empire. But the commoner did not lose his composure and began to shout that he was a famous man of age, and therefore he could not be touched. In response, the fair-haired young man grinned impudently and stated that his parents had not taught him to respect his elders, so he didn't care. The lady was surprised that a man from the Tower of Magicians was helping her, but still asked him not to overdo it with the punishment. Philomel did not want this man to die because he stole money from her, because this situation could have been resolved differently. Hearing the girl's anxious voice, the guy turned to her, although in fact, he did not at all support her opinion about what was happening. Suddenly, the young man in the cloak shouted loudly for his acquaintance to come out of the shadows and stop simply watching his proceedings. Immediately after this, another guy appeared behind the lady, although she had no idea why she couldn't notice him. The blonde mage grumpily reminded him that Lexion had simply been watching the thief steal money from the girl the entire time. But Philomel herself had already managed to forget about this incident, since she was much more worried about the fact that she had met the magicians, and the fair-haired man was clearly angry about everything that had happened, which was clearly visible from his angry and impatient face. But the second guy suddenly asked with a kind smile what exactly brought the lady to the Tower of Magicians, where she almost got hurt. But before the heroine could answer, the first young man threw her a bag of money, which he had taken from the impudent thief. He said that the girl should be much more careful, since such cases were not uncommon near the tower. But the heroine didn't even think that she had been warned about this, so she confusedly thanked the stranger for his help. But the magician's next words about the miss, not knowing this world, greatly angered Philomel, because they did not correspond to the truth. However, the girl could not say anything in response, since she really had been so stupidly deceived. Here, Lexion asked if the lady needed help, and she honestly admitted that she would like to meet with the Tower Lord Lequin. The magician asked in surprise why the girl needed to meet with such an unusual and important person. Philomel was confused by this question, because she did not know if the boy believed that she was actually the Lord's daughter. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Lexion unexpectedly agreed to take her to Lequin after her confession. The girl didn't know if she could trust this man, but she still had no other options on how to see her father. The guy confidently led the lady through the back entrance into the tower, where she was able to observe the experiments that the magicians were conducting. The heroine even recognized the fruit of the world tree, which one of the wizards tried to connect with the trees in the center of the tower. Since they had been walking in complete silence all this time, the girl could not resist and asked Lexion where he was taking her. The guy said that they still had a little way to go, after which he added for some reason that the Lord was currently unmarried. This made the lady think that the man had not cheated on her mother, although she still did not know why they were not together. Then Miss Then asked if the guy wasn't at all surprised that for some reason she called herself Lequin's daughter. To this, the magician said that he was more interested in why the girl decided to come to this place so late to look for her father. But before Philomel could clarify what Lexion meant, the floor beneath her feet began to shake and rise sharply upward. Only after a few seconds did the heroine realize that they had stood on a floating stone, which was very difficult to use. The guy noted that the lady was not too surprised at the sight of this object, to which she said that she had simply read it in books. Suddenly, the magician smiled slyly and asked Princess Philomel to remove the ring that hid her identity. The girl didn't expect that the magician would actually know who she was, so she shuddered in fear. Although everything was fine, she looked at the sacred ring in confusion, after Lexion explained that the Lord really didn't like such powers. In the end, the girl obediently removed the object and said that she had not hidden her identity out of evil intentions. In response, the magician promised that he would not inform on the Emperor's runaway daughter. Otherwise, he would not have taken her to Lequin. When Philomel approached the door to the man's office, the magician advised her not to take any of his words seriously. But at that moment, the heroine was thinking only about the upcoming meeting with her father, which made her very excited and scared. Lexion was the first to enter and called out to the master to warn him that he had brought an important guest to him. The guy honestly admitted that he showed the way to the door to a girl who introduced herself as Lequin's daughter, although there was no evidence of this. The princess thought with alarm that the lord might well refuse to meet her, and then the lady would not know where to go next. The head of the tower scratched his fair head and said with a sigh that he could at least once look at his child who had appeared, after which the man straightened up to his full height and stood before the girl with a serious face, as he did not know what to expect from her. The heroine, surprisingly, felt a slight disgust towards her father, since they were similar only in the color of their eyes. Lexion asked, just in case, whether he should leave the father and daughter alone, but the master did not answer him. Instead, he smiled brightly and introduced himself to the lady, then politely asked her to tell him her name in return. However, the man didn't even really listen to the girl until the end, as instead, he cleared the chair of piles of books and invited her to sit down. As soon as Philomel sat down on the chair, Lequin asked her to give him her hand, which visibly puzzled the runaway princess. Although the heroine had no idea why this was necessary, she still did not refuse her father, deciding to trust him this time. But when their hands touched, Philomel immediately felt terrible pain throughout her body, which made her unable to move. Lexion worriedly asked if the lady was all right, while Lequin stated that there was no mana inside her at all. It was only after a few minutes, when Miss had managed to catch her breath, that she angrily asked to explain what had just happened. And the lord said with a smile that he was just checking how much magic there was in the girl, although this process was quite painful. The guy asked for forgiveness for the actions of the head, because he understood that he would never apologize for such behavior. Lequin crossed his arms in displeasure, and said that although Philomel had too little mana, it was similar to his. The heroine shuddered internally, as she could not believe that her own father treated her like a stranger. The girl's hands began to tremble violently from resentment and anger, because she expected a completely different attitude towards herself. But this did not happen. The lady remembered that Philomel from the book had been much luckier, but for some reason she was unable to achieve the same effect now. The man was visibly surprised when Miss resolutely asked why he left her mother all alone during her pregnancy. What horrified the heroine most was that the lord replied that he didn't remember the story well, and she thought that he would be more attentive to Catherine. The whole thing was that once upon a time, a small child was born who had no one close to him at all, and it so happened that from childhood, this little boy possessed enormous strength, which even he himself sometimes could not fully cope with. But the price for this enormous gift was that the powerful mage eventually had difficulty understanding human emotions. For this reason, already in adulthood, the man decided to conduct a rather cruel magical experiment. He invited a large number of women to participate, as he wanted to try to create a skilled child with his magic. The mage's plan was to create a child who would surpass him in strength, although this was initially almost impossible. And as a result, only a few children born were able to obtain the required amount of power, although they did not surpass their father. As a result, the man stopped this pointless experiment and simply stopped his aging in order to live forever in research. So now Lequin, who had done all this, could hardly remember what the girl who had come had said. But Philomel was not willing to back down so easily, and said that she looked so much like her mother that the lord could recognize her. Suddenly, the head of the tower suddenly approached the girl and looked at her with a searching gaze as he tried to understand what was being said. After just a few seconds, he realized that the lady had dyed her hair on purpose, so he snapped his fingers to note the effect. As a result, the escaped princess appeared before the man in her true form, which she herself did not expect at all. And Lequin looked at the girl again carefully and said that in this form, she really did remind him of someone he knew. However, immediately after this, the man smiled again and said without regret that he still did not understand who the lady was talking about. The heroine asked in a frustrated voice why her father could not remember her mother, although it was not that difficult. In response, Lequin asked the girl to explain why she had found him so late, since everyone always needed something from him. Philomel couldn't contain her emotions when the tower leader said he would give her money if only she would leave, so the drops fell on her hands. The man was surprised to see the girl's tears, and she suddenly jumped to her feet and declared that she didn't need anything from him. The princess was so offended by her father's cruelty and carelessness that she did not want to talk to him about anything else. Lequin looked at the girl in confusion, as he didn't expect his words to suddenly cause such bright and furious emotions in her. Philomel apologized for disturbing the lord and said that he would never see her again. In the end, the tower leader didn't understand anything, even though Lexion, with a heavy sigh, advised him to be more tactful. The boy sadly reported that his father himself should have noticed the fact that this girl was different from all of LeQuin's children. The man said nothing in response, as he was completely confused, since before he had only ever been asked for money. Meanwhile, the heroine ran as fast as she could to the exit, because she realized for herself that she had acted stupidly when she had relied on her father. Suddenly, the lady heard Lexian's shouts behind her, who for some reason volunteered to accompany her to the exit, although the miss remembered where to go. The guy admitted that the girl's mother probably didn't tell her the whole truth about how exactly she was born. In response, Philomel stated that now she knew that her father had no conscience at all, which the magician could not argue with. But immediately after this, the princess apologized to the guy for snapping at him, because he had nothing to do with the situation. Suddenly, Lexian said with a smile that he was actually the lady's older brother, so he couldn't just ignore this situation. But what surprised Miss most was the magician's confession that she also had 2 older half-brothers, whom she did not know about. Philomel sighed heavily, because she didn't expect that she would have such a strange family, because it wasn't written about in the book. And Lexian asked the escaped princess to calm down and listen to him, since he sincerely wanted to help her in this matter. The heroine agreed, and was very surprised when the guy told her that they were all children born as a result of an experiment. The magician explained that he and his brothers grew up within the walls of the tower, while the girl's mother refused to place her in the equipment. But the lady could not understand whether it was because LeQuin had not brought up any of his children himself that he was now so insensitive. Lexian admitted that the Lord never treated him like his child, as he did not want to perceive his students that way. For this reason, the other brothers perceived their father only as a mentor, and never asked questions about why he behaved this way. Philomel only now realized that originally there was no such thing as affection in her family, so LeQuin could not understand her. The heroine became very sad, because she didn't even have magical abilities for her father to take her seriously. So the girl couldn't say right now what place she belonged to, because it was impossible to return to the imperial palace. But the lady did not show her emotions to her older brother, and simply said goodbye to him when he walked her to the exit. Unexpectedly, Lexian said kindly that Miss could ask him for help at any time if she found herself completely alone. The princess asked suspiciously if the guy cared about her so much because they were relatives, to which he nodded sheepishly in response. But after the magician admitted that he wanted to understand why the lady was experiencing emotions, and the miss guessed that it was not easy for him either. The heroine assumed that this was because she had no magic at all, but Lexian didn't think the explanation was that simple. Besides, the guy was confident that he could teach the girl the basics of magic if she ever had such a desire. Philomel thanked the magician with a sigh for such an offer, but refused, as she wanted to leave the borders of the empire. Lexian did not insist on his words, but only said with a smile that he would give the girl time to think if she still wanted to study magic. He waved politely at the lady and watched her until she was out of sight, not wanting to show his emotions. As soon as the princess left, the magician's expression suddenly changed, and he asked himself what he would do with the hopeless LeQuin. So the guy immediately after the princess left returned to his father, who at that moment was not at all in the mood for communication. However, the lord of the tower sadly asked why his eldest son could not go with the lady he was so worried about. But Lexian reminded that in fact, the other brother was much more concerned about the miss, although the head didn't care about it. Then the magician asked with a smile whether the father was also worried about his daughter, although he did not want to admit these strange feelings to anyone. LeQuin immediately turned away and lied that he didn't care at all what happened to Philomel next. To change the subject, the Lord drew his son's attention to the fact that the magic circle they had been working on for a long time had still not changed. After which, the chief said that his emotions had no meaning, because the runaway girl had made it clear that she hated him. Lexian did not try to convince the man, although all his words seemed truly childish and immature to him, despite his age. Instead, he hinted that if the younger brother had not helped the girl, she would have definitely ended up being robbed. Although the man again said that he was not interested, the boy smirked back, knowing that he was not being sincere. And LeQuin himself no longer raised his eyes to his son, since he had actually begun to worry about his daughter, who had fled from the palace. Lexian was confident that he had managed to sow doubts in the mind of his father, who always tried to appear calmer than water. At this point, Philomel managed to go into the first establishment she came across, as she wanted to have a little refreshment before further action. The heroine still didn't know how she could even be a child, just born as a result of an experiment, and not parental love. She knew that accepting Lexian's offer was the best option for her, but she wanted to follow her own path. After all, then the lady would have to live next to a man who didn't care about her, and the miss didn't want that at all. While thinking about going abroad, the princess suddenly noticed that the light from the ring had become weaker, which meant that its power would soon run out. So the girl thought sadly about when the emperor would stop looking for her, and she would be able to live in peace. For some reason, the heroine thought that now Eustace was finally happy with life, because in the book, he loved his real daughter very much. And Philomel never saw the ruler look at her the same way he looked at Elencia, according to the plot of the prophetic story. Not wanting to think any longer about the fact that she had never been able to receive love from her parents, the lady suddenly jumped up from her seat, after which she asked the waitress if there was a shop nearby where she could buy books on magic. Unfortunately for Philomel, at that very moment, in that very place, there was an important aristocrat named Rosanna, and the poor assistant was tormented by the instructions of this lady, who constantly demanded that she bring some more expensive jewelry, and the red-haired lady herself could not afford to choose some incomprehensible trinket, because it took her quite a long time to get there. Since rare magical jewelry has been popular lately, Miss decided to come to this distant place. At this moment, Philomel came to the store because she wanted to buy something that could allow her to disguise herself from others. But the assistant immediately upset the girl by saying that such things could only be sold with permission from the emperor. Here, Rosanna noticed another client who had come in, because something about her interested her. So, completely ignoring the saleswoman, the lady confidently headed towards the new girl, whom she really didn't like. The lady grabbed Philomel by the hand and accused her of stealing an expensive ring. Although she did not belong to the nobility, the heroine asked the unknown girl to let her go, trying to explain that there was simply a misunderstanding between them. But Rosanna wasn't going to let the potential criminal go so easily, so she asked her assistants to grab her. The runaway princess begged him to listen to her until the very end, but the red-haired lady had already grabbed the ring to take it off. Philomel understood perfectly well that without disguise, she would be instantly recognized, but she could do nothing in her situation. In the end, even though the girl started screaming loudly, the red-haired lady still abruptly removed the ring from her finger. Rosanna immediately brazenly declared that she would give this thing to a more suitable person than some commoner from the village. Imagine the surprise of Madame when the escaped Princess Philomel, from whom the spell had been lifted, appeared before her. The aristocrat immediately ordered the security team to be called to report the discovery of the ruler's daughter. The heroine tried to prove that the lady was simply mistaken, and in fact, she simply looked very much like the princess. But in response, Rosanna simply hit the girl in the face with all her might, since she did not want to listen to any excuses from her. The lady was completely shocked and fell silent from such treatment, because she did not expect the aristocrat to use physical force against her. And the red-haired madam ordered the miss to behave quietly until the detachment arrived. Otherwise, she would not limit herself to one blow. At this moment, the knights, who were under the command of Duke Oridon's son, were still riding around the village in search. Nazar's faithful assistant suggested that he stop for today, since the sun was already beginning to set behind the trees. But in response, the guy said that he continued searching alone, despite the fact that his condition left much to be desired. Then suddenly, they both heard the sound of an approaching carriage, although people from high society rarely traveled along this road. The thing was that Rosanna decided to personally tell the emperor that she had caught his runaway daughter. The lady from the Manhwa family already dreamed that she would now be able to become friends with a real princess, thanks to this. Then the maids heard a cry from the street, asking for the carriage to be stopped, which made them both very frightened. The thing is that Nazar noticed a lady who was sitting in a carriage, and he became interested in finding out where she was in such a hurry. Rosanna looked out of the carriage and was delighted to see such a handsome son of the Duke, who accidentally appeared right in front of her. The girl immediately recognized Avridon, who had shiny blonde hair and an incredibly handsome face. She sincerely considered the guy the best candidate for a husband, while the Duke's son himself did not particularly consider himself in that light. But the lady suddenly became embarrassed when she saw Nazar's intent gaze on her, as she couldn't think of what to say. Suddenly, the girl realized that since Philomel was not a princess, her engagement to Oridon was now cancelled. For this reason, Rosanna greeted the guy she was not at all against, marrying with extreme politeness. Since the Duke's son did not react in any way, Madame added that she had important news that would please the emperor. The girl smiled contentedly when she saw that Nazar looked at her in surprise, as she was seeking his attention. Upon hearing that this aristocrat had managed to find Philomel, Avridon froze in shock at first, not believing his ears. But a second later, he jumped up to the girl, since he was not going to wait until she finally told him about the princess's location. So the guy eagerly grabbed Rosanna by the shoulders and demanded to know everything she could find out about Philomel. In response, the aristocrat said that the duke's son did not need to worry, since she had already called a special squad. But for some reason, Nazar was not happy with this information, since he wanted to personally make sure that the lady was okay. As soon as Rosanna told him where the escaped princess was, the guy suddenly turned around to go to that village. As a result, Averdin moved so quickly that his assistants did not even have time to react and rush after their master. And the red-haired lady stood in the middle of the road, confused, because she didn't understand at all what had just happened. Rosanna thought that Nazar would pay much more attention to her, but for some reason, the guy quickly rushed to the escaped princess. At that moment, the heroine sadly shivered from the cold in prison, and thought that even the nanny had never hit her in the face like that. From the guards' conversations, the girl was able to learn that the red-haired lady was an aristocrat from a fairly famous family. And right now, the boys were looking at Philomel with interest, since they did not know whether she was really the emperor's daughter. Miss didn't want to stay in this place any longer, waiting for the ruler to arrive. But for now, she couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, right behind the guards, some prisoners started making noise, loudly banging their fists on the bars of the cell. The men hinted to the lady that she could have a good last night with them and then die peacefully. But the girl did not react at all to all these provocations, since she did not want to communicate with these people again. Only now did Philomel realize how stupid she had been to wear the expensive sacred ring so openly. Not wanting to die, the lady decided to take her last chance and turn to the guard, who turned to her. She began to lie as truthfully as possible, saying that she was in fact just a traveler from another country and knew nothing about the princess. But the guy said that no one would ever believe this lie, so the girl needed to sit as quietly as possible. But the miss did not give up, so she said that she had a witness who could confirm the identity. Hearing the girl name Mr. Lexion, the boys were noticeably embarrassed, as they had heard well about him. The guards became agitated after this information, as they did not want to encounter the strong people from the Tower of Magicians. Philomel added to their fears by saying that her elder brother would be upset if he knew the situation she had found herself in. The boys looked at each other in confusion, because if the lady was telling the truth, they would be in a difficult situation. Although the guards had a hard time believing it, they decided to figure everything out, which already gave the heroine hope. Miss had no doubt that when the guards contacted Lexion, he would definitely support her. So now the girl had to wait until the magician could take her away to hide her from the eyes of His Majesty. Imagine Philomele's surprise, when at that moment, one of the knights said that there was no need in connection with the Tower of the Magicians. The assistants were as frightened by the surprise as the heroine, who was already happy that she had succeeded. The general then called after him a man whom he had not brought to this place just like that, because he was sure that he could help. The princess froze in fear, because if the knight had brought someone who knew her, then the girl would have no chance of escape. But then the lady heard a familiar and gentle voice near her, so much so that she even stopped shrinking her whole body from fear. She raised her head up and saw Nazar in front of her, who was looking at the escaped princess with great concern. At that very moment, Lexion suddenly felt someone persistently trying to wake him up. Although it was late, he barely got out of bed, being too sleepy, and saw the worried lord of the Mage Tower in front of him. Not caring that he had woken his son in the middle of the night, Lequin asked the boy if he knew where Philomel was staying. Lexion was extremely dizzy due to his sleepiness, but he still reported that the lady should not have left the village as yet. The man then demanded that his son immediately go for the miss and tell her that he needed to talk to her again. Having heard from the guy that the girl would not like it if she was woken up in the middle of the night, Lequin nervously fell silent from surprise. But Lexion took pity on his indecisive father and promised with a smile that he would definitely contact his younger sister tomorrow. But even after these words, for some reason, the man was in no hurry to leave his son's room, who wanted to get some sleep. As soon as the lord started talking again about contacting the lady now, the guy couldn't stand it and rudely threw him out the door. With a sigh, Lexion realized once again that his father was a man who always thought only of himself. However, in reality, he was pleased because Lequin himself had become interested in Philomel and asked to be invited to his place. And at that moment, Averdin anxiously confessed to the lady that he was very worried about her sudden disappearance from the palace. In fact, it was this person that the heroine wanted to see least of all now, but nothing could be changed at all. The head of the guard noticed that the duke's son was going to free the girl, and therefore said that he would try to bring the keys to the bars as quickly as possible. But Nazar was far from being in a state to listen to the man, so he took his sword out of its sheath and swung it. Since Averden had trained a lot in fencing, he managed to cut the bars of the grate in half on the first try. Philomel watched with great surprise at how easily Nazar was able to free her, without any hesitation. Entering the lady's ruined cell, the boy extended his hand to her, as he wanted to help the princess get to her feet. He broke the shackles that were on the girl's hands with hatred, because he never thought that he would find her in such a terrible place. With a sad expression on his face, Averden begged the Miss to agree to return with him to the imperial palace. The heroine couldn't understand why her friend had such a sad expression on his face, because she thought that they weren't that close. Nazar, meanwhile, offered the princess his cloak just in case, as he was worried that she might freeze in the cold corridors. The guards turned to the chief for advice, as they could not understand why the duke's son was treating the lady so carefully. The man belatedly realized that no one had explained the reason why it was so important to find the runaway princess as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the heroine left the prison with Nazar, while the guards realized that she was not a criminal at all. The junior guard became scared when he noticed that the chief began to ask why they all decided that the girl was bad. Philomel only now noticed the guards who had been following her for some reason all this time. Averden did not like this escort, so he confidently announced that he would take care of the princess himself from now on. However, the guy glared angrily at her, as he was going to find out later why this situation with Miss had arisen in the first place. But the lady asked her friend not to act in this way, which surprised him, although the duke's son did not even think of disobeying his friend. But Miss didn't just stop Averden for no reason, because she herself verbally attacked the guards, which made them feel ashamed. And the heroine stated that even a special squad had no right to intimidate prisoners, which is why the guards fell to their knees before her. The lady also didn't forget about the guy who tried to attract her attention in every way possible, so that he could have a good time himself. The man did not expect that the Miss would also remember him, since he expected that all his words would simply be forgotten. But the heroine couldn't get the fact out of her head that this man wasn't even worth talking to in detail. In the end, the lady said nothing more to the evil commoner, only turned around and asked Averden to leave this place as soon as possible. But the guy was not ready to forgive the criminals so easily for their rude words towards the Miss, so he looked angrily at this man. The man shuddered in horror because he realized that now he would not have an easy life, so he regretted getting involved with the princess. The head of the prison could not believe that in front of him was really the same man who had entered the room so confusedly. Suddenly, Nazar turned to one of his assistants in a calm voice, and the soldier immediately obediently told him his name. The duke's son warned that he was going to return, so no one should run away from this place to save their lives. The guards could barely say anything in response due to the fear that gripped them, so they just silently looked at the evil aristocrat. And Averden himself warned that he was far from being as kind and lenient as Philomela, whom he took with him. At that moment, the girl was trying to leave this terrible place with all her might, so she didn't even notice what the duke's son said at the end. But the heroine said with a sweet smile that she was satisfied with the current conditions, since she was much more worried about something else altogether. Averden was silent for a while, carefully examining the girl's face, which seemed to him not quite right. Philomel was very surprised when the guy touched her cheek, noticing that for some reason it was quite swollen. The duke's son suddenly became more serious, and angrily asked if someone from the prison had dared to hit the escaped princess. But Miss immediately lied that she simply fell, although Nazar still could not leave this situation unresolved. So he handed the girl an ointment, specially made by magicians for various situations with injuries. With a sad expression on his face, Averden guessed that it was unlikely that the princess would agree to let him help apply the remedy. The heroine again could not understand her friend's emotions, so she thanked him for his help and said that she could easily handle it herself. At the same time, the girl could not figure out what to do next, because she was afraid to go to the imperial palace, but at the same time she wanted to take the book. Nazar noticed that the lady was not cheerful for some reason, so he said that he could help her if she needed any help. Instead of answering, the princess suddenly moved sharply closer to her friend's face, since she was still formulating the words she wanted to tell him. From such closeness, the duke's son immediately became embarrassed, and therefore blushed, but did not dare to move away from the lady even an inch. And Philomel fervently asked the guy to pretend that he had not met her at all today, despite all his statements. Miss could not miss the opportunity to escape again, because she understood that Averden would not be able to refuse her. The duke's son reminded him that it was dangerous to stand up so abruptly in the carriage, and besides, the girl had come too close to him, At that moment, the carriage actually ran over a rock, causing the princess to stagger and lose her balance. Only at the very last second did Nazar manage to catch the princess and pull her towards him so that she didn't accidentally hit something. But the heroine was not at all embarrassed and declared that if she appeared in the imperial palace, she would certainly die at the hands of the emperor. Nazar sincerely could not understand why the girl thought in such a way, but he saw that she was sincerely scared in this situation. This was all because the lady was confident that the ruler would not worry about her condition, since she was not his real daughter. Averden tried to console the girl by saying that these words were just rumors, but Philomel calmly explained that it was all true. The heroine felt sad when she confessed what she had so diligently wanted to avoid throughout her entire escape. But the Miss did not allow herself to be sad, and once again, with a pleading look, asked Nazar not to take her to the imperial palace. The guy didn't expect that the girl would be ready to do absolutely anything just so that he would fulfill her difficult request at that moment. The princess knew that the duke's son had always been so strict about his boundaries that he had even set them in his relationship with her. But Philomel couldn't help but at least try to ask Averden for help, since she absolutely did not want to die. Suddenly, the guy asked in confusion why the girl had subjected him to such a difficult decision. Afterward, the heroine asked her friend what he had just meant, but Nazar had already come to his senses, so he told her not to think about it. Blushing even more, the guy admitted that he had accidentally said these words out of emotion, so he would like to simply forget about them, after which he regretfully announced that he could not help but tell the emperor that the escaped princess had been found. The lady became even more alarmed when she heard that news of her capture had been sent to the palace even before the miss was placed in prison. However, Averden did not stop talking at this point, as he said that he still wanted to help the girl in her difficult situation. He said that he would lie to the emperor about Philomel having run away if she agreed to stay in his country house. But the heroine did not want to expose her friend to such a risk, because she did not understand the reasons why he was trying so hard for her. Unexpectedly, Nazar almost let it slip that he actually loved Miss, but covered his mouth with his hand in time. So the lady quickly agreed to Averden's plan, because she didn't want to hear anything about his emotions, since she didn't believe in it. Nazar was very upset, because the lady still refused to go to his country house, as she did not want to cause inconvenience. But he did not insist on anything else, so with a smile, he asked the princess to rest a little after the hard journey. The heroine knew that Averden would soon fall in love with Elencia, so she did not want to interfere with their relationship with each other, but she couldn't understand why the guy was so sad. But due to fatigue, she simply fell asleep with this thought in her head. As they rode, the duke's son carefully adjusted his cloak on the girl so that she would not accidentally freeze due to his absence. The duke's son had noticed more than once that the closer he tried to get to Philomel, the more distant they somehow ended up becoming. Meanwhile, the guy sincerely hoped that someday in the future, he would be able to stand next to the princess and not think about anything. While Miss was sleeping, Nazar admitted out loud that he had been very stupid all this time, because he had not made any attempts to get closer to her. In the end, the guy woke up the lady only when they arrived at a village where they were able to stop for a short time. But Philomel felt very bad, because in fact, she had not been able to sleep in the carriage all this time. The thing is that the girl almost fell asleep, when suddenly she heard Averden's quiet words, which made her start to worry. Nazar himself looked somewhat better than the princess, although he also had not slept for several nights, but he was accustomed to this pace of life. Noticing that the lady already wanted to leave, the duke's son suggested waiting for her, at least until they prepared food for her for the journey. Since the heroine was really very hungry, she did not refuse this offer. The lady watched in confusion as the duke's son confidently gave orders to prepare delicious food for her. But what struck Miss most was that the guy somehow knew exactly what kind of food she liked and ordered only that from the chefs. But at that moment, Averden was so focused on speeding up the cooking that he didn't notice the girl's curious gaze. At the end, the guy said that if the lady would tell him at least her approximate location, he would help her. Instead, Philomel sheepishly asked if her friend could lend her some money, since everything she had had been taken away in prison. For this reason, the princess could not really go anywhere, because she needed to pay people for her trip. Nazar was no less confused than the lady, and admitted that he had nothing with him at the time, which only embarrassed the heroine even more. However, Philomel understood that right now, she did not have enough funds even to contact the magic tower. Suddenly, Averden asked his assistant for all his money, promising that he would later give him several times more for it. It was only after a few seconds that the duke's son realized that he had fussed too much over this simple matter, so he tried to calm down. The heroine looked at her friend in surprise, since she was not sure that he had the same character before. The girl even wondered how open they were to each other if Nazar's behavior seemed unusual to her. But the princess was afraid to be more open even to Averden, who for some reason was trying to help her in everything now. Suddenly, one of the assistants quickly ran up to the gentleman and shouted that they suddenly had huge problems. The heroine froze in shock when she heard the knight report that the emperor had somehow arrived here. Turning her head in the indicated direction, the girl shuddered in fear, because she really saw her father's exhausted face. While the ruler was trying to figure out where the lady had been all this time, the princess herself could barely breathe due to the panic that had overwhelmed her. The heroine finally decided that she would now die, although initially she tried with all her might to avoid this outcome. Suddenly, the figures of the duke's father and son began to slowly blur before the eyes of the lady, who was losing consciousness. The man and the boy walked towards the girl in fear when they realized that not everything was well with her, since she was silent. As a result, Eustace was the first to catch the princess, who no longer heard him, since she lay unconscious on His Majesty's lap. The assistant quickly informed Averden that he would go for a doctor, but the gentleman was unable to answer him at that moment. Nazar blamed himself for not noticing the girl's exhausted state all this time, which eventually led to her fainting. Suddenly, the emperor began to heal the lady with his powers, despite the fact that he had already managed to use up a large amount of them. The boy realized too late that the ruler had begun to perform magic of movement in order to take the miss with him. Philomel's face remained just as indifferent, which only worried Nazar even more, although he could not help her in any way. In the end, the duke's son did not have time to ask the emperor to take him away with the miss, so they both disappeared before his eyes. So, when the assistant brought the doctor to the right place, there was no longer any need for his help, because the girl had left. Averden confusedly picked up the hairpin that had fallen from Philomel's head during the teleportation process, so that was all that was left for him. The knight sadly admitted that right now they had no mages nearby who could help the master with teleportation. Averden remembered that his father had called all the wizards together for some other task, leaving him without help. The assistant understood that he could do nothing to ease the gentleman's condition now, so he politely remained silent behind him, and Nazar himself gave everyone the order to urgently go to the Tower of Magicians, since only in this place could skilled wizards help him. At this moment, Lequien angrily asked his son if he hadn't promised to bring his daughter to him as soon as possible. Lexion had to admit that he had indeed failed to complete the task this time, as he had not expected such difficulties in the process. However, the guy did not remain in debt, and stated that his father was no less guilty than he was, because he also let the girl go during the meeting. Then the Lord of the Tower confessed that all the children always wanted from him only money, so he did not expect anything else from the lady. The younger mage sighed and reminded him that he had already asked his father more than once to get rid of such narrow thinking. Suddenly, at that moment, a loud teleportation sound was heard, so the man did not hear the rest of what his son was telling him. It turned out that the other two sons had come running as quickly as possible to their father's call, who said that there was an emergency. Lequien was amazed that Lexion was able to tell such an original lie to these two, since they showed up at the tower so quickly. Finally, when the boys threw the defeated magical animals on the floor and sat down at the table, the man brought them up to speed. Lexion reported that he was able to find out that all of the girls' things remained at the hotel, while she herself was captured and taken to the capital. The middle son, Carden, immediately declared that they needed to immediately save their little sister, who was definitely not a criminal. But the younger Jeremiah said sadly that he had no intention of participating in something like that, so let them sort it out without him. However, he still asked if it was possible to simply take the girl from the palace, but Lexion reminded him that this would be kidnapping. The eldest son explained that they all also needed to remember that at the moment their enemy was the emperor. Although the Tower of the Magicians was not under the influence of the ruler's forces, outwardly, they still maintained good relations. Jeremiah recalled that almost all requests for cooperation were rejected, to which Lequien calmly said that he did what he wanted. Here, Carden asked excitedly what they should do, because he didn't want his sister to remain in prison. He even began to imagine various horrors, which caused him to panic, to which the younger one urged him to calm down. At this point, the Lord rose from the table and said that he was going to personally find out what condition the princess was actually in. The man confidently told his sons that they should not even try to stop him, as it would be useless. Lexion immediately rushed to reassure his father, since he understood perfectly well that only he would be able to enter the palace unnoticed. After which he added that he would look for other ways with his brothers, although Jeremiah again refused to participate in this. The father listened attentively to his eldest son, who said that he should not have appeared in the palace in such a state. When the man asked what needed to be done, the guy smiled sweetly, since he already had a plan. At that moment, the emperor was mercilessly beating the walls of the palace, because he was unhappy that the doctor was not rushing to help his daughter. Pollen was glad that Eustace eventually returned with Philomel, as he had been frightened when the ruler suddenly disappeared. But the advisor saw that the gentleman was clearly too worried, because the lady was simply sleeping. As soon as the doctor arrived, he immediately began to examine the unconscious princess, as ordered by the emperor. He could tell almost immediately that the lady was in this state due to excessive fatigue and strain on her young body. After which, the old man promised that if she was given time without stress, she would be able to recover very easily again. The emperor was sad to realize that it was he who caused the girl's shock, causing her to faint. Here, Pollen intervened in the conversation and politely reminded that a sleeping place had been prepared for the ruler in his personal room. Imagine the assistant's surprise when Eustace suddenly announced that he wanted to stay there all night. Even though the man himself was really exhausted, he was afraid of losing his daughter again if he left her alone. In the end, Pollen sighed heavily, but did not dare to contradict His Majesty, although he saw that he needed to rest. The emperor intended to take care of himself only when he was completely sure that Philomel was okay. In fact, the advisor was pleased to see how much his master cared for his fake daughter. He himself was glad that the princess had returned to the palace, even if she had been born to ordinary commoners. When the heroine finally opened her eyes, she did not immediately realize that His Majesty was indeed sitting next to her. As a result, the girl jumped up in fear on the spot, because she still believed that the emperor would kill her. However, the ruler himself was sleeping sitting up at that moment, since he was much more tired than he wanted to admit to himself. It was only after a few seconds that the princess realized that she had indeed been captured, so it didn't matter where she was. The lady was still worried about the fact that she had not been able to change her fate since she had returned to the emperor. Here Eustace opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was ask how the miss, who had recently lost consciousness, was feeling. Philomel reported that she was fine, so she offered to leave the ruler to rest. But the man asked the girl why she ran away from him in the first place, to which the miss reminded that she was not his daughter. Then His Majesty said sadly that there was no need at all for Philomel to leave the imperial palace. These words surprised the heroine very much, because she believed that the ruler hated her very much after what happened. And Eustace suddenly declared that he wanted to include the lady in the family register, because he sincerely considered her his daughter. The princess stared at her father with great surprise after these words, because she had not expected anything like this at all. She still decided to ask if the emperor really wasn't going to kill her, since that was what was written in the book. In response, the ruler asked in confusion why he had to take his daughter's life if he had been so desperately searching for her all this time. The girl didn't think that Eustace would take into account the fact that it wasn't her fault that Catherine had switched the girls. The heroine never believed that through her efforts alone, she could truly become the emperor's daughter. But for some reason, right now, His Majesty did not turn away from the girl, as it was in the prophetic story. Here the man said that Elencia also wanted to be friends with Philomel, and therefore was waiting for her return. The lady guessed that it would be wise for her to accept the ruler's offer to be included in the family register. This was all because Miss was still afraid that the emperor's interest in her could soon completely disappear. But no matter how much the heroine wanted it, she still refused to be the ruler's daughter, according to the law. As a result, a few hours later, assistants came to the lady and prepared dinner for her right in bed. Although the miss said that she could eat at the table, the servants insisted that she try to get more rest. The girl felt awkward because everyone around her was treating her as if she were sick, but she didn't say anything. Only when she started eating did the princess remember that it had been a long time since she had eaten, and she needed strength. But what surprised Philomel most was that, although she did not want to return to the palace, the prepared food appeased her. For this reason, the heroine came to the conclusion that she would also like to wash herself and change her clothes in order to feel better. The only thing that made the girl sad now was her rude words to the emperor, who wanted to help. But the lady still did not dare to tell anyone about the prophecy in the book, so she preferred to remain silent. Suddenly, the doors to the room swung open, as Elencia decided to run inside without knocking. The real princess froze in surprise, because she expected to find her father in this place. At that moment, Philomel was thinking about something sad, so she couldn't immediately realize that someone had suddenly come to her. As a result, both girls stood awkwardly in place, as neither of them knew how to begin the conversation now. However, Alencia was the first to overcome her embarrassment and happily reported that no one had told her about her relative's return. The heroine was ashamed that she had encountered the princess in such a sloppy state, but nothing could be fixed. But no matter how uncomfortable Philomel felt, she still needed to maintain a dialogue with the girl. Suddenly, the fair-haired lady suggested playing dice with her, as she often did with the emperor. Even though the heroine had never played this game, she agreed because she knew the principles. However, just in case, Alencia once again explained the rules to the emperor's runaway daughter, so that it would be easier for her. Philomel was very surprised when she heard that even the nanny agreed to play this game with the princess. The girl believed that this old woman had been kicked out of the palace, so she was not happy when it turned out that the woman had returned. But the lady had no time to think about the nanny's affairs now, so she took the dice and prepared for her move. In fact, since childhood, Miss wanted to play something like this, but no one agreed to spend time with her. After her turn, Philomel picked up a card and read that she was destined to become a servant in the palace. Unexpectedly, Alencia immediately asked how her friend felt about the role of a servant. Although there was no reason for this, the heroine did not comment on the fact that she was unlucky enough to win, and simply suggested that the princess follow her. Imagine the girl's surprise when the emperor's real daughter suddenly offered her to become her servant in reality. Philomel shuddered in fear, for this meant that she had not yet been able to change the fate destined for her by the book. The girl's hands began to tremble violently from excitement, which she tried to hide by lowering them under the gaming table. The thing is, in the original plot of the story, she became the princess's servant after the truth about her relationship was revealed. At this moment, the emperor sadly recalled how Philomele refused to be his daughter when he proposed it. Eustace didn't know that long ago the little girl heard his cruel words about her and eventually remembered them for the rest of her life. And at that moment, the lady quite seriously asked the ruler not to look for her anymore if she suddenly wanted to leave again. The girl was a little scared when the man suddenly stood up from his seat, realizing that the girl had heard his cruel words in the office. But what surprised Philomel most of all was that His Majesty unexpectedly asked her forgiveness for what he had said then. The emperor covered his face in disappointment, as he understood that any words he said now would sound like nothing more than an excuse. Afterwards, he again asked her to think again about being included in the register, although the lady confidently reminded him that she had already refused. Miss had no intention of changing her mind, so she was surprised when His Majesty suddenly told her about 1 year of reflection. The man promised that if the girl stayed in this place for just a year, he would not dare to keep her any longer. Philomel did not expect that the emperor would try to hold her back so much, because she thought that he would have no reason to do so. As a result, the ruler agreed to give the lady only 6 months, although this was not what she was trying to ask him for. While Eustace had his back to her, Philomel still said that this was not the problem at all, although the man was afraid to listen to her. The heroine remained sitting there, confused, while the ruler ran out of the room asking her to rest. And right now, His Majesty was very worried that sooner or later, Philomel would still leave the imperial palace. Suddenly, Alencia, who was dragging the fake princess by the hand, burst into her father's study with her. The heroine could not resist this girl, who seemed fragile in appearance, but in fact could do a lot. The fair-haired lady asked her friend not to refuse her offer, as she was sure that Eustace would approve of the idea. The ruler wearily reminded his youngest daughter that he had already asked her many times to knock before entering his workspace. But Alencia did not listen to these words, and instead asked her father to make Philomel her servant. The emperor was very surprised by this request, although the lady said that then the girl would be able to remain in the palace in peace. The princess did not expect that the ruler would suddenly ask whether Philomel had accepted this offer, since she had not. But Eustace said that he was not going to force his eldest daughter to do anything if she did not want to be the girl's servant. After which the emperor said that Alencia needed to learn some manners, since she was now living in the palace and not in the village. The heroine looked closely at the fair-haired lady because she did not know how she would react to her father's stern reprimand. Suddenly, the princess, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness for her behavior and explained that she simply felt sorry for her older sister. Eustace was visibly embarrassed by the girl's emotions, but said that he was not the person she should be apologizing to now. But Philomel stood up for the princess, admitting the fact that she was indeed just acting on emotions for her sake. The heroine breathed a sigh of relief, because she was glad that, for now, the ruler had not listened to everything his daughter said. Here, the emperor informed the princess that he had offered the elder lady to join the family register, which surprised the younger one. Eustace admitted that he sincerely wanted to adopt Philomel, but certain difficulties arose, since for some reason the miss did not want this. Alencia couldn't believe that some person wouldn't want to be a relative of the emperor, and the heroine herself only smiled. Then, the princess grabbed Philomel's hand and asked if they could become real sisters and friends in the future. The blonde girl smiled and admitted that she didn't know there was a method that she liked better. But for some reason, at that moment, the eldest daughter was unable to smile back as happily, because something about the princess's behavior made her wary. His Majesty watched the girls' interaction from the sidelines, although he noticed that they were not yet getting along very well with each other. Here, Alencia approached her father and kindly asked him to lean closer to her, which the man obediently did. And immediately after this, the princess tenderly kissed the ruler on the cheek, saying that this was in place of a wish for a good night's sleep. Philomel watched this whole scene with surprise, for it was the first time she had seen anyone treat the emperor like that. While the man was recovering from such a breach of etiquette, the fair-haired lady left his office with a satisfied smile. As soon as the girl left, Eustace honestly admitted that he still had not gotten used to his youngest daughter's feeling of distance. The lady was also surprised that His Majesty reacted rather reservedly to such a crazy prank from the princess. Just as Philomel was about to start talking about the family register, the man suddenly said abruptly that her room was already ready for bed. This was not what the heroine wanted to hear at all. But at that moment, the emperor was too afraid to continue the old topic of conversation. As a result, Eustace rushed out of his office so quickly that Philomel was left standing there, amazed. As soon as the lady returned to her room, she was immediately met with alarm by Dels, who still had not been able to visit her mistress. The heroine greeted the countess with a gentle smile, whom she was also glad to see, since they hadn't even really said goodbye. The aristocrat tenderly embraced the runaway princess, who did not say a word to her before leaving the imperial palace. The woman honestly admitted that she was very worried that something bad could happen to the lady, and the girl was pleased by such care from the outside, since she did not expect that Dels would be so pleased with her return. Then they both heard some strange sounds coming from the balcony, so they looked there. As soon as the countess opened the door, a white and fluffy street cat brazenly burst into the room of the fake princess. Philomel was surprised by the appearance of this impudent animal, but for some reason she had nothing against him in this place. And the cat himself looked affectionately at the girl, as if he was trying to beg her permission to stay and live here now. The countess, confused, said that it was the first time in her life that she had seen such a beautiful, silver, and impudent cat. Philomel stroked the furry animal, which was fawning on her, as if it specifically wanted to attract the lady's attention. The aristocrat noticed that this cat did not shy away from people, so she promised to try to find his owner. The lady thought sadly that she would like to look after the cat herself, but she did not know how long she would stay here. She confessed this to her assistant, and the woman was very surprised, as she had expected that the miss would live in the palace. But the heroine explained that she was not a real princess, so she was going to go somewhere else. The girl still did not know whether she should agree to the emperor's proposal to include her in the family register, but Dels confidently stated in response that the miss should not even have thought about it, because she was like a real daughter to the ruler. However, immediately after this, she asked the lady for forgiveness for having so vividly demonstrated her emotions. Philomel smiled kindly and said that Dels had the right to do this, since she had been taking care of her all this time. At that moment, the cat carefully shifted his gaze from the woman to the girl, as if he understood perfectly well what they were talking about. In the end, the countess advised the princess to relax at least today and rest peacefully in her room. As a result, it was decided to leave the furry, impudent fellow, since he peacefully lay down near the fireplace and did not bother anyone. The heroine also went to bed, but could not fall asleep because of the chaos that was going on in her head, because of everything that had happened. For some reason, the relationship between Eustace and Alencia at this point was different from what was written in the novel. For this reason, the lady did not know how she should react, as the princess was behaving very strangely. Here the countess called out to her mistress and reminded her that she would guard her sleep, so the girl need not worry about anything. The woman added sadly that she was always ready to listen to Philomel if she wanted to share something with her. Although the heroine was sincerely grateful to her assistant, she understood that she would not be able to tell this kind aristocrat anything. So she asked why the relationship between the youngest daughter and the emperor was awkward, which visibly surprised Dels. At that moment, the cat opened one of his eyes, and also listened to the answer that the relatives had only recently met each other. But Philomel still didn't understand why there wasn't a strong bond between them, since they were father and daughter. Taking up her knitting, the woman calmly asked if the lady remembered what she had once told her about her child. She again said that as a child, the girl believed that she would marry her father. But now they did not communicate at all. Miss did not expect that her own daughter could have such difficulties in communicating with her own father. But what surprised Philomel most was the phrase that attachment only arises when both people try to communicate. While the Countess was talking about how the Emperor and Alencia had little in common, the cat continued to listen to her. But the heroine squeezed her hands tightly because she remembered that in the book, these two immediately developed a trusting relationship. It so happened that Eustace was raised in a cruel environment and therefore never gave his love to Philomel. For this reason, the lady did not believe her father when he said that he would like to continue to consider her his real daughter. Right now, the heroine felt as if she still had no support under her feet. But for some reason, the lady could not forget the Emperor's face when she said that she never considered him her father. As a result, Philomel only became more confused about how she really felt about the people around her. Unexpectedly, Dels offered the lady to stay in her house if the girl still decided to leave the imperial palace. The heroine anxiously reminded that the Countess worked here, but the woman explained that she would leave here with her mistress. The aristocrat explained that she would never want to serve anyone else except Philomel, as she had become attached to her. The girl froze in place when Dels suddenly asked her not to run away anymore, without even telling her faithful assistant. Only now did the heroine realize that the Countess was so devoted to her that she had no intention of helping Alencia grow up. Clenching her fists tightly from the overwhelming emotions, Miss promised that next time she would tell her assistant everything. At the same time, the lady thought that Nazar could also help her at his own discretion, while she pushed him away out of fear. With such thoughts, the girl was still able to fall asleep after some time, and Dels left her alone in the room. As soon as this happened, the fluffy cat perked up and turned into Lequin. Since it was him, the man impatiently approached his daughter's bed and tried to wake her up, as he had come for her. But suddenly, the Lord remembered Lection's request not to create unnecessary problems, so he froze in place. Since the girl did not look like a person who needed help, the magician decided to postpone her move to the tower. Looking closely at Philomel, he suddenly felt that she reminded him of someone, but he could not understand what he felt. For some reason, the man felt uneasy about this oppressive feeling inside, because he had always had a poor understanding of his emotions. What bothered the Lord most was that even with his sons, he had never experienced anything like this. However, although Philomel had no magical powers, for some reason, the magician could not simply take and throw her out of his head. Now, Lequin even felt a little ashamed that he had lied, and said that he didn't remember Catherine at all. Throughout the wizard's life, most people were afraid of him, and therefore carefully avoided close contact with him. For this reason, it took the magician a long time to even slightly understand the emotions of the assistants around him. And it had been like this since Lequin's childhood, when his mentor only scolded him instead of explaining anything properly. This was not the first woman who gave up on a boy so quickly, so he was not very upset in the end. The child tried to ask questions concerning the ethical aspects of his life, but for some reason, the lady did not answer them. Instead, the mentor thought with horror that the magician had once again fought with one of the aristocrats. Therefore, the boy had nothing against making all his enemies disappear. If only they would not tell about his deeds. Listening to the child's cruel statements, the woman was horrified because he was ready to kill anyone. As a result, Lequin was once again told to get out, although he could never understand why this had happened in the first place. So the fact that Philomel was not afraid of him at all greatly interested the man who always remained alone. He knew that the lady, like everyone else, tried to attach importance to family ties, even if the similarities were minimal. Lequin suddenly realized that Miss needed him, unlike the other sons, and that is why the Lord was drawn to her. The head of the Tower of Magicians even allowed himself to suggest that if the girl had initially lived with him, then a lot would have changed. In the end, the man didn't dare do anything last night, so the next morning, he pretended to be a cat again. But the fact that the nanny burst into Philomel's room and started scolding the girl ultimately made the wizard very angry. The old woman, meanwhile, was shouting loudly that there was no place for a false daughter here, although Alencia tried to stop her. The heroine calmly replied that she was going to leave soon anyway, so the nanny didn't have to shout. But the woman did not calm down at this, because she remembered that all this time, the princess lived in poor conditions because of her eldest daughter. At this point, Dels could not stand it any longer and stood up for her ward, since she did not want to listen to such rudeness. The lady herself could not understand why the nanny, who had helped her throughout her childhood, suddenly turned against her. The old woman told the countess that she had no right to tell her anything because she had been in the palace for a shorter period of time. And LeQuinn couldn't stand it anymore, so he used magic to hit the impudent nanny hard on the back. Deleuze and Philomel were unaware that the Lord had joined their defense, so they looked at the old woman in surprise. And she suddenly accused the emperor's eldest daughter of attacking her, although this was not at all the case. The countess calmly explained that her charge had not even moved from her place, and that the nanny had fallen for some reason herself. As much as Elenzia wanted to stand up for the nanny, she didn't see anything either, so she couldn't confirm her words about the attack. Instead, the princess asked the woman to stop behaving so indecently, as she needed to get up. The heroine could not understand what exactly had happened, but what had happened did not seem like an ordinary accident to her. She looked around carefully, but all she could find was a cat stretching contentedly behind her. However, the lady still could not hold the animal responsible for being somehow happy, so the miss only wished that the nanny would be taken out of her room as soon as possible, because she was making too much noise. Imagine the girl's surprise when the old woman suddenly said that she should have been in prison, like her mother. The heroine did not expect that Catherine was alive and was imprisoned in the imperial palace, since the emperor had given such an order. But then an advisor burst into the room and asked for forgiveness for all the chaos that had suddenly arisen since the morning. Dels asked what the ruler was thinking when he allowed the nanny to return to the palace, but the advisor could not answer. Then the aristocrat asked to make every effort to ensure that the old woman was thrown out of the palace again, because she was behaving inappropriately. The assistant immediately promised that he would do everything possible to ensure that the nanny at least did not appear in Philomel's room again. Realizing that the countess had her own business, the lady let her go, but the woman was now afraid to leave her charge alone, so the first princess had to say that everything was fine with her, because she was ready for such antics of the nanny. Suddenly, Miss noticed that the cat had also come closer, and she guessed that he did not want to be left alone. In the end, the girl said that the animal was not allowed with her, to which the cat sadly lowered his head. Here Philomel remembered that cats could not understand the words of people, so the cat was unlikely to obey her. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the furry pet obediently returned to its place, although it wagged its tail discontentedly. Pollen asked in confusion when the princess had managed to get a cat, but she began to deny that she was its owner. After listening to the emperor's first daughter, the advisor noted that she had a kind heart, since she did not drive out the cat. But the heroine herself was worried that she didn't know what to do with the animal if its owner didn't show up before she left. And the cat himself looked at the lady with innocent eyes, which made her even think about keeping him for herself in the end. Immediately after Philomel's room, Pollen came to the nanny and informed her that she needed to leave the palace again, or behave decently. He took the emperor's first daughter with him, since this matter directly concerned her, and the decision that the lady would ultimately make. But the old woman kept saying until the very end that she had tried so hard and cared for the miss, and now she wanted to kick her out. At that moment, the heroine was surprised to think that Elenzia had even given up her soft bed to her older assistant, and now the real princess sat carefully next to the woman who promised to teach her a lot more. Suddenly, the nanny brought forgiveness to Philomel, which the lady did not expect, but still said that she did not hold a grudge against her. Suddenly, Elenzia said that she felt sorry for the nanny, who had injured her back and couldn't even stand up properly. The old woman looked at her charge with great gratitude, as she was pleased to have such protection from her. After which, the fair-haired lady admitted that she would tell her father about the nanny's behavior, but hoped that Philomel would allow her to stay. Pollen reported that this was impossible, but the emperor's second daughter recalled that she had asked her sister's permission. She stubbornly clung to the fact that it was the eldest who suffered from the nanny's actions, so it was up to her to decide. The heroine immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the room had suddenly changed dramatically due to the princess's words. Hearing the unpleasant whispers of the maids behind her, the lady felt as if it was she who was trying to send the nanny away, and not Pollen. Philomel clenched her fists in displeasure, not liking this outcome, although she wasn't particularly worried about her reputation. So in the end, the miss said that she would listen to the princess's words, which noticeably surprised not only Elenzia, but also the old woman. But the girl went further and said that there was no need to fire the nanny when her back was finally completely healed. The woman was visibly surprised when the lady asked if the nanny remembered the time she accidentally injured her leg. The princess also listened attentively to her older sister, since she did not quite understand what she was getting at. In fact, the heroine remembered very well how hard it was for her at that moment, because the old woman constantly scolded her for her illness. The advisor turned to Philomel with concern, as he wanted to know what she had in mind, but the girl continued to talk about her own. She said with a smile that if Elencia could take care of the nanny, she would help the woman and learn a lot herself. The nanny and the princess looked in surprise at the emperor's eldest daughter, who was completely confident in her proposal. For this reason, the lady said that the fair-haired girl could learn a lot if she helped the nanny. But Elencia was not at all happy that she had suddenly been given such a huge responsibility for a person's life. But the nanny decided that this idea was a very good one, since she had once raised Empress Isabella in the same way. Philomel was only glad that she had managed to teach her sister, who had tried to accuse her, a lesson without her even noticing. Miss knew for sure that the kind princess would not be able to refuse the old woman such a wish, so she would agree to help her. Since the emperor's youngest daughter was for some reason delaying her answer, the nanny began to moan once again that she couldn't cope on the street alone. But as soon as the girl allowed the woman to stay here under her supervision, she immediately beamed with joy. At this, Philomel suggested to Pollen that they leave the two alone, since their business in this place was finished. Since the heroine was not very pleased to listen to the nanny's impudent speeches, she tried not to pay attention to her anymore. At the same time, the lady was sure that even Elencia's kindness would not be enough to completely love this old woman. Therefore, the miss had no choice but to wait for the moment when the princess herself wanted to kick the woman out, which did not help her at all. In the meantime, the heroine enjoyed the fact that for some time she would be free from her younger sister and unpleasant nanny. Pollen caught up with the girl on the way and asked if she regretted her decision, but the miss said that the old woman would not leave the room. The advisor was most surprised when Philomel suddenly reminded him that she was not, in fact, a princess. He asked if the emperor had not offered the lady entry into the family register, but she explained that she had refused it. The heroine knew that Pollen wouldn't believe her decision either, because she had had exactly the same conversation with the countess. So the lady had already come up with an argument that there had never been any cases before where commoners entered the ruler's family. The advisor could not deny the fact that the aristocrats would clearly not easily accept such a decision from His Majesty. But in reality, the heroine knew that this was just an excuse, because there were situations when people from a side branch were appointed emperors. Moreover, there were times when there were no free heirs left, so an alliance was concluded with one of the aristocrats. But even so, Philomel was sure that her promotion to the daughter of Eustace would raise a huge amount of indignation. Suddenly, Pollen reported that one of the emperors had made his daughter the girl whose father had saved him. The lady only now realized that she had actually heard something like this in her history lessons sometime in her childhood. The only thing the advisor didn't mention was that this story was so long ago that no one knew exactly how true it was. As a result, the miss noticed that the assistant clearly lacked arguments to convince her, which made him very upset. Pollen eventually admitted that the emperor had ordered him to find something that would make Philomel's inclusion in the register legal. Eustace was extremely serious, and even asked his assistant to come up with such a situation if it did not exist. So now the advisor had not been home for several days, but still did not want to give up, so as not to upset the ruler. The heroine decided to remember that she should have talked to her father before Pollen came up with some story. The advisor suddenly stopped complaining about his difficult fate when the princess suddenly said that she wanted to ask him for something, and the lady stated quite confidently that she would like to see her birth mother, as she had heard about her. Right now, the woman was indeed completely alone in the prison of the imperial palace, and Catherine herself thought sadly only about the fact that for some reason Elencia had not visited her for a long time, although she was nearby. The commoner was worried that she might actually die soon, although this decision had not yet been announced. However, the woman decided for herself that this was a fair punishment for what she had done many years ago. Periodically, Catherine remembered what had happened almost 30 years ago, when Isabella was still alive. At the age of 8, her father brought little Catherine to a girl from an aristocratic family, whom she would have to take care of. It turned out to be the same Isabella, who had not communicated with anyone her age for a long time, because she lived in a quiet village. So, when the aristocrat saw the little girl, who was just like her, she was delighted and wanted to be friends with her. The girl noticed that she had scared her new friend, so she sadly admitted that she had no one to be friends with. It was then that Catherine realized that Isabella was a special child with whom she also wanted to communicate. After all, despite their difference in status, the fair-haired lady spoke easily and simply with her assistant, whom she sincerely loved. But everything changed when Catherine first saw the young emperor's carriage near the gates of Isabella's estate. Then the girl did not immediately recognize in the slender figure of the unfamiliar guy a real ruler who was looking for a faithful and beautiful wife. At first sight, the assistant fell in love with Eustace, although the man himself did not even intend to look in her direction. As a result, Catherine was unable to even greet the emperor, as she froze in shock at the sight of his appearance. A few days later, the aristocrat announced that she was going to marry the young ruler, so she would soon leave the estate. The assistant knew right away that this would happen, but pretended to sincerely congratulate her childhood friend on her marriage. The fair-haired lady admitted that she still couldn't believe her happiness, because she really liked Eustace. The merchant's daughter understood perfectly well that she was not suitable for the ruler, so she would never be able to be with him anyway. But until now, the commoner could not get the gentle expression on the emperor's face, which did not look like a villain, out of her head. However, Catherine tried not to allow herself to even think about the fact that she was the first to fall in love with the ruler, because they were of different statuses. What the girl feared most was that Isabella would realize that she felt something like envy because the lady was more fortunate. Suddenly, Eustace's fiancé asked if her old friend would agree to go with her to the imperial palace so as not to be separated. When Catherine voiced this proposal to her father, he was terribly pleased because his daughter could bring glory to their entire family. But the brother did not support his younger sister at all, because he laughed at the fact that the girl would only be an assistant. The merchant's daughter did not even hope that his son would be able to understand her, so she simply went to the palace with a close friend. The guy, meanwhile, asked the girl, through his majesty, to finally find herself a sufficiently rich husband. What surprised Isabella's assistant most was that her father supported his son's words, as he really wanted to raise the status of the guild. But Catherine was not happy with the words of her relatives, since each of them was thinking only about how to increase profits. Against the background of these people, the fair-haired aristocrat always seemed like a beautiful angel to the commoner. For this reason, Catherine only wanted to leave home more strongly, but not because her father or brother, who wanted power, told her so. And indeed, at first, the life of the servant with such a pleasant mistress was simple and even happy in some places. Isabella even periodically took the girl with her to important events, dressing her in specially selected dresses. The empress took full advantage of the fact that her husband allowed her to do whatever she wanted, so she also helped her friend. And Eustace himself could not believe that he so easily agreed to his wife's various adventures. But he was sincerely not against them. As a result, Catherine accidentally forgot that all this time only her friend was taking care of her, and the emperor did not even pay attention. So she began to desire to receive at least a little love from his majesty, although she knew that she could never replace his wife. For this reason, the maid soon informed Eustace that she even agreed to become his mistress, if only to be together. But the girl did not take into account the fact that her words incredibly angered the ruler, who loved only Isabella. Too late, the maid realized that by her actions, she had betrayed her beloved friend and brought upon herself the wrath of the ruler. The girl could never forget that beloved face, which was so distorted by hatred. As a result, the girl ran away from the palace in shame, because she could not even admit her actions to her friend. She was also worried about what her father and brother would say, who would clearly not forgive the lady for running away from the imperial palace itself. Suddenly, right behind her, Catherine heard some unpleasant sound, so she carefully froze in place. Too late, the girl discovered that, for some reason, there were evil and powerful magical monsters in this forest. She would never in her life have thought that she would meet such huge monsters, and even one-on-one in a dark forest. And what confused the maid most was that the number of these wolves was enormous, and she would not be able to cope with even one. And Catherine had already prepared herself for her death from these bloodthirsty predators, because she had managed to do a lot of stupid things. Imagine the assistant's surprise when a male figure confidently ran past her to meet the wolves. The guy mockingly asked if she really wanted to die so much and rushed into battle with the wolves because he was not afraid of them. The lady could only watch in confusion as this man in a cloak fought strong monsters so easily. Having quickly defeated all the wolves, the guy asked in surprise if the girl really wasn't even going to try to escape. The maid did not expect that immediately after this, he would say that he was not interested in her affairs, although he himself had just asked her a question. The magician activated his abilities and asked the mist to move away so that he would not accidentally touch her in the process. It was Lequin, who quite often cleared the forests in this way of evil creatures that appeared incomprehensibly. And at that moment, although the guy had defeated some of the monsters, The wolves again emerged from the forest in even greater numbers and growled. The girl watched in complete shock as the unknown man silently continued to work his magic. And the Lord of the Tower himself easily and calmly destroyed the monsters time after time, which he had wanted to deal with for a long time anyway. In the end, the magician could not stand it and ended his battle with one powerful spell, after which the monsters should not have survived. Seeing the huge number of corpses on the ground, the merchant's daughter came to a conclusion about what kind of wizard she had accidentally met. Catherine asked, with great surprise, what such an outstanding person was doing in this wilderness, because he should be in the Tower of the Magicians. To this, LeQuinn explained that he was too busy with work in the tower, so he decided to leave for a while to get some fresh air, after which the man added that he was not a slacker at all, as he was using his legal rest time. The girl said that she had nothing to repay the Lord with, to which he replied that she could still help with something if she wanted to. Imagine Catherine's surprise when the wizard put a previously prepared document about participation in the experiment to her face, and LeQuinn smiled radiantly and said that he needed as many women as possible, so he would be glad if the Miss signed up. Without immediately responding to such a proposal, the commoner first returned to her family, and her father, as expected, began to scold her. The merchant asked his daughter to at least state the reason why she did not want to return to the palace, but the lady could not even say that. Then the brother intervened in the conversation and said that Catherine had definitely done something wrong, and that was why she had fled from the emperor's wrath. What upset the guy most was that his sister had only spent a few months in the palace and had managed to earn little during that time. The girl listened with fear to her family's words that they would not forgive her if they were somehow punished because of her actions. As a result, the merchant's son turned away from his sister in disappointment, as he had been counting on a blessing from the imperial family. So the assistant finally realized that she had nothing left, because even her family did not want to support her. She remembered the Lord's proposal that he would like to have a child from her and became interested in this man. Catherine hoped that if she had a baby from this famous magician, she would finally receive recognition from the outside. So the girl came to the Tower of Magicians, where one of the wizards told her that she couldn't tell anyone about the experiment. However, the maid did not want to stay in this place until the last moment, because she was worried about what her brother and father would think of her. The magician gave the lady a special capsule and asked her to come if any complications with pregnancy suddenly arose. Looking at the jar with the unknown contents, Catherine hoped that at least her child would become a famous person. However, in the end, when the merchant found out that his daughter was carrying a baby from an unknown source, he became angry and left for the capital. From that day on, Catherine was left completely alone, since her father and brother crossed her out of the family register so as not to be disgraced. It so happened that at the moment of the maid's birth, Isabella came to her because she wanted to support her friend in a difficult moment. From the Empress's behavior, Catherine guessed that Eustace had not told her anything about why the assistant had fled from the palace, and the fair-haired lady admitted that she really missed her native place and her friend, which is why she came. After listening to Isabella, Catherine still could not understand what exactly she had conceded to her, since no one around her wanted to support her. These bitter and offensive feelings did not give the woman peace, but she pretended to her friend that in fact everything was fine. Meanwhile, Catherine began to hate the Empress more and more, since she believed that it was she who introduced her to the ruler. So, although Isabella did not want this at all, her appearance made the former servant feel less than she actually was. As a result, the assistant gave birth first, and the Empress came to congratulate her, despite the fact that she too was about to give birth. Imagine Catherine's surprise when the blonde lady fell to the floor due to the fact that she suddenly started having contractions. But even in this situation, Isabella's child was born completely healthy, although the girl almost injured her stomach. However, the most skilled doctors in the area were unable to make the Empress open her eyes, since she died during childbirth. The assistant watched everything that was happening with sadness, because she knew that she couldn't help anyway. But suddenly, she realized that now she had two completely identical babies with light-colored hair left in her arms. It was then that the idea of taking revenge on the emperor for not accepting her several years ago was born in the head of the merchant's daughter. Having received money from the experiment, the woman moved to another village, where she was able to buy herself a nice house. She carefully held the real princess in her arms and did not tell anyone that she had made a substitution that day. She was surprised to learn that her daughter at the palace was eventually named after the name Isabella had once suggested. But Catherine had her own worries. Even though Alencia grew up as a kind and obedient child, very similar to the Empress, but the older the girl became, the more unbearable Catherine's feeling of guilt became. But broken things did not save her. While the woman was tormented by nightmares every day, the little girl sincerely tried to help her, although she did not know what was wrong. However, Catherine continued to pretend that everything was fine and lied to Alencia until the very end about who her father was. But at some point, the woman couldn't take it anymore and screamed loudly at the girl because she could no longer see her face. Imagine her surprise when the little girl began to obediently pick up the pieces, saying that she didn't want her mother to get hurt, after which the emperor's daughter promised that she would try harder so that her mother would finally stop hating her. Only at that moment did Catherine finally realize that in front of her was not actually her old close friend. This girl was so kind that she tried to help her mother, despite the fact that she herself felt pain. In the end, Catherine fell to her knees before the princess and asked for forgiveness for all her outbursts of anger, which the little girl did not deserve. She hugged Alencia tenderly for the first time, as at that moment she felt surprisingly sincere maternal feelings for her. Although the girl did not understand what happened to her mother, she again simply supported her and hugged her to make the woman feel better. But this whole image was the opposite of the current Alencia, who pretended not to remember her mother's real name. Catherine shuddered in horror as memories accidentally mixed in her head, and she began to think about the current princess. Madame noticed that in recent months, her daughter had begun to behave strangely for some reason, but she had not previously attached any importance to it. Rising abruptly to her feet, she decided that there was no point in thinking about it now, since she would have to die soon anyway. The only thing Catherine regretted now was the sad face of Philomel, who had hoped to receive warm feelings from her. Suddenly, the woman heard someone's quiet steps on the floor of the dungeon, so she asked hopefully if Alencia had come to her. Imagine the surprise of the lady when she heard the voice of a completely different girl, whom she did not expect to see here. It turned out that Philomel decided to visit her mother in prison, although she herself did not really understand why she needed to do this. For this reason, the lady stood still at some distance from her mother, for she did not know what she should say at all. Somewhere deep inside herself, the heroine hoped that she would see some changes in her mother. But suddenly, she realized that it was stupid to wait for this. The woman was noticeably confused, because she did not expect that her real daughter would suddenly want to see her, while Alencia did not come. Nevertheless, she extended her trembling and sword-wounded hand to the girl, although she understood that it was too late. But the woman stared at her daughter in surprise as she pushed her hand away, although Madame meant no harm. The woman realized that the miss was about to leave, as she reported that the order to prolong her mother's life had been requested by Alencia. Philomel wished that her mother's last days would pass peacefully in this place, and was about to leave her. But Catherine did not want to end the conversation there, so she shouted loudly for the girl to stay and listen to her. In a pleading voice, the woman asked her real daughter to stay with her for a little while, which is why the heroine still stopped in the middle of the corridor. The assistant looked at the girl in confusion when she suddenly began to talk about how everything was wonderful with Alencia now. And Philomel was so upset that her mother did not pay attention to her that she talked non-stop only about the princess. Suddenly, the lady realized that, for some reason, the emperor's youngest daughter had never visited her mother in this terrible place, and the merchant's daughter herself suddenly said that this was not at all what she really wanted to know about the real princess who had returned to the palace. The heroine was very surprised when the woman suddenly asked if the fair-haired lady was the same as usual, that is, kind and sweet. But the elder reminded that she had no idea what Alencia really was like, so she couldn't judge. Then Catherine, nervously biting her nails, admitted that the princess had changed several months ago. What frightened Madame most was that even the girl's tastes in food and her manner of communication had changed, as if she were a different person. Suddenly, the woman interrupted her monologue and said with a smile that she had simply spent too much time alone to speak like that. The lady noticed that her mother at that moment looked as if she was afraid of something, although she could not find a reason for it. And then the heroine only nodded in response to her mother, since she could not get the words about Alencia's strange behavior out of her head. As soon as the girl returned to the room in thought, the white cat immediately sat down next to her, as if he saw that his mistress was very worried. However, Philomel decided for herself that everyone already knew that the real princess was a good person. But then the heroine remembered the image of Alencia and thought about why she decided that this lady must necessarily be kind. The emperor's eldest daughter realized that she had relied too heavily on the book all this time, although she could have thought about it herself. But there were a lot of controversial points about this story, because even now the Alencia from the book was different from the real one. And the lady had the most questions about who and why threw this prophetic book in the garden, as if wanting it to be found. So now, for the first time in her life, Philomel wondered whether she could really trust Isabella's daughter. For some reason, although much corresponded to the plot of the novel, the girl could not shake the feeling that she had missed something. To confirm her suspicions, Miss decided to carefully take the book from its hiding place and reread the contents again. Since the novel was hidden outside the palace, Philomel was a little worried that Eustace would not want to let her go. Suddenly, Miss felt that from all these experiences, her head was suddenly spinning, although nothing promised this. Imagine the princess's surprise when she didn't fall to the floor because Lequine appeared out of nowhere and caught her. Miss stared at her father in complete amazement, because she thought that after their last conversation, he would not want to see her anymore. But the man himself only smiled good-naturedly, since he was already tired of just waiting, so he decided to show himself to his daughter. At that moment, the brothers had just arrived at the imperial palace, but Lexion suggested that they disperse, since they all had different reasons. It so happened that Nazar teleported along with these people, so he sincerely thanked the magicians for their help. Since Averden wanted to thank the boys, he asked them to state their names, which the eldest and middle ones did immediately. But Jeremiah pretended until the very end that everything that related to the aristocrat did not concern him, so much so that he did not even look at him. For this reason, the guy said that the duke's son did not need to know his name, because they would not meet again anyway. Nazar did not lose his head and asked the magician not to be so modest, because he sincerely wanted to thank him for his help too. Jeremiah grumbled as he walked away, and Lexion reminded him that they had only teleported Averden because they needed him here too. The duke's son thanked these people again for their help and did not detain them any longer, as he understood that they had business to attend to, after which he immediately turned his gaze to the imperial palace, as he was worried about whether Philomel was okay now. The only problem was that the guy arrived on the property unexpectedly and therefore did not ask permission to enter. However, Nazar was not going to give up so easily and still went to the gate, because many people knew him in this place. And at that moment, Philomel said her father's name in surprise, since she had not expected to see him in her room at all. The Lord himself calmly confirmed that his name was Lequin, because he did not want to explain anything to the girl first, so he joked it off. Here, the lady jumped away from the man and asked how he ended up in the palace, since teleportation magic had no effect on him. In response, the head of the tower laughed and said that any prohibitions could be dealt with, but he had come quietly the previous night. The heroine did not believe her father's words at all, because she was absolutely certain that she had not noticed him near her before. The man stated that the miss was extremely cruel, because she herself forced him to sit in that boring, albeit warm place. The girl looked at the pillow that her father had pointed to and became even more confused, since she had specifically given that place to the cat. Suddenly, the princess realized that it was Lequin who had been brazenly pretending to be that furry animal all this time. The Lord nodded in confirmation of the girl's guess, since he really decided to come to her in such an unremarkable guise. But the heroine did not want to believe it until the very end. Then the leader said that he could very well show how exactly he transforms. The lady asked emotionally to demonstrate, and froze in confusion when her father actually disappeared from sight. And Lequin himself meowed contentedly, because turning into a cat was an easy and even pleasant task for him. Returning to his appearance, the Lord admitted that he had tried to tell the miss about himself, but there were always people around her, and he did not want to wake the lady. Philomel did not even want to listen to all her father's arguments, since he violated her personal space by invading the room, so she threw a pillow at the magician and screamed at him to get away, because she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Philomel was very angry and blushed, because her father had deceived her once again, which was only many times more unpleasant. The wizard dodged the object thrown at him and asked his daughter to calm down, as he did not expect such a reaction from her. Finally, it was only after a few minutes that Philomel agreed to sit on the sofa next to her father while she threw the rest of the items into it. However, the lady still sat as far away from the man as possible and angrily asked him not to try to get closer to her. The Lord sincerely did not understand what he had done so badly, but he did not insist on his offer to sit closer. Then Philomel irritably announced that she only loved animals when they were real. The heroine herself thought only that her father turned out to be a rare, impudent person, but nothing could be explained to him. The girl couldn't even imagine that an adult man would pretend to be a cat and ask to be petted. But Miss was glad that she had learned the truth before she made many stupid mistakes due to her ignorance. Unexpectedly, Lequin admitted that this was all Lection's idea, so he would definitely tell his son this a little later. The princess suddenly asked why the lord had come to her, and he answered directly that he would like to take the girl to his tower. These words surprised Philomel very much, because she did not think that her father would change his mind so quickly. And the man, in all seriousness, extended his hand to the lady and invited her to return to his domain with him right now. The heroine honestly admitted that she could not understand why the man acted this way, because the first time they had a bad conversation. Then the wizard said that for some reason he had a feeling that he must definitely see the girl again. Imagine the magician's surprise when the princess asked him if he had ever felt guilty about how he had treated her. But Lequin rejected this assumption, since he had never felt anything like this towards other people before. The girl was not at all surprised when her father said that he asked for forgiveness from her, only because that's what everyone did. She looked closely at her father's face, who looked genuinely puzzled at that moment. The heroine felt sad that she would never be able to feel a family connection with such an emotionally callous parent. Noticing that the lady was still hesitating about whether to accept his offer, the magician himself extended his hand to her again, and the princess decided to agree to this, since it would be much easier for her to leave the magician's tower and go abroad. But before the lady had time to touch the man's hand, she remembered Del's request not to run away without telling her anything. Miss couldn't understand why the sad face of an aristocrat who wanted to help suddenly appeared before her eyes. But what surprised Philomela most was that she suddenly remembered how the emperor asked her for forgiveness for what he said in childhood. Even the fact that Pollen would like to serve the girl, regardless of the ruler's decision, suddenly surfaced in the lady's memory. However, right now, Lequin stood in front of the heroine, eagerly waiting for her to teleport with him. Philomel herself did not understand why she was hesitating, when suddenly she realized that she was worried about Catherine's words about Elencia. The girl did not want to leave the emperor in the company of his real daughter, who had been acting strangely lately. The heroine realized that she had been sitting in one place for too long, instead of finally taking the lord by the hand. Imagine the lady's surprise when the man suddenly said that he guessed what she was feeling at that moment. But immediately after this, Lequin suggested that his daughter wanted to beat everyone up before leaving, something he was even willing to help with. The emperor's eldest daughter froze in place in complete shock, as she had been thinking of a completely different option. And the lord had already decided that he would stay with the girl to help her carry out such a complex revenge. When the lady asked about the Tower of Magicians, the chief calmly said that they would manage to earn money there without him. At this point, the man suddenly remembered that there was a reason why he couldn't leave the imperial palace right now. The lady did not expect that her father would be worried about them missing each other if he arrived at the tower before her. Suddenly, the heroine heard someone's male voice loudly asking for permission to see her right now. Philomel immediately asked Lequin in a panic to hide somewhere, because he could not be shown to anyone. As a result, when the doors to the room opened, the lady barely managed to pick up her father, who had once again turned into a cat. Imagine the princess's surprise when she saw in front of her an excited Nazar, who had come to visit her. The guy smiled tenderly when he was able to see with his own eyes that everything was completely fine with the girl in the end. Since Averden was always a welcome guest at the palace, the maids quickly prepared everything for tea with him. The duke's son said nothing for some time, and then confessed that he was glad that the lady had already come to her senses. Philomel had no idea how much her friend had been worried about her condition all this time, because she hadn't told anyone anything. And Nazar said sadly that what he was most afraid of was that something bad could happen to Miss, and no one would help her. The heroine felt embarrassed about her escape, but she believed that the emperor would kill her, so she did not find another way out. During their conversation, the duke's son kept a close eye on the lady, which only made her more embarrassed. Here, Philomel remembered that the guy was able to quickly get to the palace and asked where he was able to find a mage with teleportation. Averden calmly said that he came to the Tower of Magicians, where he was able to easily find people who helped him. The miss was surprised, as she thought the place was closed, but the duke's son said he had used his name. He admitted that he had met 3 traveling magicians with whom he was very lucky to get straight to the palace. Philomel nodded in agreement, because she knew how difficult it was to find a wizard who could teleport. Nazar explained that for some reason, 2 magicians had recently quit the palace, and these guys decided to try to take their places. He regretfully said that since there were 3 of those guys, one of them would definitely not be able to get a job in the end. But then silence arose again between the boy and the girl, which made the heroine feel extremely awkward once again. Although the guy continued to watch the lady with a blushing face, she remembered perfectly well that they were no longer engaged. In fact, Philomel didn't yet know what her personal desires were, so she had difficulty choosing a topic for conversation. The heroine had spent her entire life pretending to be someone else in order to survive, and now she couldn't remember her real self. Suddenly, she heard the words of the guy who praised the lady's cat, causing her to abruptly break out of her memories. The girl did not immediately understand what was being discussed, and then Nazar pointed somewhere down, because he noticed an animal there. The heroine looked in the direction the Duke's son pointed, and indeed found a fluffy cat nearby. It turned out that LeQuin had quietly made his way into the reception room and was now purring contentedly, pretending to be a kind animal. But Miss did not want her father to eavesdrop on her conversations with her friend, so she ordered him to go back. Averden was very surprised when he saw that the cat obediently went into the girl's room after her words. Finally, the Lord looked at his daughter with disdain, because he was bored alone, but he did not dare to disobey her. The Miss drew her friend's attention to the tea, which was gradually cooling, and the guy obediently took a few sips. Here the heroine noticed an incomprehensible object that was stuck in the hair of the Duke's son, although it should not have been there. For this reason, she asked the guy not to move, and Nazar obediently froze in place, although he did not understand what was happening. And Philomel slowly approached Averden and leaned a little on his shoulder so that it would be more convenient for her to remove the leaf. The Duke's son did not expect such behavior from the princess, so he blushed from the excitement and embarrassment that washed over him. But then Miss moved away from her friend and showed him an element of the plant, which for some reason got stuck in Nazar's hair. The girl said with a smile that she always considered her friend ideal, but was glad to see that he had such sides too. She noticed that Averden felt very uncomfortable about the situation, as he admitted that he usually kept an eye on things like this. Here the Duke's son himself thought with horror that he could also smell bad, since he had spent a lot of time on the road. But, although the heroine didn't care about such nuances, she was surprised to discover that Nazar had sincerely begun to worry. The guy even jumped up from his seat and suggested ending their meeting, as he wanted to get himself back into normal shape. Before leaving, he anxiously asked the lady to be sure to wait for his return, as he wanted to talk some more. Philomel said goodbye to her friend with a smile, and did not tell him that for her, personally, he smelled quite nice. Suddenly, Averden looked into the room again, because the thought of the princess was haunting him, visibly worried. Nazar asked if the lady would definitely not go anywhere while he would be busy with his own affairs for some time. This question greatly surprised the heroine, since she did not expect that the guy would be so worried about her escape. In the end, the lady could not contain her emotions and quietly laughed, causing the Duke's son to freeze in confusion. But when Miss promised that she would not go anywhere, Nazar blossomed into a joyful smile and said goodbye to her once again. The heroine was not lying at all, because until she could study the book again, she did not intend to leave the imperial palace. Besides, the princess was pleased to realize that her childhood friend had come here only because he was worried about her. She sighed and realized that Averden must have been very tired from searching for her all over the empire. Here the girl noticed the cups that remained on the table, and for some reason she wanted to clean them up herself. However, Philomel remembered in time that she was not yet in the status of a servant, so she simply left the dishes in place. Instead, the heroine went out into the corridor, because she wanted to quickly return to her room to rest. But the Miss did not expect that near her room, she would see a servant whom she had never met before in the palace. The unfamiliar girl shuddered in fear when the emperor's eldest daughter asked what she was doing here. But the assistant could not immediately say exactly what she was doing near the door to the room of the fake princess. Suddenly, both girls heard the voice of Alencia, who was hurrying towards them along the corridor, as it was her maid. The fair-haired lady happily asked if Nazar had come to the palace because she wanted to talk to him, when suddenly she belatedly saw Philomel in front of her, whom she really did not want to meet right now. The heroine was no less confused than her daughter Isabella, because all this time she tried not to meet her. But Alencia quickly collected her thoughts and politely greeted her fake relative. Imagine Philomele's surprise when the fair-haired lady asked her again about Averden's arrival. In the end, Miss answered honestly that the princess almost missed the meeting with Nazar, who had already left. Alencia was visibly upset, although in fact, she had no appointment with the Duke's son. When Philomel asked about this, the princess said that she simply wanted to become friends with such a wonderful person. Then the heroine pointed her finger at the assistant and asked if she belonged to the princess, since the lady could not recognize her. The emperor's daughter immediately confirmed the fact that she herself had recently recruited additional servants for herself. But when Philomel suggested to her sister to call the Duke's son back, the girl for some reason refused this idea. At this moment, the heroine sighed. as she again mentally compared real life and the plot from the book. Here, unexpectedly, Elencia carefully asked whether her older sister had been close to Nazar, who interested her so much. And the lady honestly admitted that she did not communicate with the guy that often, even though they were initially engaged. But the princess began to deny that she was worried about the possible closeness between the guy and the emperor's fake daughter. After which, the fair-haired lady suddenly said that she envied her older sister because she had more acquaintances. Philomel didn't expect her younger sister to suddenly say that she probably felt uncomfortable in the princess's place. And Elencia added that she felt unfamiliar in the role of the emperor's daughter because no one had taken care of her before. After this, the fair-haired lady called the maid to follow her and said goodbye to her older sister, as she still had things to do. The heroine stood there in complete amazement, as she could not understand what had just happened. She guessed that the princess had humiliated her with her words for some reason, but she could not believe it until the very end. Looking closely at Elencia, the lady realized that Catherine was not at all mistaken about her changes, so Philomel decided to quickly get the book back to herself in order to study the character of the real princess in more detail. Since the lady wanted to talk to her father first of all, she took him with her and brought him to a very quiet place. The heroine was sure that no one else would come to the emperor's personal garden except her. The thing was that the ruler had long been critical of this place, and even Pollen's help did not change that. But now, since the advisor had furnished this place well, the lady could rest in it without hindrance. She asked Lequin to return to human form, as this was the only way they could talk to each other. But for some reason, the lord only meowed warily in response, clearly refusing to accept his true form at that moment. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak jumped down from a tree in front of the lady and said that the chief was not addressing because he was here. It turned out to be Jeremiah, who brazenly demanded that his old father finally become human again. Philomel recognized the boy almost immediately, also because he looked more like Lequin than all the other sons, although he behaved differently. But the miss only thought that this magician once helped her catch a swindler, but did not realize that he was her brother. Jeremiah immediately remembered that in front of him was that same stupid girl who allowed herself to be robbed near the Tower of Magicians. Here, Lequin returned to his true form and began to scold his son for treating him so rudely in front of the lady. The girl did not expect to witness a squabble between relatives who were clearly very unhappy with each other. This time, Jeremiah had many more arguments in favor of the fact that the Lord was an extremely unreliable and bad parent. But the head of the tower himself defended only the point that he was not yet so old that he could be called an old man. In the end, the heroine could not stand it and asked her father and brother to stop arguing with each other, since there was no time for this. Since her relatives simply ignored her, the girl could not stand it and screamed loudly for them to behave quietly. Lequin and Jeremiah had already activated their magic to fight each other, but they froze in place when they heard the lady, and Philomel crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure and asked him to explain to her what was happening to them. As a result, the wizards agreed to sit peacefully at a table in the garden to talk in a more peaceful setting, as Miss had wanted. As a small revenge on her father, the girl now addressed him formally, although the man was clearly unhappy. Jeremiah suddenly admitted with a sigh that he was indeed the brother of the false princess and the son of Lequin. The lord immediately stated that he himself would not want to have such a relative, which caused both wizards to begin arguing again. The princess thought with a sigh that despite all the external similarities, these two, obviously for some reason, did not like each other very much. The lady changed the subject and asked how Jeremiah got there, and he boasted that he easily jumped over the wall. Lequin explained that his sons had good camouflage magic, so they could infiltrate the palace grounds. After which he asked his son where the other brothers were, but the boy could not tell anything, since he did not ask. The heroine was surprised when she heard that not only her father and his younger brother had arrived at the imperial palace. Suddenly, Philomel saw Lexion and Cardin, and she was genuinely happy to see them, although she didn't expect them to come here. The older brother waved cheerfully at the girl, as he had the feeling that they had not seen each other for a long time, although not many days had passed. However, the boy was glad to see that the princess ended up okay, despite all her adventures. The heroine honestly admitted that she had not hoped to see her brother so soon, who was ready to help her at any moment. But the lady didn't recognize another guy who came with Lexion, since they didn't have time to get acquainted. Cardin himself happily surrounded his little sister, whom he saw for the first time in his life, but was incredibly happy to finally talk to her. Finally, Philomel asked what they were all doing there, and Jeremiah grumbled discontentedly that his father hadn't told him anything. But Lexion reminded them that it wouldn't hurt to introduce themselves properly to their new relative, since she knew little about them. The lady studied with interest the secretary's card, which her elder brother had given her, as she had not thought that he held such a position. Next, Cardine spoke up, and instead of introducing himself, he began asking the miss to call him Big Brother. At the same time, the talkative guy told a little about the younger Jeremiah, although he was noticeably unhappy about it. As a result, the fair-haired guy stepped on the middle guy's foot under the table, but the lady didn't draw attention to it. Here, Lexion surprised Philomele by saying that they had all crossed the wall with ease, even though they had not received official permission to do so. The girl thought with concern that such an invasion of the imperial garden could ensure their death sentence. Jeremiah admitted that they all initially wanted to get jobs at the palace, but he didn't want to be involved. Suddenly, Cardin jumped up from his seat and began to scold his younger brother, who for some reason did not want to help his little sister. But then Lequan asked his son to shut up, because he didn't like the fact that he started to swear at his brother too loudly. Since Cardin did not obey the first time, the Lord used magic on him, although Lexion was against such actions from his father. The Emperor's fake daughter watched with great surprise as her middle brother was tied up. Carelessly dropping his son on the floor, the head of the Tower of Magicians noted with pleasure that now there was finally silence. Here, Jeremiah asked if the elder had been able to pass the interview for the role of a magician at the palace, to which the guy stated that it could not have been otherwise. The lady listened with confusion as Lexion told her that Cardin himself was almost kicked out because he accidentally lost his temper. Lequin didn't care what his sons did, because he didn't want to think about work at all for most of his life. But upon hearing Jeremiah say that his father's reputation was at its lowest, the man couldn't take it anymore and activated his magic. And the heroine suddenly realized that when they met, Nazar had told her specifically about the brothers who had decided for some reason to get a job in the palace. The girl was very surprised when she heard from her older brother that they got a job here just to see her. The lady immediately informed them that for this purpose, the boys could request an audience at any time, because she would not refuse them. But the brother explained that he would like to stay close to his sister to help her escape from the palace, if she still decided to do so. The heroine asked in confusion what the guys had come up with, in case she wanted to go to the Tower of Magicians right now. And Lexion quite calmly stated that he would then quit the very next day, since for him it was not a problem at all. Suddenly, Lequin remembered the receipt he had given to his eldest son, so he asked if he had been able to bring the girl's things, and the guy almost immediately brought a bag in which he was able to place all the things that Miss was never able to take because she was unexpectedly taken away. The first thing Philomel did was check to see if the book was in those things, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately thanked her brother for his help, as she was worried about how she would get her things on her own. Suddenly, Cardin began to moan loudly, because he also wanted to say something, but couldn't, due to his condition. But Jeremiah was so tired of his middle son's chatter that he mercilessly kicked him somewhere into the bushes. These actions unexpectedly caused a sincere laugh from the heroine, who had not been able to rest so calmly before. The youngest son immediately noticed that the lady's face changed dramatically as she ended up laughing loudly. Even Lexion and Lequin didn't expect this from the princess, so they froze in surprise, afraid to scare her away. Although the lady understood that it was rude to laugh at others like that, she couldn't stop because it made her feel better. The eldest son noted with satisfaction that Philomel became even more beautiful when she smiled, with which the Lord also agreed. But the girl herself did not agree that she usually walked around with a gloomy expression on her face, because she did not see herself from the outside. But, hearing that her father once again suggested going to the tower, the heroine became noticeably embarrassed, as she was not ready for this. Lexion noticed this, so he asked his little sister to think about what she personally really wanted. The heroine looked at her brother in surprise, because no one had ever asked her such questions before. The guy said that they were not going to force the lady to make any decision, so she could think calmly. However, even so, Philomel did not know exactly what she wanted herself, because she had never had to think about it before. Lequin ultimately said he had always taught his children to make their own decisions, and his daughter was no exception. Lexion nodded in agreement in confirmation of this, and asked Philomel to think only of himself at this moment. But the heroine remained silent, because she did not have an answer to the question of what she wanted to do in the future. She spent her whole life living the way other people wanted her to, so she completely forgot about her own desires. The girl only now realized that she had been constantly thinking about the plot of the book, although she had already been able to partially change it. The relatives silently listened to the lady's confession, who said that all this time she had only been running away from reality. Carden supported his little sister with a moan, since he understood all her feelings perfectly, but he couldn't say anything at that moment. And the heroine remembered how, long ago, in childhood, she told Nazar that he should live the way he wanted. So now Philomel has concluded that she is no longer going to run away, but wants to face her obstacles head-on. Immediately after this was said, the girl became embarrassed, and therefore began to apologize for her loud words, since she considered them inappropriate. But Jeremiah suddenly told Miss to stop asking for forgiveness, since usually only her father said strange things. Lexian added that Philomel had done the right thing by opening up to them, because no one was going to judge her. LeQuinn said thoughtfully that the girl should have remained in the imperial palace if she wanted to achieve her desire. When the princess nodded in agreement, the man said that he would also live with her to help her carry out her plans. The heroine was grateful to the Lord for his decision to stay, because in that case she could easily escape if necessary. And the head of the Tower of Magicians once again confirmed that he would not leave the palace until the girl decided to leave it. Suddenly, the elder brother said with a smile that he too now had to get used to life in the imperial palace. From Carden's loud mooing, Miss guessed that he also did not want to return to the Tower of Magicians, which worried her. But the princess looked at her brothers with gratitude when they said they would like to help with her affairs. The only one who didn't want to participate in this was Jeremiah, as he stated that he was going to return to the tower. The guy said irritably that he had already seen his sister's face and that nothing else interested him in this place. The heroine immediately asked her younger brother to stop, worriedly, because she had something to say to him in response. But Jeremiah confidently reminded that he was not a supporter of joint events, although he had nothing against the lady. But in fact, Miss was interested in finding out something from her brother before he left, because his name reminded her of a situation. The guy didn't expect at all that his sister would suddenly ask if he had ever been called the Ice Prince. Philomel was surprised when he suddenly shouted at her not to call him that, while the other brothers laughed. After a few seconds, Lexion explained that Jeremiah hated the nickname because he was often teased like that as a child. In the end, the princess asked her brother for forgiveness, since she had no idea that he would dislike her words so much. Watching the confused magician, the heroine realized that he could pose a danger to her if he was the man from the book. The whole thing was that according to the plot, this guy had strong magic and accidentally fell in love with Elencia. When the wizard went on a journey, one day he met a princess, whom he saved from danger. As a result, the blonde lady gave the magician a tour of the market, which was the first time Jeremiah walked around with someone else. So it was on that day that the boy experienced a real sense of joy, for which he was sincerely grateful to Elencia. Since the communication with the girl did not end there, one day the guy decided to tell her his story. In fact, the magician still felt sorry for his mother, whom his father was never able to love, because he was incapable of it. And at that moment, the princess consoled the guy who needed understanding and support more than anything else in the world. She said that she saw loneliness in Jeremiah's eyes, so she wanted to become a real friend to him. It was after these words that LeQuen's son fell deeply in love with the lady who had said what he so longed to hear. As a result, the guy tried to become a court magician to protect his beloved, even if she was with another. Philomel didn't know how she should communicate with her brother if he really was this ice prince. What angered the heroine most was that the book did not include such an important fact that this man was her relative. But the girl understood that there was no way she could stop Jeremiah, because with his character, he wouldn't even listen to her. Then the lady decided to turn to her father, who was glad that the miss had asked him for something for the first time in her life. And Philomel herself smiled in confusion and asked if LeQuin could keep her youngest son here right now. Jeremiah heard this and immediately began to be indignant, but the Lord did not even ask the girl why she needed this. As a result, the man lowered his son into a dark space from which it will be very difficult for him to escape. LeQuin then asked whether they all had to stay in the palace, as he preferred a house on the outskirts. The lady asked in surprise if the head of the Tower of Magicians did not like this place, which was richly furnished. Then the man admitted that the air here was filled with holy magic, which was hard for him to bear. Philomel asked for forgiveness, because she guessed that the family remained in this place only to help her. So Miss asked her father in the form of a cat to return to her room and asked her brothers to leave for now, which surprised them all. Noticing the uncomprehending looks, the heroine explained that she still needed to prepare for the meeting with the emperor. As a result, after a few hours, the girl came to the ruler even earlier than originally planned. Eustace asked the lady to wait a moment while he spoke, as he felt it was important. Philomel was not against listening to the man who had raised her for many years, and so had the right to respect. Imagine the heroine's surprise when her father suddenly asked her for forgiveness, although it was obvious that it was difficult for him to do so. The miss calmly listened to the emperor's confession, who said that he should not have spoken rudely about his little daughter. But most of all, the emperor was ashamed of the fact that he had neglected his daughter many times while going about his own business. So now the man stood up from his seat in agitation and said that the miss might not forgive him for everything he had done. Philomel said nothing as Eustace walked slowly towards her and placed his hand gently on her shoulder. She looked in surprise at the ruler, who said that he was ready to find another home for the girl if she did not want to stay here. At the end, His Majesty once again said, with a sad face, that he really felt sorry for his actions many years ago. Only after he had spoken, his mind did the man fall silent in confusion, now anxiously awaiting a response from his daughter. For some reason, the heroine felt that an uneasy feeling had appeared inside her again, which she could not explain. However, the lady said that she did not feel any better about the fact that the emperor now blamed himself for the past. Philomel admitted that she was indeed a little offended by her father at the time, but had long since forgotten about that incident. The man couldn't believe his ears when the lady said she wasn't surprised that he couldn't love his stepdaughter. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction as he realized that he had left the girl alone, although at that moment he considered her a real princess. In response, the heroine sadly reported that the ruler subconsciously felt that something was wrong with her, which is why he distanced himself. But Eustace immediately shouted loudly that these events were in no way connected with each other, since he did not want to believe in such a thing. However, Philomel was not ready to believe that the ruler now sincerely considered her his daughter. At that moment, His Majesty could not understand why the girl could not accept his true feelings. He stared at the lady in complete shock when she informed him that the emperor was simply mistaken about his emotions, and the heroine said quite seriously that now her father should focus on improving his relationship with Alencia. It was painful for Eustace to hear the words of his first daughter, who said that she could not forgive him just for the sake of forgiveness. And the heroine suggested to her father to forget everything that once happened between them and to begin to follow paths without each other. Although the man did not want to hear such words from the girl, he did not dare interrupt her at such an important moment in the conversation. The girl admitted that she had originally intended to end the conversation this way, so she was not sad. She asked if her father would listen to her request, and he immediately agreed to anything, as he wanted to help her in all her endeavors. The lady, meanwhile, said that she would like to stay in the palace for some time longer, because she did not know where she could go. The ruler confidently said that his daughter could stay here as long as necessary, as he had no objections at all. Philomel was very surprised when the emperor suddenly announced that he would settle her in the southern palace, since he could not allow her to live with servants. Eustace leaned over to the miss and explained that he was still indebted to the girl for finding Princess Alencia for him. The lady could not object to the emperor when he declared that he could not help but thank the lady for the great help she had given him. In the end, the heroine thanked her father for the opportunity, although she felt like she was in trouble. Since their conversation ended there, the girl said that she would go to her room, as she still felt awkward. However, before the lady had time to leave the emperor's office, he called her in a quiet voice, so the miss turned around. The ruler seriously admitted that he still did not intend to back down from his words, no matter what his eldest daughter might think now. Eustace warned that he would definitely prove to the girl that his words were never a lie, although for some reason the miss did not believe him. The heroine only nodded silently in response, because she could not find the words that should be said in this situation. Philomel reminded herself that she had already done all she could, so there was no need to be upset by the ruler's stubbornness. The heroine could only hope that one day the emperor would stop waiting for her to change her mind. Suddenly, unexpectedly for herself, the lady accidentally ran into Eustace's youngest daughter in the corridor, who was just walking towards him. The real princess tilted her head to the side and asked attentively if Philomel had just gone to visit the ruler. For some reason, the heroine found it strange that she began to meet with Alencia more and more often, although she tried to avoid it. The fair-haired lady was very surprised when she heard that her older sister still did not want to be included in the family register, and Philomel herself calmly said that this kind of activity was not suitable for her, so the princess should not be upset. Hearing that the girl would be staying in the southern wing of the palace for a while, the fair-haired miss shuddered for some reason. At this point, Philomel said that she was glad that she would be able to live here for some time and communicate with the princess. However, in fact, the heroine could tell from Alencia's face that the girl did not like this development of events. Then Philomel specifically said that she had earned the right to live in the southern wing, since she had brought the emperor's real daughter to him. The fair-haired lady only smiled crookedly in response, and for some reason said nothing, as if she could not overcome the hatred and envy within herself. The eldest daughter looked at the princess carefully and wondered whether it was worth teasing her even more at that moment. In the end, Elencia froze in place with wide eyes when she heard that her sister was visiting Catherine today. The heroine was surprised by the fact that the girl did not immediately understand what kind of person was being talked about, although she herself had lived with the woman her entire childhood. Suddenly, Elencia looked sad and said that she would also like to visit her mother, but her father forbade her to do so. In response, the heroine calmly reported that it did not seem to her that Catherine had any problems, although she had lost a little weight. As soon as the princess heard her mother say that at some point she had been replaced, she froze in complete silence. Philomel herself had noticed many inconsistencies throughout the entire time, so she couldn't just let her sister go. So, despite the atmosphere thickening around Elencia, the lady was interested to hear what she had to say. Finally, after a few minutes of silence, the blonde girl suddenly smiled, not wanting to believe these words. Then she reminded Philomel in a gentle voice that a person could not change so abruptly, so it was not true. But the heroine was sure that she had noticed for a moment an incomprehensible expression on the face of the emperor's real daughter. Meanwhile, Elencia admitted that she was worried about Catherine, since she had started saying such incomprehensible things. The heroine was very surprised when the princess said that she would try to get her mother out of captivity before something happened. With a smile, the real princess said that if she sincerely asked her father for Catherine's release, he would agree. Philomel did not expect at all that the fair-haired lady would react so quickly and actively to her provocations. The eldest daughter rushed after the youngest, as she tried to stop her, because Eustace hated Catherine, so the fact that the once kidnapped daughter was going to beg for forgiveness from this woman could only make things worse. The heroine understood that in reality, such requests were equivalent to saying that Catherine needed to be killed immediately. The emperor was standing at the window at that moment, still thinking about his recent conversation with his fake daughter. Suddenly, Elencia ran up to him and immediately began asking the ruler to finally free her mother. Philomel barely managed to reach the door at that moment, so she was very surprised by the girl's speed. The heroine realized that she had provoked her sister too carelessly, which is why Catherine could now die. And the princess herself at that moment tried to sincerely convince her father that she truly loved her mother and wished her happiness. The blonde lady deliberately used expressions that would only further anger the ruler. Suddenly, Eustace asked one last time if his daughter really wanted this, and she nodded again confidently. This news noticeably alarmed the emperor, since he personally was not prepared for such a turn of events. Here the man noticed Philomel in the room, but the lady explained that she had run after her sister, who had abruptly left her alone. The girl was surprised when the ruler suddenly said that she had arrived just in time, since she did not understand this phrase. Instead of immediately explaining what was happening, His Majesty asked his daughters to sit silently on the chair for now. Elencia thought that the man would give some order almost immediately, so she was no less surprised than Philomel. But in the end, the emperor began to speak only when he had gathered certain servants around him as quickly as possible. The heroine could not understand why Eustace, for no apparent reason, called all these people into his office. At this point, Paulin informed the gentleman that he was unable to bring the nanny because she could not walk because of his back. Philomel couldn't believe her ears when she heard Elencia swear on her middle name to keep the old woman here. The heroine could not even imagine that the fair-haired lady would do such a thing just to leave the nanny in the imperial palace. It has long been believed that the second name of each member of the imperial family was bestowed by a deity at a certain age. And long ago, the emperor created a state with the help of a god, so that all his descendants could pray to this creation. The lady knew that if she broke such an oath, she could even lose all of her sacred power at once. Because the second name was considered important, the girl was sad as a child, because she was not given one for a long time. However, in the end, the father himself gave the baby a second name, since she did not have the sacred powers to receive a message from God. So now the heroine thought with envy that the princess had wasted such an important thing just for a nanny. Suddenly, Elencia couldn't stand it any longer and asked her father why he had called the servants in the first place, and the man explained that he was fulfilling his daughter's wish. After which, Eustace loudly reminded everyone that exactly 16 years ago, his wife died in childbirth. The maids shuddered in fear, because they did not understand why the emperor began the conversation at this particular moment. And the ruler calmly said that Isabella accidentally gave birth to a girl, right in the house of Catherine, who also had a child. Imagine the surprise of all those present when Eustace announced that on that day, his child and the child of a commoner had been switched by mistake. The princess jumped up from her seat and objected, because she was sure that her mother had definitely mixed up the children on purpose. But in response, the emperor said that if the woman had done this intentionally, then he must kill her immediately. Only now did Philomel realize what all the people the ruler had gathered in his office had in common. The lady was sure that everyone present knew that Catherine had deliberately switched her child. And Eustace tried to save Catherine by saying that the woman did not immediately realize her accidental mistake, but confessed it to her daughter when they met. At the end of his speech, the ruler looked menacingly at the servants and said that he believed that they themselves knew what to do now. When the meeting was over, Philomel walked down the corridor in complete shock because she did not expect such actions from her father. She was sure that it was not easy for the man to leave Catherine alive, but he still fulfilled his daughter's request. But the heroine noticed that Elencia was more surprised than truly happy about what had happened. And most of all, the girl was surprised by the words that His Majesty said to her at the very end of the meeting. The eldest daughter did not expect that the ruler would promise that from now on, no one would ask her about Catherine's misdeed. Miss felt as if these words somehow connected her with saving her mother. But she personally did nothing. As soon as Philomel returned to her room, the maids enthusiastically surrounded the girl who had decided to stay. Dels calmly noted that the invitation to her house had been postponed for now, but the lady promised that she would stop by there again. Then the countess reminded that the princess needed to start packing her things now in order to move in by tomorrow. But the heroine did not plan to take too much with her, as she believed that most of the things belonged to Elencia. She looked at the cat that her father had been trying so hard to pretend to be until now, because he wanted to stay close to his daughter. But, without even petting the animal, Miss thanked her assistants for taking care of her, which surprised them all. And the heroine admitted that she is now going to reduce the duties that were assigned to her servants. The countess could not believe her ears when the girl said that from now on, none of them were obliged to serve her. But Philomel said with a smile that from now on, she intended to take care of herself as much as possible. The aristocrat was the most upset, since she had remained in the palace all this time only for the sake of the emperor's eldest daughter. However, the girl reminded that she was no longer a princess, but a very ordinary guest. Although everyone around her respected her, Dels remembered very well that even guests of honor always brought servants with them, so the lady had refused in vain. But the miss confidently said that she had not even thought of hiring any other servants instead of the one she already had. The whole point was that the heroine was not at all prepared for life outside the palace, because she was easily cheated at the market. And if Jeremiah hadn't helped the girl in the end, she would have been left without all her savings for the trip. For this reason, Philomel admitted to herself that she knew almost nothing about the world around her, since she had not lived herself. Here one of the maids reported with alarm that the south wing was too large for one person to clean it. The princess then promised that she would ask the servants for help if she ultimately could not cope with maintaining order. The countess asked, upset, what she should do now, if the lady no longer needed her advice and tips. Then Philomel reminded that the woman could return to her family, but for some reason, this did not make the aristocrat happier. Imagine Del's surprise when the girl offered to become her friend after her return, rather than her assistant. The heroine smiled and asked the countess to visit her more often, as she might get lonely alone. The aristocrat could not even imagine that the lady would care about her so much that she would even offer such an option. She ended up smiling back, glad that the princess hadn't cut her out of her life. So the woman promised that she would definitely do just that after her short vacation with her family. The heroine then told the maids that she would like to have dinner with them that day, which surprised the assistants greatly. The lady herself understood that her previous status did not allow her to do something like this, but she did not think that she was now different from the girls. The assistants looked at each other in confusion, because they were not sure that the dinner idea was a good one. However, the countess approved this proposal, allowing the maids to eat with their former mistress. As a result, the assistants rushed to set the table as quickly as possible, and Miss promised her father that she would prepare food for him a little later. Until the very end, the heroine doubted that she would be comfortable living in the palace, but everything turned out not to be so bad. Besides, Miss couldn't leave right now, because then she would break the promise she made to the Duke's son. So the princess allowed herself to enjoy her last day in this room, since she had to move out very soon. At this moment, Nazar listened to the curses of his father, who was unhappy that his son had invaded the palace without an invitation. But the guy himself was only worried because, as a child, he did not understand many things and did not strive to establish a relationship with the lady. As a result, the boy only tried to please his father, who sincerely praised him when the child did everything right. Since Nazar liked to receive praise, he tried to please the eldest Duke Averden even more. But the harder the boy tried, the higher his father's expectations grew, and he was always making demands on him. As a result, the child was forced to study a lot even at night, because otherwise he would not have had time to remember all the material. Despite his desire to play with his friends, Nazar was afraid that if he did not complete the task, his father would be disappointed in him. So little Averden made every effort to ensure that the Duke would not even think the least bit badly of him. It was around this time that the boy met the princess, who charmed him with her timidity and politeness at first sight. However, the little girl quickly became extremely friendly towards her new acquaintance, as she was not against chatting with him. Each time, Philomel greeted Nazar with a gentle smile and suggested that he do something new today. It was the emperor's daughter who one day proposed to the duke's son that they get married in the future, something the boy did not expect at all. Until the very end, he could not understand why the girl treated him so well, although the child himself did nothing for her. When his father praised the younger Averden for arranging the engagement with the princess, the boy himself was surprised by this. Nazar did not think that his father's praise was deserved this time, but the Duke smiled happily, so his son did not upset him. However, for himself, the younger Averden could not find an answer to the question of what his value really was. As a result, he began to study diligently, even while communicating with the princess, although the girl offered him to play. So the little girl began to feel sad more and more often in Averden's presence, because he himself became too serious. Imagine Nazar's surprise when the princess admitted that she could have not studied at all, because her father didn't care. The boy could not believe this, because he had spent his entire childhood trying to please the Duke with good results. But when the child asked his father about this, he replied that Philomel could live as she wanted, because she had a different status. Nazar did not expect that the Duke had already decided for him that he would marry the princess and lead the people as the new emperor of the country. The elder Averden explained with a sigh that all this time he had been concerned about his son's education, not so that he would simply be an aristocrat. At that moment, the boy realized that he had studied for the sake of profit and status, and not to use the knowledge he had gained in real life. So from then on, the child could not treat the girl well, even though she tried her best to reach out to him, wanting to play. However, as soon as the boy remembered that the lady did not need to know about his emotions, he smiled and agreed to stay with her a little longer. Although at that moment, Nazar was only thinking about how he envied the princess, who could not study anything at all. The younger Averden also wanted to be just as free from responsibility, but was not given that opportunity. At some point, the boy even distanced himself from the girl because he had much less time to play. But the little girl did not lose her head and asked the Duke why his son did not play with her, to which the man promised to sort it out. And Averden did not expect at all that his decision to study would have such serious consequences from his parent. All because the father could not forgive his son for the fact that he slightly spoiled his opinion of himself in front of the princess herself. Nazar was punished very severely for the first time in his life after this situation, which is why he revised many of his decisions. But even though the boy began to blame Philomel for what happened, he was still unable to feel hatred towards her. This attitude was also influenced by the fact that Averden accidentally overheard that the maids were dissatisfied with the behavior of their mistress. The boy never thought that there were so many people around the princess who didn't really love her. So Nazar decided for himself that he would definitely become a support and encouragement for his future wife. But when she was 10 years old, Philomel suddenly changed and stopped being so drawn to her friend. She even began to suggest more often that instead of meeting, they do their own thing, because that way they would spend their time usefully. Averden sincerely did not understand what had happened to the girl, while the distance between them continued to increase, and the princess herself seemed to have become an adult in one day, and therefore, from then on, she communicated with everyone much more seriously and intelligently. From then on, all of Nazar's days on his father's estate became similar to each other, which is why he himself did not notice how quickly he was growing. As a result, the boy stopped depending on the Duke and waiting for his approval, and instead did what he liked. Even though the man scolded his son for his insolence, the younger Averden was not going to give up his training. By this time, the guy was able to meet an aristocrat named Kenny, who supported him in all his endeavors. The red-haired aristocrat was so used to the fact that the duke's son was always studying that he was surprised when he began to learn fencing. However, that day, Nazar honestly admitted that he did not want to study yet, even if his father scolded him for it again. For the first time in his life, he was completely calm about the fact that the duke would definitely be angry because of his next disobedience. However, in order to continue to be a good groom for the princess, Averden periodically pretended that he had not changed at all. But now Nazar still regretted that he had not been able to understand his feelings towards the girl much earlier. Here, Nazar came into the man's office with caution, as he suspected that they would have an unpleasant conversation. And the duke suddenly said that his son needed to break off his engagement to the false princess as soon as possible. But the elder Avriden did not expect that his words would cause such strong anger in the younger one that he would slam his hands on the table. And then the man happily reported that he liked the move, because there was much less sacred power in the southern wing. Philomel merely nodded in response, as she herself was wondering where she should begin to study Elencia's strange behavior. She held out her hand and remembered that she had never been able to return the ring because Rosanna had taken it away. The lady hoped that she could catch this aristocrat at one of the noble evenings and return the lost item. But Miss was afraid to involve her father in this matter, since he could very well, in a fit of emotion, order the girl's execution. So Philomel finally decided to deal with this situation on her own, even if it took a long time. But, remembering the slap from Rosanne, the heroine could not help but be angry, so she would definitely like to take revenge. Here the heroine heard the Lord's question, who asked if she couldn't sleep, which made the girl shudder. The man didn't really want to distract his daughter from her thoughts too much. He was just a little worried about her sleep. Then Philomel remembered that Jeremiah was still locked up, so she asked the head of the tower to let him out immediately. As a result, when the guy was seated on a soft chair, he still maintained the most displeased expression on his face. Lequin asked his son to be gentle, as he was clearly frightening his sister. Although the lady herself felt guilty, the girl still hoped to win the guy's trust, although right now he didn't even want to look her in the eyes. However, the princess had an ace up her sleeve, so she offered Jeremiah sweet cookies as an apology. The lady specifically asked the maids to prepare them in advance, because she remembered that the younger one loved sweets. The magician stared in surprise at the offered cookies, although he had indeed become very hungry while locked up. The Lord immediately joined the conversation and asked if his own daughter would not share with him this delicacy that he had already eaten. But Miss reminded him that she had shared another plate of cookies with her father, to which the man grumbled and turned away. Philomel was angry because of the behavior of the head of the tower, who did not help her at all to establish communication with her brother. She was afraid that Jeremiah might refuse the offered food altogether, since he had been locked up for quite some time. For this reason, when the guy started swearing loudly, the miss abruptly shoved one of the cookies right into his mouth, after which the princess insisted that her brother first try the sweets and then talk to them. In the end, the guy obediently ate the cookie and said that it wasn't that bad, although he didn't praise it out of spite. But the heroine was already pleased by the fact that Jeremiah's mood had clearly improved, since he had lost the desire to grumble. So the miss continued to feed the guy, just so he wouldn't have time to escape in the process, since he loved sweets. In the end, the magician ate all the cookies that were prepared for him, but still refused to praise them. Philomel hoped that her actions had actually helped, and that the wizard would be kinder during their conversations. But just in case, the lady once again asked for forgiveness for locking her brother in with the help of her father for several hours. However, Jeremiah seemed to even become worried when he saw the genuine concern on his worried sister's face. So, getting to his feet, the guy reminded that it was the Lord who locked him inside, even if it was at the request of the princess. But Philomel guessed that she would still have to explain the reasons for her actions, because she still hadn't said anything. Then the lady, unable to think of anything better, bowed to her brother and asked him to stay longer to talk with her. Jeremiah couldn't believe that the girl asked him to lock up just because she wanted to chat a little longer. The heroine herself understood that her words sounded extremely strange, but she did not have time to come up with any other explanation. Imagine the miss's surprise when the magician said that she could have simply honestly admitted this to him earlier. For some reason, Philomel thought that her brother would be against it, but he took her wish calmly, only suggesting that they continue the conversation during the day. The girl asked with concern where Jeremiah would sleep, but he said that the lady did not need to worry about that. Here the guy grabbed the Lord by the scruff of the neck, who had managed to become a cat and was about to lie down again near the fireplace. Although Lequin was clearly against it, Jeremiah said that he would take him with him so as not to disturb his sister's rest that night. Finally, the guy asked the girl to call them as soon as she woke up, since he was not going to go far. Philomel watched in amazement as the mage easily left her room through the balcony window. The next morning, the lady obediently called out the names of her relatives when she was ready to talk to them after sleep. Imagine the princess's surprise when she heard Jeremiah's voice from the foliage of the tree closest to her. The girl could not understand whether the guy spent the night in this place or whether he came there with his father early in the morning. Entering his sister's room, the boy said with a grin that his father had stubbornly climbed onto his head because he couldn't stand it when his son towered over him. Smiling, the miss asked whether the relatives really slept in the tree, which the guy calmly confirmed. This upset the heroine a little, but the wizard quickly asked her a question about what she wanted to talk to him about. However, Philomel couldn't think of anything, so she became embarrassed and began to quickly gather arguments in her head. In the end, the girl with a cheerful smile suggested to her brother that they first take a walk together and then discuss business. As a result, Le Queen was left in the palace, which he was clearly unhappy about, since he considered himself much better than his younger son. The lady looked angrily at her father, as she guessed that he was deliberately behaving like a child just so that he could also go for a walk, but misunderstood that apart from the head of the Tower of Magicians, no one else could hide her absence in the room as well. Since the man grumbled until the very end, the girl promised that she would take a walk with him a little later, which noticeably calmed the lord. Philomel realized too late that this was exactly what Le Queen had added, but she could no longer take back her promise. So the lady whispered to her father that she had just gone for a walk with Jeremiah to practice before going for a walk with him. These words made the headman feel his importance, so he immediately stopped being offended by his daughter, who left him alone. The heroine didn't even think that her father needed to know that he was the boss so much that he was even ready to stop grumbling. Noticing that the girl was taking too long to say goodbye to the lord, the fair-haired guy asked if they were really going for a walk. Philomel said, disappointed, that she would very much like to see the main square. When the magician said that he did not like crowds, she specifically said that she would be happy to go for a walk with her brother, which made the guy immediately change his mind about behaving rudely. Although the heroine was a little ashamed of the manipulation, Jeremiah no longer objected to the walk. Philomel hoped that if she went out with her brother first, he would not treat her so badly when he fell in love with Alencia. So, watching the fair-haired guy, the lady tried her best to lure him over to her side for help in the future. Since Miss managed to calm her father down completely, he asked to let him know when the children returned from their walk. And even Jeremiah calmly waited for his sister, although she had been negotiating with the lord for quite a long time about the head remaining in the palace. Imagine the guy's surprise when he saw that the lady began to put on strange colored clothes. The girl explained that she took this scarf in order to hide her face, because she was quite famous among the common people. Philomel didn't expect her brother to ask her to take off this piece of clothing, since she was much more suspicious with it. The lady heard from one of the maids that some young ladies walked like that, so she didn't think that the magician would react like that. So in the end, the princess admitted with a sigh that she should have thought about this beforehand and asked Le Queen for help. Suddenly, the guy threw some kind of medallion on the girl and said that no one would recognize her like that, which made the miss freeze in place. She carefully examined the borrowed item and guessed that with the help of this object, Jeremiah often changed his appearance. As a result, when Philomel looked at herself in the mirror, she was very surprised, as she did not recognize her face at all. The heroine sincerely thanked the guy for giving her such an important and valuable magical thing for a while. The magician responded by saying that he rarely used the medallion anyway, when suddenly they both heard an incomprehensible whisper from the side. It turned out that two aristocrats were interested in the guy, so he grabbed his sister and ran as far as possible. Only now did the heroine guess why Jeremiah had once been nicknamed the Ice Prince, because he avoided communication. The wizard himself did not like crowded spaces for this very reason, so he suggested that the girl go to another place. Philomel immediately remembered that there was an establishment nearby that she really wanted to visit. Jeremiah didn't even have time to refuse, as the lady quickly headed towards the city center, so he had to catch up. As a result, the guy and the girl came to a restaurant, around which an incredible number of people had gathered. Miss didn't expect anything like this at all, as she really didn't want to wait in line for that long. Just in case, Miss looked around the crowd, but guessed that they would stand among other people for at least 3 hours for sure. But Jeremiah was not at all confused, and suggested that the girl find a place where they could eat in peace. He said he didn't care how delicious the snacks were because he just wanted to eat. But the princess said with regret that she wanted to treat her brother to something he had never tried before in his life. As a result, the heroine became very sad because many of her plans were falling apart so easily, and she could not influence this. The magician felt awkward at the sight of his sister's sad appearance, although he would never openly admit his feelings. However, the guy declared even louder that he didn't care where he ate, after which he quickly looked around in search of food. As a result, Jeremiah pointed his finger at the first place he came across with a sign, which happened to be right in front of them. The lady examined the cracked facade of the building and concluded that it was unlikely that a large number of people went to this establishment. But since the magician said that he liked this place, the girl did not dare to object, so as not to upset him once again. The wizard sighed contentedly when he noticed that the miss began to smile again after they had chosen a place to have a snack. Imagine Philomel's surprise when she was able to order an apple pie in this cafe, which she wanted to treat her brother to. Miss was a little upset that they could only order this dish due to the lack of ingredients, but she was too hungry. Despite all the efforts of the waiter, the heroine could not help but think how deserted this establishment was. The lady decided to try the pie first, because she was afraid that if Jeremiah didn't like it, it would worsen their relationship. The guy watched the girl's reaction carefully, because he was interested to know if she would like the food. Finally, Philomel happily announced that her brother had to try this apple pie, as it was incredibly delicious. Jeremiah believed the lady's words, so he quickly picked up the instruments, because her reaction greatly interested him. But before the magician could even try a piece, the doors suddenly swung open and real bandits entered with a roar. LeQuin's son looked with displeasure at the new arrivals, who immediately began to demand payment from the poor waiter. The main man grabbed the assistant by the collar and reminded him that they were already kind, since they allowed him to work here. Seeing this situation, Philomel could not stand it and jumped up from her seat, but her brother calmly asked her not to get involved in this. The lady looked at the guy in confusion, and he calmly explained that the miss would not be able to help this establishment in any way anyway. However, the princess said that she could have reported this crime, but the magician said that people probably knew everything, since they were both currently on a simple walk. Jeremiah asked his sister to continue eating. Philomel, confused, reminded that her brother had once helped her, ultimately punishing the thief who had stolen her money. However, the wizard said that he was trying for himself then, because the old man was robbing people right next to his beloved home. While Jeremiah was sitting calmly at the table, trying to persuade his sister not to move, an attack suddenly came from behind him. The guy didn't expect at all that someone's boot would suddenly fly into the back of his head, so he didn't even have time to dodge the attack. The girl followed the object with confusion, which, after colliding with the young man's head, suddenly jumped up. What surprised the heroine most was the fact that someone dared to throw a real shoe at a stranger. And at that moment, the boot fell with all its might right onto the apple pie that the brother and sister had ordered for themselves. Immediately after this, the bandit approached the table and apologized for the mess, since he was actually aiming at the waiter. He brazenly took the boot from the table and reminded them that there was no return policy at this location, so customers would not be able to eat now. Imagine the man's surprise when he heard the question of whether he really wanted to die quickly so much. Before Philomel could say a word, the enraged Jeremiah threw the bandit face down into the remaining pie. The heroine froze in shock, because just a few seconds ago, the guy himself advised her not to interfere. But at that moment, the magician was so angry at the bandits that he threw all rules of decency out of his head, leaving only the desire for revenge. The bandits' assistants immediately began to shout loudly at the guy who dared to humiliate their leader so much, but the magician just brazenly threw the man at his people with all his might, causing him to fly at great speed right past them. The assistant did not expect such a turn of events at all, so he froze in fear, not understanding what had happened. Before the boy could even say a word, Jeremiah jumped up lightly and prepared to hit him in the air. The lady watched her merciless brother from the side, because she understood that she would not be able to stop him anyway. Literally, a few seconds later, the wizard ended the fight and asked the girl if she was hurt somewhere. Philomel let out a heavy breath and reported that she was fine, then asked why Jeremiah had started fighting. One of the bandits began to promise that he would report the guy for daring to attack a respectable citizen of the empire. But the magician said that good people never cause such destruction in public places, after which he cracked his fists and said that the bandits apparently didn't get enough of his moralizing, since they continued to say something against him. Philomel sat down next to the beaten man and asked if this place really was operating illegally. The bandit was glad that the lady pretended to support him and began to recall the laws on doing business. But the girl had studied the rules well enough to know that the men were simply taking advantage of loopholes in the law. She said that if the building was not dismantled after construction, then the site acquires legal status, and misremembered that any building that had existed for more than 10 years fits these rules. And the waiter immediately said that this building was built by his grandfather, so it definitely existed a long time ago. The bandit was very surprised when he heard that the people in this restaurant had been working completely legally for a long time. He started shouting that he would do everything to make this place illegal, which the heroine immediately didn't like. So Miss reminded that if the bandit's plans fail, then his entire group could be in big trouble. But the man only laughed in response to the girl's statements that she would definitely file a complaint against them too. Philomel did not tell her that the emperor of this country considered her his daughter, but looked at her brother instead. After which, the heroine asked what the bandits thought about the boy's son, who was clearly an aristocrat. The man, who was still able to negotiate, realized that he would not be able to oppose his opponents in any way. Eventually, the bandits left, and the waiter said that he would never forget the kindness of the people who simply ordered food from him. But the lady herself was more pleased that she was able to help such a person, and besides, they were given another apple pie. The miss sincerely said that she regretted that this establishment had no customers at all, because she really liked the food. Jeremiah nodded in response, and was very surprised when his sister suddenly praised him for being such a good fighter. Then, the guy honestly admitted that he also studied fencing in order to be able to protect himself, not only with the help of magic. Philomel admitted that she thought that mages worked only with their brains, but her brother explained that none of them were weak. The princess listened with interest to Jeremiah's story about how many wizards still studied combat magic instead of fighting. But in the end, the guy admitted that LeQueen himself taught him that ordinary fists were much faster and easier than magic. The girl had no doubt that her father's education was clearly not easy, since he did not spare his children at all. However, the heroine was sincerely grateful to the Lord for the fact that he had hidden her absence well right now in the imperial palace. Here, the lady noticed that they had almost reached the square, which she had so longed to see. So the miss pointed it out to her brother. Jeremiah froze in surprise, not expecting the girl to want to walk through such simple places. The guy was very surprised when his sister suddenly said that every place was special for her because they walked together. But the girl herself did not notice anything unusual in her words, since she simply said what she really thought. Here, Jeremiah remembered that all this time they had been talking about some little things, but the lady had never told him what she wanted to say. But the girl couldn't admit that she simply wanted to take her brother out for a walk, so she sharply pointed in the direction of an interesting place. As a result, the Lord's son had to catch up with the princess, who ran ahead quite quickly, just to avoid talking to him. At this point, LeQueen successfully pretended to be his daughter, and confidently declared that he had been served bad food. The man in the guise of his daughter sincerely did not want to eat such a tasty dinner, so he asked to replace it with another one. The Lord really didn't understand how Philomel could have been fed such food all this time, if even the unpretentious one had difficulty eating it. The head of the tower himself would like to treat the princess with various delicacies, which made him sigh heavily, because he could not change anything. Here, Dels approached her charge and asked if everything was really all right, as the girl was behaving somewhat strangely. But LeQueen immediately reported that nothing was bothering him, so the assistant could continue to go about her business. At the same time, the man himself was pleased with the way he played his daughter, since he believed that he did not arouse suspicion at all. However, neither the countess nor the maids could really understand what was happening, since the lady herself did not say anything. Then the assistants apologized for the previous dish and suggested that Miss try something else, to which the Lord nodded. It turned out that the emperor himself had sent a dessert from the world tree for the princess, which made LeQueen shudder slightly. And at that moment, the heroine watched with great interest the theatrical performance that she accidentally stumbled upon. Philomel had already heard that this production was quite popular, although for some reason she was bored right now. All because the lady didn't really like watching the torment of the girl, who was clinging to the selfish guy with all her might. Here the princess noticed with surprise that for some reason, Jeremiah did not look pleased either, although she had hoped for something else. However, for some reason, the guy sat with a very gloomy face, which made Philomel even start to worry. Suddenly, the girl remembered that the magician had once told Elencia about his mother, who was also looking for love. Miss guessed that this theatrical scene almost completely reminded the poor guy of his sad past, so she suddenly jumped up and suggested to her brother that they go somewhere else, to which he rather sluggishly agreed. Wanting to distract Jeremiah as quickly as possible, the girl suggested that he find something to eat somewhere nearby. As a result, Literally, in a few minutes, the lady managed to find ice cream, which she solemnly presented to her brother. However, even despite this, the magician still maintained a gloomy expression on his face, which greatly worried the princess. The whole point was that the heroine felt guilty, because it was she who brought the guy to that place with the stage. Imagine Philomele's surprise when she suddenly saw an incredibly beautiful sunset right in front of her. Because of this, the girl completely forgot about what she had just wanted to tell her brother and froze with pleasure. After a few seconds, the miss looked at the guy with hope, because she wanted him to confide his thoughts to her. But the heroine had no idea where to even start a conversation with the guy who was nicknamed the Ice Prince. Suddenly, a fairly strong river wind blew directly at the lady, causing her to be distracted from her brother for a while. Because of this, the hood flew off Jeremiah's face, and Miss was able to fully see his sad face at that moment. For this reason, the heroine, for the first time in her life, wondered whether she really understood this guy's pain. As a result, the princess was unable to squeeze out a single word from those that Alencia said to the magician in the book. Instead, for some reason, Miss thought about whether she would be pleased if someone read a book about her and said that they could understand her. The wizard noticed that the girl next to him wanted to say something, but for some reason did not break the silence between them. And the heroine herself suddenly realized that she wanted to act extremely arrogantly towards her brother. She glanced at Jeremiah, whose wounds she had just wanted to turn to her advantage, even though the boy didn't deserve it at all. So Philomel simply shoved her ice cream into the mage's mouth, because she changed her mind about talking to him about anything. The Lord's son asked irritably why he needed another sweet, to which the lady replied that he was being too gloomy. While Jeremiah looked after his sister in confusion, she herself thought that it was time to stop there. The heroine had no doubt that she would not regret her decision, because she did not want to harm her relative. Meanwhile, the magician still couldn't understand why the miss suddenly advised him to become more cheerful, at least today. He sighed and grinned, because the princess's words genuinely amused him with their spontaneity and carelessness. Here the guy realized with surprise that before he would never have allowed himself to smile while he was in a crowded place. So he called out to Philomel and asked her not to be so presumptuous, which made the lady immediately freeze in place. And Jeremiah, due to a misunderstanding of his own feelings, said that Lequin was helping his sister not at all because he felt something for her. The princess did not expect the magician to suddenly raise this topic, but she listened to him calmly because she was interested. And the wizard reported that the Lord's curiosity could disappear at any moment, as he himself did immediately after that. Moreover, while saying such words to the lady, for some reason the guy remembered his mother, for whom he had never been special in his life. But Miss almost immediately understood what her brother was getting at, so she rather rudely asked him to stop talking about it. She interrupted Jeremiah, who was surprised by this, but still decided to calmly listen to what the girl had to say to him. And Philomel smiled and said that she herself knew perfectly well that she meant nothing to any of her relatives. These words struck the magician so strongly that he did not even understand what he should say to the lady in response. And the princess herself turned around and suggested returning to the palace, since Lequin must be very bored. As a result, the wizard began to think about where exactly he had made an irreparable mistake, since the miss had reacted like that. As soon as they returned to the room, the heroine suspected something was wrong, so she began to find out from her father what had happened in her absence. And the man honestly admitted that he pretended to be his daughter on purpose, but no one could suspect anything in his acting. However, the princess realized that her father could no longer be trusted with such matters, so she decided not to do so next time. Then Lequin asked where Jeremiah had gone, and the lady said that he had some other business to attend to, so they returned separately. Imagine the girl's surprise when, immediately after these words, the third brother suddenly appeared in the balcony window. Philomel worriedly asked where the guy had managed to set his clothes on fire, but he only handed her some kind of package, after which the magician admitted that he was able to buy baked goods in the very restaurant where there were huge lines, so they were unable to get in. Jeremiah said that the miss should have eaten the food while it was still warm, and then asked her to forget about the words he said. The heroine immediately guessed what exactly they were talking about, although she didn't really understand why her brother blushed a little. Nevertheless, the lady thanked the wizard and invited them all to try the sweets, despite the late hour outside. Just a few minutes later, Philomel, Lequin, and Jeremiah called out to Lexion and Cardin, who were very sleepy. At the same time, the Lord did not feel at all sorry for his sons, whom the lady wanted to meet, even though he pulled them out of their sleep. The younger son also laughed at the elders, but Lexion did not remain in debt, as he said that Jeremiah was finally in a good mood. Philomel noticed that the brothers again did not watch their words at all, but she had already begun to get used to their manner of communication. In fact, the princess gathered all her relatives together at this time to say that she did not plan to go to the mage's tower. The older brother remembered that he himself had told his sister to do what she wanted, but he did not expect that the girl would perceive his words in this way. Then, the heroine honestly said that she had not yet decided exactly where she would live when she finally left the imperial palace. Hearing this, Lequin asked anxiously why his daughter was so reluctant to spend some time in his tower. But Miss had no answer to this question, for she acted as she felt it was right. Lexion tried to persuade Philomel to join them, because he believed that she would be happy in the tower. The lady could not understand why her relatives were so worried, because she had not said that she would not come to them at all. But just in case, the heroine said that she appreciated the guy's concern, but she had slightly different plans for her future life. After these words, Mrs.'s older brother began to doubt that he had the right to insist on his option for his sister. But Lequin decided that he wouldn't be able to understand anything from his daughter's decisions anyway, so he didn't even try to delve into it. The girl had no idea that her brothers had stopped arguing with her, as they had decided to try to convince her of her decision a little later. Then she called out to Jeremiah, who did not expect this, since he thought that the miss was still offended by his rude remarks recently. But the princess suddenly asked her brother for forgiveness again, for the fact that their father locked him in the dark, although the boy did not even remember about it. Philomel found it difficult to share her thoughts with her family, because she could not show them the prophetic book. So the miss simply thanked the grumpy mage for staying by her side, even though he was essentially forced to do so. The girl had no idea that the fair-haired wizard had long ago changed his mind about leaving, but did not dare to say so directly. Suddenly, the guy finally couldn't take it anymore, and shouted too loudly that he didn't want to do what the princess advised him to do. Philomel froze in place, confused, because she hadn't even thought about the fact that the younger mage had no intention of leaving her. And Jeremiah suddenly declared that he would not go anywhere just because his sister wanted him to, so it was useless for her to persuade him. The brothers did not remind the youngest that only yesterday he himself had threatened to leave them, because his help would have been very useful. Although outwardly the Lord's youngest son remained just as dissatisfied, everyone noticed that for some reason he had changed inside. As a result, on the morning when the lady had completely moved into the south wing, Lequin asked why it could not be said that she was his daughter. But the heroine never even considered this option, since it could entail too many consequences for her. The man correctly guessed that the miss did not want to acknowledge him as her father, and the girl froze in embarrassment, because she could not even object. Suddenly, the Lord said that he was not at all offended, because he understood that he himself was to blame for the not very warm relationship with his daughter. The princess did not expect such wise reasoning from the head of the tower, who usually behaved no better than a small child. Miss remembered Lexion's words, who said that Lequina had only bad and good moods, which had to be taken into account. And the man himself at that moment was trying to find out what feelings he had for Philomel, and asked her questions for this purpose. Carefully sorting out her things, the heroine responded to her father's words, although she herself was not very interested in what exactly he was experiencing. But literally, a few minutes later, the girl realized that the Lord would still not be able to understand her, since he had a different manner of behavior. Suddenly, having opened one of the boxes, which was supposed to contain expensive jewelry, Miss was very surprised by its absence. She was absolutely sure that she had not moved them anywhere, but for some reason, she could not find a single thing in her clothes. As a result, the lady decided to seek help from Lexion, who immediately realized that the miss did not want to make this matter public. Philomel nodded in agreement in response, because she wanted to find the criminal in order to get important information from him a little later. The heroine was sure that none of her close associates could have stolen the jewelry, but the man was clearly from the imperial palace. The girl guessed that no one would look for the missing jewelry after her disappearance, since she could have taken it with her. For this reason, Miss came to her elder brother, because her father told her that only he among all could help with such a difficult search. Lexion asked with a smile if his sister really didn't want to harm the criminal, since he personally wasn't against it at all. Then the princess gave permission to scare the unknown person, and to use force only if the person began to actively resist. It so happened that Jeremiah was watching the conversation between his brother and sister from the side, but even so, he could not understand what was happening. Finally, Lexion re-held out and asked how long the younger one was going to hang around their sister's room like a stray. Then Jeremiah finally agreed to apply to become an imperial magi so he could sleep properly. The The Lord's eldest son then turned to his sister again and warned her that she would have to wait for a while he conducted his search. The magician smiled maliciously and said that it would not take long, since he would try to do everything as quickly as possible. As a result, literally the next day, the guy introduced the very culprit of the incident to the family. It turned out to be Emily's maid, who stated that they had no right to treat her so rudely, no matter what. The lady was able to remember that she had once seen this very assistant in the corridor near her room, but did not attach any importance to it. So the miss reported that the girl was caught trying to sell her jewelry, so she couldn't get out of it. But the maid tried to defend herself by saying that, since Philomel was not a real princess, the jewelry was not hers either. Then the heroine reminded that Emily still stole what belonged to the imperial family and the palace. However, the assistant shouted that all these things belonged to Princess Elencia, so she would only accept punishment from her. Jeremiah asked Lexion if he wasn't supposed to scare the thief, and the boy admitted that he had failed. But then the older brother became very angry, so the aura around him became many times more dangerous and scary. The maid did not lose her composure and demanded to explain to her what kind of people were around and why she should be afraid. And Philomel suddenly announced that even Elencia would not be able to protect her assistant if the lady officially brought charges. Emily didn't even think that the nanny, who was now lying in the palace, would never forgive her for such an act. The assistant was genuinely afraid of the old woman because they had not had a very good relationship with each other to begin with. The girl was offended by the fact that this woman managed to constantly command all the maids around her. The maid assumed that the nanny had become so bold because the fair-haired princess had not made any comments to her. It seemed to the assistant that Philomel was so timid that she wouldn't even dare to deal with her if she found out something. But right now, the emperor's eldest daughter had no intention of simply letting go of the girl who had stolen her things. Emily eventually admitted that she had committed a terrible sin and bowed to the lady, begging for forgiveness for her actions. In fact, the heroine expected exactly this reaction from the maid, so she said that she could help her with something. As soon as the assistant left, Jeremiah warned his sister that the thief was not to be trusted under any circumstances. But Miss reminded that Lexion had cast a spell on Emily to prevent this from happening. And besides, she was too afraid of the nanny. The older brother guessed that the girl had no idea all this time about his specialization in magical sciences. He asked the lady to guess for herself what exactly he was doing, and the princess immediately began to think hard. But when the miss suggested that the guy was involved in fire magic, he asked not to judge her only by the color of her hair. Philomel laughed merrily, as she had no idea how else to understand what her older brother was studying. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the guy pointed to his head and said that his magic was connected to the brain. In the end, Lexion confirmed that he had various kinds of mental magic, which was not always allowed on the palace grounds. However, the magician was able to ensure that none of the castle's guests dared to insult the emperor, otherwise they would lose their tongue. Miss didn't think that her brother would be capable of such complex magic, which she had never even heard of before. Then suddenly, Jeremiah declared that it was always possible to simply kill a person rather than use magical powers for this. But Lexion explained that any mysterious deaths would also have to be investigated by him, which the guy didn't want at all. Philomel didn't have time to say anything before the boys suddenly started arguing among themselves, saying something wrong again. But the lady was already pleased that she was able to order Emily to keep a close eye on Elencia's behavior everywhere. Although Miss didn't know exactly what would come of it, she at least tried to start somewhere in studying the princess's character. And at this moment, Lequin finally intervened in the quarrel between his sons, because he did not want them to destroy the entire palace in a fight. Philomel herself suddenly realized that, although several days had already passed, Nazar had not said anything about himself. The heroine didn't know whether she should worry about the guy who had recently promised to return quite soon. Right now, Kenny was confusedly asking the younger Averden if he was sure of his strict decision. But the guy himself had no doubt that all the knights who dared to keep the princess in prison should be punished. The red-haired aristocrat saw his friend so serious for the first time in his life, so he didn't even dare to try to convince him otherwise. As a result, Nazar made sure that the criminals who had once insulted Philomel were sent to a labor camp. But he simply ordered all the security guards to be fired, since these people were simply unlucky enough to be in this place. At the very end, Averden confessed to Kenny that he initially wanted to destroy them all right in the dungeon. The friend did not think that the Duke's son would be stopped from committing murder, only by the thought that the princess would be upset if she found out the truth. Nazar himself suddenly declared that he did not care at all what class the emperor's eldest daughter actually belonged to. but Kenny explained that their engagement could end at any moment because of this, no matter how much the guy didn't want it. However, Averden clenched his fists tightly and declared that he would never in his life allow his father to treat him like that. The red-haired aristocrat didn't know that his usually gentle friend could have such a stern expression on his face. Then, Kenny changed the subject and reminded him that the Duke's son should have told the Emperor what he was doing now. But Nazar himself did not want to say anything because he understood that the ruler would also get involved in solving these problems. Several days had passed since Philomel had given instructions to the maid to follow Princess Elencia, and the heroine had already begun to suspect that her assistant had ignored her, when suddenly someone joyfully called out to the girl. It turned out that it was the knight Martin, whom the lady had not seen for a long time, since she did not need his services. The miss was not happy about such a meeting, but politely asked why the man had suddenly come to the territory of the imperial palace. Then the knight cheerfully reminded that he was the princess's protector, and therefore would like to return to his direct duties. Philomel did not expect the man to remain faithful to her, even though she was not the emperor's real daughter. Miss guessed that Martin simply had nowhere else to go, because his skills had previously left much to be desired. The girl was angry that the assistant was pursuing her, although he had not been particularly loyal before, since he did not like ladies. So she said with pride that the man could be free, because she no longer needed to be protected by anyone. Martin was visibly upset, because he didn't think he could really be held accountable for failing to complete his duties on time. Imagine the man's surprise when the princess was able to list all of his bad deeds of late. The knight had nothing to say in response, since Philomel was completely right in her cruel arguments. However, he accused the lady of knowing about all this before but doing nothing, which made the heroine sigh heavily. But Miss couldn't remember ever calling this man, almost like her own uncle, out of gratitude. As soon as Martin grabbed the princess by the shoulders, a rough male voice was heard from behind her, asking if the knight was tired of living. Philomel looked around in surprise and could not remember that the stranger had any connection with the imperial palace. Suddenly, she saw a familiar medallion on his chest, and therefore guessed that it was Jeremiah who had changed his appearance. Martin immediately noticed that his new acquaintance was wearing a knight's uniform, although there were no knightly orders. Meanwhile, the guy had already managed to point his sword at the assistant's neck, which the lady didn't like, since she had asked her brother not to stick his head out. Suddenly, the lord's youngest son announced that he was the princess's new guard, so the past had to go away. As a result, before the miss had time to say anything, the two opponents began competing with each other for the position of her knight. Although the heroine understood that it would be better for her if Jeremiah protected her, she was still afraid of the possible consequences. But the guy himself muttered that he still wanted to repay his sister for the food, so he decided to devote himself to protecting her. Before the fight, he talked a little with the princess and showed her some kind of stripe, the meaning of which the lady did not actually know. Then the magician explained that he had previously received the right to be called a magic knight, so everything would be fine with his confession. After listening to her brother, Miss only asked him to be careful, because they were not allowed to reveal their identities. In response, Jeremiah smiled widely and asked the girl to just trust him, because he was not going to make mistakes. As a result, at the very beginning of the duel, Martin suddenly threw aside the wooden sword he had prepared for this situation, after which the man offered to fight with dignity, for which he took out a real weapon, which always hung on his belt. Philomel was very scared when she saw this, because she did not want any of the opponents to get hurt during the duel. But the magician himself did not even flinch, because he was ready to defeat Martin, even without really resorting to his strength. In the end, the man became so angry that he promised that he would never feel sorry for the impudent stranger. Shouting curses, the adult knight was the first to rush into battle, because he believed that his skills were many times better than those of the young man. But Jeremiah easily blocked all of the old knight's attacks, as he was superior to him in terms of fighting skills. Martin realized too late that he was facing an opponent who was several times stronger than him. However, the man could not admit this, so shaking all over from the strain, he still stated that the guy's blows were weak. However, the younger brother was not angry about this, as he said that he had deliberately taken pity on his adult opponent, after which the guy deftly pulled off a feint, due to which Martin was unable to avoid the blow at the last moment. As a result, the man flew back several meters and grabbed his stomach, where he had been hit the hardest. But Jeremiah was not prepared to end the battle so easily, so he demanded that the knight rise to his feet again. Noticing that the lord's son was not hitting Martin very hard, the lady breathed a sigh of relief, because she realized that she had worried in vain. As a result, after a few seconds, When the old knight once again fell to the ground, he shouted that he surrendered, and the magician put away his weapon. But the lady noticed that for some reason the guy did not stop, so she shouted loudly for him to stop fighting. In the end, Jeremiah stopped the sword literally a few centimeters from the neck of the defenseless knight, who had already surrendered. Philomel guessed that if it weren't for her shout from the podium, her brother could have even killed his opponent, wanting to punish him. But the magician himself did not feel any remorse, because he initially did not like this impudent man at all. A few minutes later, the lady informed Pollen that she wanted to change the guard, and the advisor was glad of this circumstance. He said that he would report everything to the emperor himself, while the miss tried her best to force her brother to stand still. Martin had a hard time accepting his defeat, as he now had no idea where he should go to earn money. And the aristocrats who were passing by immediately began to discuss such a quick defeat of the princess's former knight. Eventually, the man became so offended that he said out loud that Philomel was never the emperor's real daughter. Jeremiah immediately looked at the knight with fury, as he sincerely regretted not having killed him back then during their duel. As a result, that night the former assistant got so drunk that he couldn't even hold a bottle of wine in his hands. But what angered Martin most was that Philomel and her new knight had dared to make such a laughingstock of him. The man was sure that the lady was not an aristocrat, and yet for some reason she had caused him such a huge amount of shame. So he shouted loudly across the street that he would definitely kill both the girl and her entire family when he found them. Suddenly, the man, using his knightly skills, felt that someone had suddenly appeared right behind him. He couldn't recognize the silver-haired man who had suddenly and calmly appeared behind him. And Lequin himself said that he was precisely that unknown rogue who was Philomel's father. Martin began to draw his sword with trembling hands, although he immediately realized that there was clearly something wrong with this man. But the lord at that moment did not even think about taking out his weapon, since he wanted to deal with the knights using his magic. Despite the fact that all instincts advised the former assistant to run, he still asked what the stranger wanted from him. In response, the tower leader stated that he was simply irritated by such a knight, after which he mercilessly activated a powerful spell. As a result, after just a second, all that was left of Martin were pools of blood on the asphalt, because Lequin did not know how to fight without consequences. At the same time, the man quickly noticed that he was not alone in this alley, as he felt the presence of his youngest son. The fair-haired mage grumpily said that he had left his sister with Carden, and had simply decided to take a walk around the night city. But the lord immediately guessed that in fact the guy wanted to do exactly what he ended up finishing first. So Lequin laughed at his son, who did not have time to deal with the knight, to which the boy stated that he did not intend to kill him. Suddenly, Lexian appeared a few meters away, having sensed from the palace that his father had used powerful magic. The guy immediately started scolding the lord for staining everything around him with blood so much, because now it would be more difficult for him to clean up. But Lequin didn't feel even a drop of remorse, because it was normal for him to get rid of bad guys. Lexian reminded that the man should not have returned to his daughter in such a state, because she might faint from fear. The guy reminded that the girl was a person of traditional values, so she would not approve of such behavior of the family. The tower leader never thought that he would have to hide such a bad part of his personality if he wanted to continue communicating with the lady. However, the man did not plan to leave the palace yet, so he promised that he would first change his clothes and wash himself. He admitted that at the moment he would not like Philomel to suddenly hate him for such things. At this time, Miss was alone with her middle brother for the first time, which made her feel incredibly awkward. Although the guy smiled at his sister with all his might, since he was kind by nature, for some reason, he also did not start the conversation first. Eventually, Miss asked if Carden liked her, and he honestly admitted that he had indeed become attached to her. The princess did not expect that the magician would then say that he treated her this way only because she was his relative. Imagine the middle brother's surprise when the lady told him that she was not really the ideal sister for him. Suddenly, Carden interrupted Philomel and asked if she wanted to hit him, causing the girl to fall silent in surprise. After which, he began to clarify whether the lady would yell at him or freeze him in a dark room. But the miss had no such plans. Then the magician declared that she was the best sister in the world, and the heroine realized that she would not be able to convince him otherwise. In the end, Philomel decided to just be glad that she had at least developed a good relationship with one of her brothers so quickly. When the lady suggested that they shake hands as a sign that they were family, Carden somehow began to doubt the idea. However, the princess insisted that such an action would be correct, which made the magician even happier. As soon as the heroine touched her brother's hands, she immediately noticed the huge difference between them. Since the guy relied most on physical strength, he had a lot of small scars on his fingers. In the end, when LeQuinn told Carden that Jeremiah had become his sister's knight, the boy became noticeably saddened by this. Lexion immediately remembered that the middle brother also took the test to become a magic knight along with the youngest. However, the guy said with tears in his eyes that he had failed the written part, so he was unable to get a token. In the end, the brothers had no choice but to sigh heavily, since Carden really couldn't be relied upon. Then suddenly, LeQuinn asked his sons to be quiet, since he was finally able to bring his daughter to their meeting. Philomel apologized for taking so long to get ready, when her father was unhappy with the daily meetings. And Lexion and Jeremiah reminded their father that according to their duties, they had to be close to the princess. The heroine just laughed in response, because she was glad to see that all her relatives were having fun now. The girl then turned to the Lord, who did not expect that she would prepare a matter for him personally in front of everyone. The man looked in surprise at the strange and large book that the girl carefully took out of her bag. Nevertheless, LeQuinn was ready to fulfill any request of his daughter, as he wanted to prove to her that he was a good father. And Philomel herself asked that the head of the tower carefully study this book, which she treated so carefully and cautiously. Taking the paper edition in his hands, the magician did not notice any strange or incomprehensible magical energy emanating from it. Although the heroine hoped that her father would be able to notice something, she suspected that the book would actually be ordinary. The lady decided to ask the Lord for such help, because she realized that she could no longer cope alone, and he was strong. Suddenly, the princess noticed that the man was about to open the book to find out its contents, which the mist could not allow. The tower leader was surprised when the girl suddenly grabbed his hand and asked him to give his opinion on the book without opening it. But the heroine didn't have time to come up with an answer to the question, and for some reason, it wasn't worth knowing what was in the plot of the novel. Philomel herself understood perfectly well that her request looked strange and stupid, when suddenly her father agreed to it. The girl was genuinely surprised that the man had simply decided not to ask her any more questions on this topic. But LeQuinn declared that since the lady asked so, he would not contradict her wishes, since he could study the book without reading it. Lexion immediately confirmed that his father's abilities were far more powerful than his sister could have ever imagined, after which the guy added that it wouldn't hurt the Lord to resolve the tower's affairs, but the man simply ignored his son's words. So with a sigh, the older brother admitted that he was the only person who did his job properly. The lady asked the elder not to be discouraged, when suddenly she heard with fright from the side that one of the palace maids was loudly calling her. The girl didn't expect that one of her assistants would need her so urgently that she would even go looking for her. In a panic, Philomel asked the entire family to hide, as she did not want anyone to know about their relationship. Imagine the girl's surprise when, turning around, she discovered that there was no one around her. Only Jeremiah remained sitting nearby, since he had official permission to accompany the princess. So the lady calmly showed herself to the assistant, who was glad that she had found her mistress so easily and quickly. The princess did not expect that the maid would tell her that the emperor had suddenly called her to dinner, although they had not agreed in advance. Although Miss guessed that Alencia would also be at this event, she still asked her assistant to tell her that she would come. After which the girl looked at her brother, as she was worried that she would not be able to say goodbye to the others. And Jeremiah confidently said that no one would think to be upset if the lady did not wave them goodbye, because they would see each other a little later. Philomel smiled gratefully in response, and informed the magician that she would find him after dinner, as she could not take him with her. At that moment, in the bushes, LeQuinn was indignant because Eustace had invited his daughter to dinner, although he had raised Miss for many years. Carden was only sad because his sister had to leave so quickly, even though they hadn't really talked about anything. Here, Lexion asked if the Lord had stayed in the palace to gain the princess's recognition, but the man himself did not know the answer to this question. Imagine the boy's surprise when the Lord suddenly said that he could simply kill everyone in the imperial palace. LeQuinn reminded him that his daughter was only here because of these people, so he could take her away from them. But the eldest son asked his father not to create unnecessary problems, because he did not want him to end up dead. Although Lexion was confident that the Lord would not lose in a fight with the emperor, the empire would not forgive him for such a murder. Most of all, the boy was afraid of the consequences due to the power of the ruler, who had long been associated with the gods. But LeQuinn himself was not at all worried about a possible fight, since he was confident that he was strong enough. However, when the son reminded him that Philomel might be disappointed in his father, he immediately changed his mind about killing everyone around him. Instead, the man decided to return to the Tower of Magicians for a while to fulfill his daughter's errand related to the book. For the first time in his life, Carden had seen the Lord take a matter so seriously that he didn't even take a break. And Lexion could only hope that the head of the Tower of Magicians would not do something in the near future, for which he would have to answer. During dinner, Elencia chattered nonstop about how she tried to catch a rabbit, but it easily ran away from her. Philomel thought with displeasure about how noisy her sister was, but there was nothing she could do about it. Moreover, the heroine did not know for sure whether the princess had always been so talkative, since there was not a word about it in the book. In any case, the lady did not plan to be afraid and run away anymore, since she had promised herself this not so long ago. Suddenly, the emperor allowed the fair-haired lady to have a rabbit on the grounds of the imperial palace, which made her happy. And at that moment, Philomel was thinking about why the author of the novel described all the events in it in a strictly defined way. The lady assumed that the man might have wanted to gain some advantage, but there was too little information. As a result, Miss hoped that she would be able to find information if she read the book again, but in the meantime, she thoughtfully ate her dinner. Suddenly, the girl noticed a strange object that should not have been on the table right now. She saw a bottle of some sort that stood not far from Elencia's plate, although the miss herself had not yet touched it. Suddenly, the emperor turned to Philomele, which made her suddenly wake up from her thoughts and ask the question again. Then, His Majesty asked again whether there was anything that the eldest daughter could tell him about now. The heroine was very confused, because she didn't know exactly what topic she should discuss now, because they were having a family dinner. The man did not expect that the lady would suddenly start talking to him about the apple pie that she had recently managed to try. Elencia immediately rudely interrupted her sister, saying that she also wanted to eat something similar if the elder one liked such food. The princess smiled happily and said that sometimes she missed something simple, because she had managed to try a lot in the palace. But Eustace did not react to the younger one's words in any way, and again asked Philomel to tell her something, which made her embarrassed. So the heroine remembered the situation when she escaped from the imperial palace and accidentally ended up in prison. But the emperor did not know about this part of his daughter's adventures, so he fell silent with great surprise. Philomel was very frightened when she saw how furious the ruler was, because he did not know about the girl's imprisonment. She asked in confusion whether Nazar had not informed the ruler about anything like this, since it was he who had saved her from captivity. And Eustace admitted that he had not heard such details from young Averden, which is why he was so surprised. The heroine realized that she shouldn't have mentioned prison, because now her father wanted to deal with her friend because of his silence. In the end, the ruler clicked his tongue in displeasure when the lady asked him not to be angry, because everyone had the right to make such mistakes. Noticing that Eustace had agreed not to punish Nazar, Miss breathed a sigh of relief, as she wouldn't want that for the guy. Immediately after this, the emperor said that it was time for him to go, and Elencia immediately jumped up to take a walk with her father. Philomel noticed that because of her talking, the girl had not eaten anything, but she did not stop her. She deliberately waited until the maids began to clear the table, because she had an important question for them. The lady approached the nearest assistant and asked her if she knew what the seasoning was in the jar, and it turned out to be ground chili pepper. The girl explained that Princess Elencia always added it to her food because she liked it spicier. The heroine found this circumstance strange, since most of the inhabitants of the empire could not eat anything spicy at all. Here, Philomel remembered the description from the book, which told about an envoy from another country who ate chili peppers with pleasure. Miss froze in place in surprise, because only now did she realize that this was a small hint from the author. The girl, although she didn't know for sure if it was a coincidence that Elencia preferred foods that were not common to the rest of the inhabitants. As the assistant apologized for finding too little information, but Eustace had no intention of being angry with him, so His Majesty informed them that they would not be able to find out much, since Nazar had taken care to ensure that it did not become known. However, the emperor still could not forgive the duke's son for hiding from him the facts related to Philomel. Paulin breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the ruler had no intention of actually reprimanding the boy. Just then, Eustace asked the advisor to find all those who tried to harm his daughter and then kill them, and the man nodded briefly. The man then let the assistant go, but he suddenly said that there was one more matter that the ruler needed to know about. Immediately after this, the chief court magician came closer and said that he did not trust the new powerful magicians who had been recently appointed. His Majesty asked with interest what was wrong with these people that Humphrey was so worried. Even Paulin did not know that those people were the children of the dawn, which the wizard told the ruler with alarm. Eustace himself understood perfectly well that it was dangerous to get involved with any experiments of the Lord of the Tower of Magicians. He faced the problem of having such children a few years ago, but ultimately could not do anything about it. The thing was that Lequin specially created his children in the hopes of getting a strong magician, which he tried to hide from everyone. But since too many people were involved, the aristocrats found out about everything and began to worry greatly. Humphrey said that in the end, only 3 powerful magicians were born during the experiment, one of whom was unknown. The advisor immediately realized that the new court magicians were just the remaining 2, and so asked what needed to be done. But Eustace calmly asked to simply keep an eye on these people for now, although the assistant was concerned about their plans. Pollen froze in fear when the emperor reminded him that a quarrel with the Tower of Magicians could cost them many times more, after which His Majesty, with a sly smile, declared that he was not afraid of these guys, even if they had something bad in mind. Besides, the ruler was sure that the Lord would only attack openly, which meant that they were not in any danger now. With that, he let Humphrey go, so the magician bowed politely and went on about his business. The advisor said that since there would be no more instructions, he would also leave the ruler, because he needed to resolve work issues. However, for some reason, Eustace did not react to his assistant's words, because he was too deeply immersed in his thoughts. Pollen once again turned cautiously to the ruler, and the emperor hastily said that the advisor could go. Although the assistant was not sure that it was possible to leave Eustace right now, he could not object. At this moment, Jeremiah was calmly waiting for his older brother, while trying not to fall asleep due to the hard work. Lexian showed up just a few minutes later and admitted that he had to bypass a powerful tracking system. But the guy confidently said with a smile that no one could suspect him, because he did everything right. However, the younger one still grumbled and asked why he decided to get involved in this matter, to which the older one reminded him that it was for Philomel's sake. Lexian asked Jeremiah to try to convince his sister to come to the Mage Tower, but the boy didn't really know what to do. Then both brothers began to discuss what exactly could entice the girl to go with them to the tower. Jeremiah remembered that the lady liked the pastries, but Lexion wasn't sure that the cafe would want to collaborate with them, so the elder even thought about resorting to threats, although he understood that this should be the last option. Then the younger one remembered that Miss also liked the apple pie, and the red-haired one immediately latched onto these words. At that moment, it seemed to Jeremiah that he had once experienced emotions similar to these now, but he could not remember. When the boys returned to the girl, Philomel, with a joyful smile, offered them to try a delicious apple pie. They did not expect that the emperor would already have time to negotiate with the cafe about supplying food to the imperial palace for the sake of his daughter. The lady remembered that she had once praised this food to her father, so now she did not even have to leave the palace. In the end, Jeremiah and Lexion just sighed heavily as they realized that their brilliant plan had just failed. The younger one quietly whispered to the older one that they were both once again one step behind their sister, who had already managed to do everything. However, the boy was glad that Philomel was so happy at that moment, so he smiled too, and the heroine herself ate the apple pie with great pleasure, and at the moment was not thinking about anything bad. After some time, the aristocrats became much more lively, since the main ball was about to take place, and in the end, the heroine received an invitation letter in her hands, which said that Elencia would be introduced to society. Although the lady was allowed not to attend the event, she could not afford to miss it under any circumstances. The miss was well aware that she was still under suspicion in high society, so the ruler took care of her, and the heroine was sincerely grateful to Eustace for what he once said that Catherine had simply confused the 2 girls. However, until now, Philomel could not understand why everyone around her condemned her for something that was not really her mistake. Another reason why the heroine wanted to go to the ball was a possible meeting with the impudent Rosanna Manon. The lady still remembered that the ring remained with this girl, so she would like to get it back. Since the thought of the aristocrat made Miss very angry, she came up with the idea of beating the pillow a little. As a result, Lequin witnessed a scene during which the princess was menacingly beating the object with her fists, unable to stop. Philomel noticed her father too late, so she stopped abruptly, asking why she had not heard him approaching. Then the princess admitted that there was a person in her life whom she wanted to hit, so she practiced in this way. Lequin first asked if they were talking about him, and noticeably calmed down when the girl said that she had no such thoughts. So the man even encouraged the lady for her desire to sort things out with someone, because he himself never held back from a fight. Philomel only now remembered what kind of person her father was, so she changed her mind about asking him for advice. Suddenly, the Lord remembered the task that the princess had recently given him and said that he would have to work on it a little longer. But what surprised the heroine most was that the man then asked her to practice her skills more often by beating a pillow. As a result, for a few more minutes, the princess obediently beat the object under the strict guidance of the head of the Tower of Magicians. After some time, Lequin smiled contentedly and said that he would now help the lady a little more, since he had activated his magic. Philomel stared in surprise at her hand, which was now surrounded by a small reddish glow. When the princess, obeying her father, hit the pillow again, she could not believe that she could cause so much damage. The tower chief was confident that the lady would like the result, since he himself saw a significant difference between the blows. In the end, Philomel stated contentedly that such power was too much for her, but at least she was able to learn something. Lequin promised that next time he would cast the same spell on Miss, and at that moment, Jeremiah burst into the room. The boy was very surprised when he saw what exactly his father and sister were doing in the palace, although this was prohibited. Although the magician was not against the Lord teaching the girl self-defense, he also planned to save her himself. So Jeremiah asked the tower leader what kind of high-level spell he was going to cast on the miss. At this moment, Elencia was eagerly awaiting the seamstress, who was to be responsible for her dress during the upcoming ball in her honor. The assistant politely introduced herself to the lady and handed her a notebook with various sketches so that the princess could choose. As a result, the girl enthusiastically reported that all the proposed outfits were very beautiful, so she had difficulty choosing. And the seamstress herself was pleased that this fair-haired lady had ultimately chosen her out of all of them as her assistant. Moreover, the maid was pleased that Elencia preferred more expensive designs, which could introduce new trends into fashion. So in her dreams, the seamstress assumed that she might even be approved as a permanent imperial seamstress thanks to the girl. Then the lady said that all the dresses were nice, but they didn't suit her, so she started drawing a sketch herself. The maid did not expect such zeal from the princess, although she was ready to accept any order from her, because the miss was the daughter of the emperor. Elencia warned that she was not very knowledgeable about dresses, but she wanted something in this style, and Madame could not refuse her. The seamstress immediately realized that the drawing was not very good, but the concept in it was perfectly clear to her. So the assistant promised that she would definitely do everything possible to fulfill the princess's request. The girl then asked if she could order another dress from the maid, as she was not sure about it. In fact, the seamstress was not at all against sewing an outfit for the young lady's friend as well, because it was an honor for her. But just in case, the maid asked whether it was about Philomel, which Elencia immediately and happily confirmed. In response, the assistant said with a smile that she had already prepared a dress for her eldest daughter, since the emperor had asked for it. The princess asked in surprise whether her father had really taken part in this, since she could not believe such a thing. But the seamstress confirmed this information again, which made the fair-haired lady smile sadly, but she didn't say anything. A few days later, Philomel greeted her friend, who had also come to the event, with a joyful smile. Nazar himself was incredibly happy to see the girl, because until the very end, he was afraid that she would still run away from the palace. However, seeing that the lady was completely fine, the guy beamed with a happy and sincere smile. During the conversation, Miss learned that this time, Averden came of his own free will, which she really liked. But then Nazar noticed that Philomel had begun to address him formally, so he asked the lady to stop doing so. When the girl reminded him of their difference in status, the Duke's son hotly declared that there was nothing wrong with that. However, the heroine stubbornly suggested using their real titles in communication, since she felt more comfortable that way. But Avriden didn't want to accept the fact that his childhood friend was no longer a princess, which was known to everyone. However, the guy did not argue with the miss and promised that he would speak to her more formally from that moment on. Eventually, Philomel realized that this conversation would lead nowhere, so she asked him directly how she should address her friend. Nazar thought for a moment, as the desire to observe etiquette and be sincere fought within him. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Averden eventually asked her to call him by his name from now on, as she had done in childhood. The Duke's son was noticeably embarrassed, but still insisted on being treated this way, since it was the most pleasant thing for him. As soon as the lady obediently called her friend by name, he joyfully thanked her for not arguing with him. But when the girl suddenly asked to also call her without titles, Nazar froze in confusion, because he could not allow himself to do this. He tried to explain to the princess that his upbringing did not allow him to do so, but Philomel did not want to listen to anything. This is because the heroine was never so fixated on etiquette, so she believed that her friend would be able to cope with breaking the rules. So in the end, the Duke's son was forced to promise that he would at least try to adhere to the newly introduced rules. Miss noted with a smile that Nazar could really be stubborn when it came to some rules and moral teachings. Suddenly, Averden noticed an unfamiliar guy who was constantly trying to stay close to Philomel. Just in case, the princess quickly reminded her brother about manners, since she was afraid that he would start being rude to everyone. As a result, the magician, with a sigh, politely introduced himself to the Duke's son and confirmed the fact that he was the lady's new protector. Then, Nazar carefully examined the guy again and asked if they had met before. Since he seemed familiar to him, the heroine realized too late that it was her brothers who had once brought Averden to the palace using teleportation. So the lady suggested that the guys just shake hands as a sign of introduction, since now they would see each other more often. But Jeremiah objected in response, since he did not intend to see a strange face in the imperial palace too often. However, Nazar calmly stated that he would definitely visit his friend more often so that she would not get bored. As a result, instead of a handshake, the guys had a small skirmish with their palms, which only worried the girl more. As a result, Philomel later asked for forgiveness for the magician's behavior, but the Duke's son said that he was even glad to have such a strong man. But Miss still decided for herself that she was obliged to limit the communication between these two as much as possible so that they would not fight. While peacefully walking with a friend in the park, the heroine suddenly heard someone's alarmed female scream somewhere nearby. Almost immediately, the Emperor's eldest daughter saw that Emily was for some reason desperately calling the princess, begging her to come down from somewhere. Imagine Philomele's surprise when she discovered that Elencia had climbed a tree for some unknown purpose. The lady could not understand at all what her sister was doing in such a place in the palace, especially not being on Earth like all the other people. Suddenly, the heroine suddenly remembered the plot of the book and realized that the first meeting of Averden and Elencia happened exactly like this. Although the guy himself personally did not suspect anything like this yet, in the book, he caught the Emperor's real daughter in his arms. The lady was afraid that the Duke's son would really experience love at first sight, but for now he only laughed at the girl. Miss asked in confusion if Nazar wanted to say something else about Elencia, but the guy couldn't think of anything else. So he reported that the youngest daughter's entertainment looked quite dangerous, and for some reason, the guards were nowhere to be found. Although the heroine was surprised by her friend's calm reaction, she did not try to make him feel anything else. Suddenly, the girl saw her father in the form of a cat on the highest branch, and she understood perfectly well who Elencia was climbing after. For this reason, the lady ran as fast as she could to the tree, although the Duke's son shouted to her that the cat could easily come down on its own. And at that moment, the real princess was trying her best to attract the animal's attention to herself in order to help him get down from the tree. However, Lequin didn't even think of turning even one ear towards the girl, since he didn't like her at all. Here, Elencia heard the frightened voice of her sister, who just managed to run closer so that the younger one could see her. As soon as Philomel came closer, the cat jumped down with a deft movement, which greatly surprised the princess. The heroine did not expect that her father would head straight towards her so abruptly, so she did not have time to prepare to catch him. However, as a result, the lady managed to safely catch the impudent animal, which quietly meowed in gratitude. Elencia looked at the cat she was trying to save with confusion, and that's why she was angry now. And at that moment, Nazar managed to catch up with Miss, and anxiously asked if everything was okay with her, since he saw the cat's actions. The guy honestly admitted that he was very scared when he saw the girl fall, because he didn't even have time to catch her in his arms. Suddenly, at that very moment, Philomel heard the frightened cry of Elencia, who unexpectedly fell down from the tree. In fact, the princess was jealous of the guy's relationship with her sister, and so she decided to attract attention to herself in this way. But for the heroine, such a fall of the younger one was a real shock, because she had already managed to forget about this moment in the plot. All the memories of Elencia's life, who could easily have died now, flashed before the girl's eyes. The heroine was also scared because her sister was supposed to fall right on top of her, so she closed her eyes out of fear. But when the girl did not feel any collision, she opened her eyes with great surprise after a few seconds. Imagine Philomele's surprise when she saw that Nazar managed to catch the princess in his arms in time to save her from pain. At the same time, Averden felt extremely awkward, since in fact, he wanted to help his childhood friend get up. However, Elencia deliberately began to loudly thank the Duke's son for his help, so that her sister would not have time to say a word. Since they had never met before, the blonde lady delicately asked the savior to introduce himself to her. At this point, Philomel felt sad that this whole situation happened exactly the same way as in the original plot of the book. She looked with pain at how carefully the guy held the princess in his arms, although she did not have feelings for him. Here, the heroine caught sight of her father, who was still pretending to be a cat and pretending that he had nothing to do with it. Pretending to try to catch her pet, Miss decided to watch the couple from the side to see her sister's reaction. Just then, a worried Jeremiah came running to meet Philomel, although the lady insistently asked him to stay put. So the miss asked the magician to quickly find a place where they could hide and watch what was happening from the side. Suddenly, the girl heard Nazar's voice, so she turned around in surprise, because she thought that he would help the princess. The boy explained that he had apologized to Alencia, and sadly said that if he had been more careful, Philomel would not have fallen. But the heroine repeated that everything was fine with her and asked her friend if he had experienced any strange sensations. However, the Duke's son did not understand at all what was being discussed, because everything was fine with him personally, since he was not injured. Noticing that the guy suddenly turned away, the lady assumed that he had indeed managed to fall in love with Princess Alencia. So she offered her friend to come back if that was what he really wanted, but to fulfill his obligations to her. But Nazar was even more confused by Philomel's words, since he had no intention of accompanying the princess. As a result, Miss came to the conclusion that for some reason, Averdin did not feel in love with her sister, which surprised the girl. The Duke's son continued to smile sweetly, and the heroine guessed that reality, for some reason, was again different from the plot. It so happened that no one ultimately noticed how the fair-haired lady, left alone on the sidelines, angrily clenched her fists. As a result, the princess hurried to her father, who did not expect that the girl would so unexpectedly distract him from important matters. And Alencia was the first to draw the emperor's attention to the fact that she had accidentally injured herself, which left the man very confused. He promised that he would call a doctor immediately, but Miss could not calm down so easily, as she was waiting for some more words. In the end, the girl couldn't take it anymore, and screamed at how her father could react so coldly to his daughter getting hurt. The emperor became embarrassed, and asked the lady to tell him what else he should have told her, because of such a strange situation. However, Alencia only screamed loudly that the ruler had acted terribly, since he could not even encourage her at such a moment. Before Eustace could ask anything else, the real princess, completely upset, quickly ran away. As a result, His Majesty confessed to the advisor that he still did not understand what the girl wanted from him, since this was the first time. When Paulin said the lady had hoped for a warmer reaction, the man suddenly asked him to demonstrate. However, the emperor was not joking at all when he demanded that his advisor show him right now what he needed to do. Realizing that Eustace would not change his mind, since he was already starting to get angry, the assistant found no other way out but to obey. As a result, he began to anxiously spin around at the ruler's feet, pretending to feel sorry for his daughter, who had been injured somewhere. The emperor watched Paulin's theatrical performance in silence for several minutes until he finally finished. Eventually, the ruler asked whether the advisor had actually behaved that way, and the assistant immediately confirmed it. To this, Eustace angrily declared that Paulin clearly had no self-esteem, so he did not want to listen to him anymore. But when the advisor asked how love and dignity were connected, the emperor froze in surprise. The assistant noticed this, and added that if the ruler did not show feelings for his daughter, then eventually she would leave him. After some thought, Eustace admitted that he had never thought about it, since he himself had been brought up completely differently. Paulin supported his master and said that it was never too late to start building relationships with family. However, the assistant did not expect that the ruler would promise to repeat his actions exactly because the advisor's daughter was little. But His Majesty himself said that he had grasped the essence of the actions, so he would definitely take care of the health of his daughters. And so it happened that the emperor began to practice his acquired skills on Philomel, who did not expect this at all. Although the lady continued to say that she was fine, the ruler was sure that the miss's condition was extremely deplorable. So when Eustace suddenly called for a doctor, the heroine could not stand it and screamed that she did not need medical help. In fact, the girl was so embarrassed to show her wound that she even refused Lequin's offer to heal her. Then the ruler asked more calmly how exactly his daughter had hurt herself, to which she explained that she had tripped near a tree. In response, the man promised that he would definitely issue an order for all the trees near the palace to be cut down, which surprised his daughter even more. The princess could not understand what was wrong with the emperor at that moment, since he was so worried about her. When suddenly, the lady noticed signs from Paulin behind the gentleman's back, who asked the miss to accept all care from her father. However, the man noticed that he had done something wrong again, so he turned to his assistant, who flinched in fear. Eustace angrily promised that he would talk to the advisor later about the fact that his advice had not produced any results. As a result, after a few hours, Philomel began actively choosing the outfit she was to wear to the ball. She was surprised that both her father and even her sister asked the seamstress to sew a dress for her, as she did not expect this. Then Lequin approached his daughter and asked if she had chosen a dress that was too simple, since he had seen more complex outfits. But the miss explained that she did not need an eye-catching dress, because she was just a guest at the palace. After which, the miss asked her father not to show himself as a cat anymore, because he had attracted the princess. But the man didn't care about it. Since the lord was right that other people's affairs did not concern him, the lady simply asked him to stay near her. As a result, the head of the Tower of Magicians was so inspired that the heroine even managed to regret her request for him. But Lequin had already disappeared through the portal right before the eyes of the worried girl, who had not expected this. Although Philomel had a bad feeling about this, she understood that she could not change anything anyway. While Jeremiah was accompanying his sister to the ball, she immediately said that she did not plan to dance with the aristocrats this time. In response, the magician admitted that he would even like to become the lady's partner for one dance, if she were not against it. The girl immediately laughed because she couldn't imagine her brother dancing, but she still thanked him for such an offer. The guy was embarrassed, and therefore abruptly changed the subject, asking whether he should have gone inside the hall with the miss, to which she answered negatively. After which, the heroine said goodbye to Jeremiah for a while, but he unexpectedly called the princess before leaving. Although it was not at all necessary, the guy still reminded that Philomel could leave the ball at any time. The heroine was pleased with such care from her relative, so she smiled at him again with great gratitude. In fact, the lady knew perfectly well that no matter how she lived from now on, all the aristocrats would definitely discuss her. For this reason, Miss decided to enter the hall alone, since she did not intend to rely on someone else's help for the rest of her life. Although Philomel was mentally grateful to everyone for their help, she would also like to learn how to defend herself. So the Miss tried to react calmly when her name was announced to the entire hall, which was already full of aristocrats. As the girl expected, people from high society immediately began to whisper angrily and unpleasantly at the sight of her. Despite Philomel's best efforts to appear confident, all these people still made her noticeably nervous. But then suddenly, the assistants announced the arrival of His Majesty, together with the princess, and the aristocrats immediately switched to them. The heroine understood perfectly well that Alencia would be interesting to many, since she spent most of her life among commoners. The lady was a little sad because her sister didn't really know etiquette yet, but she was still greeted with smiles. 2 years ago, Philomel wanted her freedom so much, but for some reason, now she felt lonely because of it. However, the girl had no time to be sad, as Paulin asked for people's attention, as he wanted to make an announcement. Imagine the surprise of the fake princess when the advisor told everyone that the nurse had criminally replaced her in childhood, and the assistant made it look like the ruler's eldest daughter was risking her life to find Alencia. The girl listened in bewilderment as the entire imperial family expressed their enormous gratitude to her, according to Paulin. The aristocrats clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but almost immediately began to clap for the lady, praising her for her exploits for the sake of the empire. But Philomel herself believed that Alencia would have ended up in the palace anyway, so her merits were overestimated. Here the priest called out to the princess, whose second name had not yet been announced, and she readily approached him. Paulin then announced that the ruler's second daughter had recently received a sacred name in the temple because she had powers. Since only people with a small amount of magic could obtain a holy name, Alencia had to show ability. Philomel remembered that in the book the girl had a very beautiful name, which meant unwavering hope and faith. And at this moment, when the princess demonstrated her magic, the priest had to loudly say that her name was Calypso. But for now, all the people stood frozen in anticipation in the middle of the hall, as they watched with pleasure the beauty that was happening. Even the lady couldn't deny the fact that at this moment, Alencia really looked like a real daughter of the emperor. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the priest suddenly said that the princess's second name was Taspel. The fair-haired lady herself smiled contentedly, as she was glad to finally be introduced to her people. And at that moment, Philomel was so focused on her sister that she didn't notice how someone was looking at her from the side. It was Rosanna, who did not dare to come closer, because she was afraid to meet the emperor's gaze. After the main banquet, the lady hurried to leave, because she did not understand why Alencia's middle name had eventually changed. the girl had already accepted quite a few facts that did not correspond to the plot of the book, but she could not miss this one in particular. Philomel was afraid to even think that if the princess's name had changed, then the soul in this body was also different. The heroine did not know whether her sister was possessed by an evil spirit, but she was definitely different from the one written about in the book. Suddenly, Nazar approached his childhood friend and said that he had started looking for her because the lady had left the room too quickly, after which the guy reminded that the dance was about to start, so he hoped that the miss would keep him company. However, Philomel was so deep in her thoughts that she refused the offer, although she did not want to upset her friend. As a result, the guy was noticeably embarrassed by the refusal, although he did not want to show the princess his sad emotions. Then the lady asked whether Nazar should not have danced with Elencia, to which he replied that he had refused because he did not want to. Averden didn't expect the miss to ask if the real princess wasn't interested in the reason for such an unexpected refusal, so he smiled sweetly and reminded her that Philomel was still his bride, so no one else was needed. The girl sincerely believed that the agreement between them should have been terminated when it became known that she was not the emperor's daughter. Miss remembered that only the duke's son was of age suitable for the real princess, so he had to dance with her. Realizing that her friend was nearby, the heroine asked in a panic what kind of person her sister was dancing with right now. The whole point was that during the dances, none of the aristocrats were allowed to stand aside because it was impolite, and the ruler's eldest daughter ran into the hall as fast as she could to see that some unknown man had invited Elencia. Philomel was deeply moved, as she immediately recognized this important person from the book's plot. But the lady didn't think that the hero Killian Aeschylus would appear before her so early, and even pay attention to the princess. This guy was a descendant of a great family that had once defeated Cerberus, a top-tier monster, a long time ago, and the heroine remembered that Killian was supposed to become interested in Elencia many times later, which scared her. At this moment, Nazar was able to catch up with the emperor's eldest daughter and noticed that there was some important person with the youngest. While Philomel was lost in her thoughts, Averden suddenly called her insistently, causing the miss to visibly shudder. In the end, the guy blushed embarrassedly and said that he thought his childhood friend looked incredible and gorgeous today. The heroine expected to hear anything but such a confession from the duke's son, so she froze in surprise. The lady asked why Nazar had confessed this so suddenly, and he explained that he had simply not dared to say it before. Suddenly, Philomel felt that it wasn't only Averden who couldn't take his eyes off her, because she felt other people's gazes on her all the time. So the miss asked anxiously if there was something on her face, to which the duke's son replied that it was all in the dress. What struck the heroine most was Nazar's words that in such a dress, the girl's face glowed so beautifully that one wanted to look at her. At this point, Rosanna was trying to escape from the estate because she did not believe that the fake princess was not found guilty. She looked at her hand with displeasure because she had not thought to take the ring with her, and now she could not achieve Elencia's recognition. Manon blamed herself for not having prepared herself enough to meet the emperor's real daughter, whom she simply ran up to. The aristocrat immediately warned the fair-haired lady that she had an important message that was worth listening to. Only Miss said that she already had appointments, which Rosanna didn't take into account, so she started to panic about it. As a result, Elencia rather rudely pushed away the annoying girl who had so brazenly violated her personal space. Smiling sweetly, the princess asked the unknown lady to wait her turn if she really wanted to talk to her. The red-haired girl did not expect at all that the kind-looking lady would treat her so cruelly, so she fell silent in confusion. The aristocrats who were nearby immediately began to discontentedly discuss Rosanna's actions, which they considered wrong. They even allowed themselves to laugh and say that people from Manon's family should be kept away if they behaved like that. And all this pressure fell on the poor girl, who until then had tried to help her mistress Rosanna in everything. At this time, the red-haired aristocrat tried her best to defend herself, as she was very angry at the people around her. But before Rosanna could do anything to her opponents, she suddenly heard that her friend wanted to say something. Finally, the assistant screamed loudly that Madame Manon should never dare to approach her or talk to her again in her life. The lady did not lose her composure and reminded that it was not her fault that she was lucky enough to be born into a rich and well-off family. And now she was walking around in a panic, trying to think of a way to attract the princess's attention. The girl was angry because absolutely all her hopes had been dashed, because the emperor had ultimately supported Philomelis. Suddenly, Rosanna heard someone's light footsteps gradually approaching right behind her, so she turned around with interest. Imagine Manon's surprise when she saw in front of her a fake princess who simply decided to take a walk along the balcony. And the heroine herself was ready to go crazy because too many things were happening completely without her knowledge. So Miss remembered her last conversation with her brothers, during which she had been rightly alarmed by their suspicious smiles. Then, Lequan cast a protective spell on his daughter in the form of doves, which the boys themselves were very pleased with. The lady asked Lexion to remove the magic from her, but even the elder brother could not resist the spells of the Tower Lord. So for a while, the girl had to come to terms with the fact that Lequin's prank would remain with her for a while longer. Here, the lady noticed that the brothers' clothes were somehow wrinkled, and the eldest shut the middle one's mouth and said that they were just warming up. In the end, the girl had to leave her relatives for a while because she had to go to the ball. Waking up from her thoughts, Philomel remembered that she urgently had to find Rosanna to get her ring back. Imagine the heroine's surprise when, immediately after this, she saw a red-haired aristocrat in front of her. Manon herself did not expect to meet the emperor's fake daughter at the very moment when she wanted to be alone. The emperor's daughter was the first to greet the lady and then asked if there was anything at all that she wanted to tell her now. But Rosanna was quick to point out that she had been through so much because of Philomel that she wasn't going to apologize. The heroine only sighed in response, since she initially suspected that Manon would blame her for all of her failures. So the lady simply asked the aristocrat to give her the ring, but the red-haired one refused to do even that. Hearing that Rosanna would only give the item to someone from the imperial family, the miss told the girl not to delay with it. Manon was visibly frightened when Philomel threatened to accuse her of theft if the aristocrat did not return the ring. The heroine then reminded the girl that she would need to do this before the event in honor of the princess ended. The red-haired girl didn't even believe at first that the emperor's fake daughter would let her go so easily at that moment. Suddenly, the heroine reminded that in fact, Rosanna also needed to repay her for the slap, since it was impudence. Only Manon stated that the lady had no right to do this, since she was now an ordinary commoner. Then the miss asked if she should tell the emperor about how exactly Rosanna had harmed the ruler's daughter during the journey. Suddenly, the red-haired girl screamed that Philomel was just lucky that she was accidentally switched places with the princess at birth. But the heroine suddenly became serious after such words and asked what the aristocrat could possibly know about her. Manon even took a few steps back in surprise, as she was very frightened at the sight of Mrs. Gaze, after which she screamed loudly that the girl could hit her, because the red-haired girl would not feel such a weak blow anyway. But Philomel had learned her fighting lessons well from Lequin, and so she hit her opponent hard, not sparing her at all. As a result, Rosanna flew off with a whistle, since she was not prepared for the slap, as she considered Miss to be very weak. Only after realizing the consequences of her actions did Philomel become afraid that she might have hit the girl too hard. However, after carefully examining Madame's face, the emperor's daughter found no signs that she had suffered any serious injuries. So the lady, with a sweet smile, reminded Manon that she only had until the end of the banquet, which would end in 5 days. Rosanna could hardly hold back her tears because of the incredible pain in her cheek, but she did not dare to object to the fake princess. Returning towards the palace, the miss looked at her hand in surprise, as she didn't think that she would actually hit the girl. For the first time in her life, she realized how pleasant it was to take out her accumulated emotions on the guilty person as revenge. Only Philomel again didn't know whether she had become like this because of Lequin's influence, or whether she had originally liked something like this. As a result, the next day, Rosanna came to the banquet again, and could not help but think about her cheek, which still hurt. But the girl hoped that she would be able to quickly find Alencia, to whom she would give the ring, thereby earning recognition. Manon wore this item for the last time because she really wanted to be worthy of it. At this moment, the heroine noticed the aristocrat, who was again standing to the side because she was collecting her thoughts. Philomel decided to follow Madame, since she could not allow her to end up giving the ring to the princess. Suddenly, the lady heard that her father had called her, who did not expect to see his daughter at the banquet another day, because it was not necessary. Miss honestly admitted that she had a conversation in this place, so she had to visit such a crowded event again. The man said that he had come for the same reason, but he was not very pleased when the girl immediately let him go to talk. The lady noticed that, for some reason, Eustace was in no hurry to leave, so she asked him if everything was okay. Imagine Philomele's surprise when the man suddenly announced that he wanted to wait with her, as he was in no hurry. The fake princess sincerely could not understand why her father's attention was once again directed at her, and not at Alencia. Suddenly, the emperor noticed that the girl did not have a ring, to which the lady had to say that she had come specifically for it. Miss found no other way than to admit that this important item was with the aristocrat, but she would soon return it. Noticing that his daughter was becoming very worried about the situation, the man quickly said that he did not blame her at all. Then Philomel calmly explained that certain circumstances had forced her to lose the ring for a time. But Miss didn't expect that the ruler would suddenly say that he would return the gift himself, so she didn't have to worry. And at that moment, Rosanna was just finishing trying on the ring, so she noticed too late that His Majesty had approached her. The Emperor had no doubt that the lady had the item, because he could easily feel his energy in it. But Manon herself had no idea why the ruler had so suddenly turned his attention to her, so she froze in place. She looked in surprise at the hand that the ruler extended to her. Since she still could not fully understand anything, the only thing that came to Rosanna's mind was that His Majesty himself had suddenly decided to invite her to dance. Eustace actually wanted the aristocrat to give him the ring, but he completely forgot to express his order. So he could do nothing when Manon declared that, despite her poor dancing skills, she would try not to embarrass him. Philomel heard with horror how the people around her suddenly began to discuss the fact that the Emperor had allegedly invited a lady to dance. The heroine even thought that she had damaged Rosanna's head too much with her blow, since she had suggested such a thing. Meanwhile, the girl's father ran up to the ruler and asked him to take care of her, although the man had no intention of doing anything like that. The lady flinched in fear when her father suddenly turned to her, since she could not even guess what he wanted. The man briefly asked if Manon was his daughter's friend, to which the girl confidently replied that they barely knew each other. Then he took off the glove that the red-haired lady had touched and asked his daughter to forget about the ring she had given him. Eustace reported that the ring had been desecrated, and then asked Pauline to gather all the information about Manon's family. The Emperor had not yet decided exactly how he would deal with these aristocrats, but he did not intend to leave them unpunished. As a result, after that day, all the news was that His Majesty had found himself a new lover at the ball. Because of this, every day the servants delivered new gifts to Rosanna's room from aristocrats who wanted to please her. So the girl only became many times more arrogant, because now she believed that she would soon become a real empress. She spent huge amounts of money and promised everyone around her that her husband would soon pay off all his debts, because he was rich. When the red-haired lady came to the banquet again, she was greeted with a smile by Kenny, who decided to get to know the girl better. Rosanna recognized this guy immediately because she had heard a lot about him having the most extensive connections in high society. She then heard the aristocrats begin to discuss the fact that Manon had somehow managed to charm the Emperor. For this reason, the lady brazenly declared that she had finally found a suitable place for herself, so she would definitely live in the palace. Imagine Rosanna's surprise when she suddenly noticed that the guy in front of her for some reason couldn't hold back a grin. But before Manon could ask what was going on, Kenny had already forgotten about her, as he noticed his close friend behind him. When Rosanna heard that Averden had come to the event, she was afraid that he might know something about her slap. Meanwhile, the red-haired aristocrat introduced Nazar to a girl who was now known in all circles of society. The Duke's son smiled politely at Rosanna, because Philomel had not told him anything about the skirmish with this girl. Manon herself suddenly decided that she shouldn't worry, since she would soon become empress anyway. Suddenly, Averden noticed that the madam had in her hand a fan from a very good master from the Empire. Rosanna immediately declared that she had come to that craftsman and bought this fan, which seemed to have been waiting for her all this time. Then Nazar said that he had expressed himself somewhat incorrectly, since he meant that the master did not make identical products. After which he told that once upon a time, his mother had exactly the same fan with a butterfly in the center that stood out very much. So he was sure that the merchant had deliberately sold Rosanna a product that he had no intention of inventing anew. After such a disgrace, Manon emotionally threw away the item because she was very angry that the master had set her up like that. So she ordered the coachman to take her immediately to the imperial palace, as she was eager to see the ruler again. The assistant did not dare to object to the aristocrat, although he knew perfectly well that this required special permission. And Rosanna herself decided to deal with another person who once really hurt her, so it was time for revenge. At this point, Philomel had read all the news about Manon, but she still didn't understand why Eustace hadn't refuted it yet. The lady was also worried that she had not been able to return the ring of recognition, so all other problems did not bother her now. Jeremiah guessed what his sister was thinking, so he said that it was impossible to think about only one person all your life. But the miss didn't even think of falling into despair, because the ruler suddenly decided to marry a second time. LeQuinn immediately assumed that the girl felt disgust for the years she lived in the palace, but he was completely wrong. In fact, the heroine was only worried about the ring, but decided not to be too upset since Eustace said he would do something else. But even though the rumors about her because of Rosanna died down, the girl could not act relaxed, which the family saw. Then Jeremiah tried to support the lady and said that he had recently heard some unpleasant rumors about the red-haired Manon. He reported that the lady had managed to disgrace herself since Averden noticed that one of the craftsmen had sold her some kind of fake. Miss didn't think that Nazar would even protect her in such a way, so she was very surprised by such news. Noticing that Philomel had finally laughed, the brother asked if she felt better, and the lady nodded gratefully. Then the Lord said that he could do something similar, but the heroine explained that she simply did not expect such an act from Nazar. The fake princess couldn't remember a single instance where Averden had said unpleasant things to someone, but then he helped her. However, in the end, the heroine did not believe that the Duke's son would do something like this just for her sake, so she slapped herself on the cheeks